The power of youth faces off against the force of the state. In September, the Gen Z protest movement that swept governments from power around the world hit the streets of Madagascar's capital, Antananarivo.
On ne veut pas avoir du gouvernement, c'est le gouvernement qui doit avoir peur de la jeunesse.
What began as anger about water and power cuts developed into a demand for a complete overhaul of the political system.
Vraiment faire en sorte que Madagascar soit un état de droit.
After days of bloodshed, the military backed the people. The president fled. The Gen Z were victorious. But what happens once the battle is won? Can these revolutionaries forge real change?
C'est juste bienvenue chez moi. Je viens juste faire ma lessive ce matin.
Steffi is a student at a university just outside the capital.
Je suis ici, c'est ma chambre. Je vis ici avec 4 colocs. On est tous des filles, bien sûr.
This is the country's top engineering school.
Les toilettes et les WC sont partis en ruine. C'est vraiment dégoûtant, mais on ne peut pas l'utiliser. C'est littéralement de la merde. Quand l'après-midi, ça chauffe, l'odeur aussi, ça monte et c'est vraiment dégoûtant, mais personne ne nous écoutait.
It's that lack of being heard and frustrations over basic needs like reliable electricity and running water which sparked the protests in September.
Le plus dur, c'est quand il n'y a pas d'électricité, parce qu'on ne peut pas cuisiner, on ne peut pas faire des devoirs. S'il n'y a pas d'eau, on
Just
doit
making
chercher
sure I
de
have
l'eau de la source.
videos I need to work
Madagascar
on
is one of the
imported.
poorest countries in the world. Around 80% of the population live in poverty. Families send their children here in the hope that an education will bring prosperity, but they have to battle a national system plagued by corruption, where a tiny elite amasses the country's wealth.
On va entrer chez mon
What?
ami Fanatenan qui travaille sur
That's
un
crazy.
projet. Voici, c'est le générateur.
Why would
Ce
anyone have
générateur,
that system?
tous les étudiants, il faut le valoriser parce que ce sont qui va emporter des changements ici pour notre pays. On vit actuellement dans ces conditions-là. On arrive à faire des trucs, on arrive à faire des projets. Imagine un peu si on pourrait avoir des meilleures conditions.
At least 22 people were killed during the protests and there was widespread destruction.
Là, on va aller retrouver des membres de la Gen 7 qui sont en train de rénover la maison qui est dégagée, qui a été victime pendant les manifestations.
Anna is coordinating a group of protesters coming together to help the poorest in society do repairs.
C'est important pour nous de le faire parce que en faisant ça, en fait, on lance une petite cloche, je dirais, vis-à-vis de l'État pour leur dire que ça, c'est censé être votre boulot.
As they work, they debate what to do next. The big question is whether to work with the new government.
Yeah, my internet's been spotty.
Like other Gen Z protests around the world, the young people here didn't have a leader. Now, as different groups form with opposing
There's like
ideas,
a
the movement is splintering.
big lake effect snowstorm, so I've lost internet a few times, but it's only been briefly. It wasn't like the other day where I was out for hours.
J'ai l'impression que, à part le fait de haïr l'ancien président, j'ai l'impression que rien n'a pu unir tout le peuple malgache.
Anna is mistrustful of the new government. Many of those who've been appointed are seen as no different from those who came before.
Je dirais pas que j'ai tant d'espoir, c'est sur la continuité qu'on se doute un peu, est-ce qu'ils vont réellement nous écouter ou est-ce que c'est juste un coup de com' pour nous appeler, pour dire que oui, voilà, effectivement, on a appelé les jeunes, on les a écoutés, mais est-ce qu'ils vont réellement faire les choses?
If they did, it's in places like this where it matters most. The Anda Vermamba neighbourhood is one of the poorest in the capital. Most homes here have no sanitation, electricity or clean water. Years of underinvestment in infrastructure and corruption means living conditions continue to deteriorate.
Fahitako an'ireny tsapako hoe mafy zany satria teo aminay nisy fianakaviana zareo dia sahirana zareo dia le mitsinjitsinjika eny
Where's the trickle down? I don't understand.
mitsinjitsinjika teo moa zany zareo nisy microbe niditra
I thought when you made a wealthy elite, like Reagan said,
Most of
it
Mario's
brings
peers
society
didn't
up. I
join
don't
the protest,
understand.
which were made up of more affluent Gen Zers, but he sneaked out against his parents' wishes. He has dreams of moving up in the world. With the help of a local charity, he's studying metalwork. He went to protest because he wanted to make his voice heard too.
Rehefa le jereny any ambony any le izy a mety hiova ihany ny fiainanay. Zareo any mihitsy zany mila mandinika manome an'le zavatra nangatanay taty ambany tanàna. Dia mananteny zay fa hiova.
So how can that be achieved when the new government seems to reflect the one it replaced? Mia is trying to shape the agenda.
How did this happen? It's a new government and it's exactly like the old one? I can't believe it.
Par rapport à ce qui se passe, c'est-à-dire en redonnant le pouvoir à la population, cette souveraineté qui nous a été privée depuis tant d'années.
And the government is at least showing signs they are listening. They've set a 2-year deadline for elections. Mia is working with them, but remains sceptical. He's worried the Gen Z are being used.
On redoute ça, mais cette crainte, en fait, c'est pas plus pour nous effrayer ou nous empêcher d'avancer, mais au contraire, c'est plus un moteur, parce que ça nous permet en fait de comprendre que notre combat, que la lutte que nous avons décidé de mener, c'est un combat pour le pays.
They have a battle ahead of them. Reshaping a country with such entrenched corruption will not be easy. But these young people have found their voice, and they won't be silenced.
Very interesting.
Democracy Now!,
Hi, Amy.
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The problem with plastic, how we can save ourselves and our planet before it's too late. That's the title of a new book by Judith
That was the
Ang,
right one.
former regional administrator for the Environmental Protection Agency, now president of Beyond Plastics, joining us to talk about pollution in the environment, our bodies as well, and moving beyond plastics. Her book's release comes as the United Nations efforts to negotiate a legally binding global treaty on plastic pollution have slowed, and plastics were low on the agenda at the COP30 UN Climate Summit in Brazil. Next week, the 7th session of the UN Environment Assembly is set to begin in Nairobi, Kenya, with the theme Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet. Judith Ang, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. So the title is The Problem with Plastic. Explain what it is.
So many problems. It should have been plural. Plastics is a climate change issue because it's made from fossil fuels and 16,000 different chemicals. It's a health issue because plastics, little pieces of microplastics have been found in many parts of our bodies. This is an environmental justice
lady's trying
issue
to take
because
my
plastics are
microplastics.
produced in primarily low-income communities
ride.
of color,
My
places
ride could
like
be hot
Cancer Alley in Louisiana.
I'm gonna eat
It's
a bunch of
also
plastic
a
and turn on my
consumer
gas stove
deception
to own the
issue
lid.
because the industry has been telling us we can recycle plastic, which is not true. And finally, the issue that really drew me to this is we're turning our ocean
I
into a
think the
watery
real question
landfill with
is-
so much plastic getting into the ocean.
The real question is, how is the rice?
What do you mean?
Exactly.
It's about 2 giant garbage trucks every minute is dumped into the ocean. And, you know, the ocean is 71% of the world's surface and a major protein source for many of us around the world.
So what happens then to the plastic dumped in the ocean?
It gets exposed to sunlight, then the wave action is almost like a paper cutter. So one plastic water bottle, for instance, becomes hundreds or thousands of little pieces of microplastic, which are eaten by fish, marine life, and it is really an ocean emergency.
Chemicals found in plastics have been associated with cancer, nervous system damage, hormone disruption, fertility issues. Explain the issues.
16,000 different chemicals are used to make plastic, including PFAS chemicals, the forever chemicals. And every plastic product has a different chemical combination.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say precisely this plastic food wrapper, for instance, is linked to this health outcome. But we know that many of these chemicals, as you say, cause cancer, they're reproductive toxins. And my big concern is the plastic packaging that touches our food and our beverage, especially if it's ever heated.
Okay, so that goes to the issue of microwave.
I
You
almost
say
always
don't
like
microwave
the
in
breakfast
plastic, but
sandwiches,
how many
they're just easier
plastic
to cook
containers?
inside the plastic. So I pretty much eat a plastic breakfast sandwich every day.
Yeah, that's probably not good for you.
Well, it's easier to cook in the plastic.
Fair enough.
The instruction on the box is like, take out the sausage, microwave the sausage for this amount of time, reassemble the sandwich. Instead, I just cook it 30 seconds, flip it over, 30 seconds, flip it over, and another 30 seconds. And it's perfect.
Say microwave safe.
Yeah, it shouldn't. You should not put any food containers in the microwave because the chemicals very likely are leaching into your food. You can kind of taste it, right? And definitely don't use black plastic because that's from recycled electronic waste. So this is so...
Wait a second, just
yeah.
the color, the plastic, the color of it means it's recycled electronic waste?
Very likely. If you have like a black plastic takeout container, when you get home, take it right out of the container and put it on your plate. I really try to avoid black plastic. There have been good studies on
Most
this.
TV
but any
dinners
kind
are
of plastic,
black
you want to
plastic.
avoid heating.
What about putting it in your dishwasher?
Actually,
Not
I
a
have
great
seen ones
idea,
that are more
particularly
likely to
if
be
you're
clear
using
now,
it
but
for
they all
food.
used to be black.
Because?
Because the chemicals will leach because it's exposed to heat.
Can you talk about microplastics?
Microplastics are 5 millimeters or less, teeny tiny pieces of plastic. Scientists have found microplastics in our blood, our kidneys, our lungs. They've been found in heart arteries, and if it's attached to plaque, you have an increased risk of heart attack, stroke, premature death. Unfortunately, it's crossed the blood-brain barrier and has been linked to Alzheimer's
that's
and other
Arkane's
neurological
favorite
diseases
word.
recently. We need these studies repeated. We also know that microplastics have been found in the human placenta and breast milk, so our babies are being born pre-polluted. And when I talk to legislators that are male, I mentioned that it's also been found in testicles, and they start to pay attention.
You know, we just came from the UN Climate Summit, the climate summit in the Amazon in Brazil. There was a lot of activism there, but very little around plastics.
Yeah, you know, plastics traditionally were made from chemicals and oil, now from chemicals and a waste product of fracking, ethane. So plastics is very much a climate issue. We did a report looking at production, use, and disposal of plastics. The greenhouse gas emissions are the equivalent of about 116 coal-fired power plants. There's a separate UN process going on with plastics, but unfortunately, because of the positions of the United States and Saudi Arabia, that process did not reach a conclusion, but it is ongoing.
So if you can talk about who's lobbying for
United
plastics
States?
and what you
How
think
could they
needs
do
to be
this?
done, because your book has the word saving ourselves and the planet before it's too late.
Yeah, we chose those words purposefully. So this is a political science issue, not a science issue. So we're up against Exxon, Shell, Amazon, Dow Chemical, the American Chemistry Council. You show up even at a city council meeting, and these guys from Washington come flying in with their expensive suits saying why we shouldn't, for instance, ban plastic bags. In Albany, we're working on a comprehensive packaging reduction law. We were outnumbered by corporate lobbyists 4-1. It still came very close to passing a packaging reduction bill. So when you're working on plastics, you're going up against the chemical, fossil fuel, plastics industry, and consumer brands. But progress is being made all across the country. People are paying attention to the issue. And I want to emphasize that about half of all plastics have been manufactured worldwide in the last 18 years. So this is relatively new. I actually remember 18 years ago. So I am hopeful that if people work not just to reduce plastic in their own lives, but get into the political arena, work on new laws, new regulations to reduce plastic, it's in our own self-interest. This is not an ideological issue. In fact, when there's polling on plastic, there's bipartisan support to reduce plastic production. We just need to get more people in the arena saying, we don't want babies, for instance, born with microplastics while they're in the placenta and then consuming breast milk.
Judith Enck, you were a regional administrator of the EPA. Talk about Trump's attacks on the EPA and regulations.
What if it gives them superpowers?
Publica has a new piece out today. Under former chemical industry insiders, Trump EPA nearly doubles amount of formaldehyde considered safe to inhale.
This is the worst EPA has ever been. They're no longer protecting the environment. They're no longer protecting public health. You have people from the chemical industry at EPA making policy. Lee Zeldin, the head of the EPA, is the worst EPA administrator in the history of the agency. It's going to take decades to rebuild. Places like Cancer Alley, where plastic is produced in Texas, people are being poisoned every day, and the EPA is doing nothing to protect health.
When it
It's
cuts back
really
to Amy, I want
a
to see if her face
national
is red.
embarrassment and something where the states need to step in, and we haven't seen that yet.
The California Attorney General has sued ExxonMobil for its recycling claims.
Yeah, Attorney General Rob
you can tell
Bonta
she was
sued ExxonMobil
still-
for not
the way she
telling
came up
the
on
truth
claims, she was
about
fighting a
plastics
cough.
recycling in September of 2024. The plastics industry tells us, don't worry about all the plastics you're using, just put it in the recycling bin. But plastics recycling has been an abysmal failure. People should keep recycling paper, metal, glass, cardboard.
I've been saying
but
this
the
my
plastic
entire life.
recycling rate is only 5 to 6% nationwide because plastics are made from so many different chemicals, different colors, different plastic polymers that they cannot be recycled together, unlike other material.
Talk about the policies more around that make a difference, from single-use plastic bans, and explain what that is, bottle bills, extended producer responsibility laws to reuse and refill systems.
So our book, The Problem with Plastic, has model bills that people can work on at the local or state level. We are alert enough not to be trying this at the national level. All we're doing in Washington is playing whack-a-mole, trying to beat back bad things. But communities can ban plastic bags. You can have policies called skip the stuff. So when you get takeout food, you don't automatically get the plastic utensils and the straws. You have to ask for it. The bottle bill is the first bill I ever worked on as a college student with NYPIRG. It puts a refundable deposit on soda and beer and water bottles. You bring it back, and that's the only recycling success story with plastics is the plastic bottles do get recycled. But the major policy reform we need is called extended producer responsibility, where companies that produce all this plastic need to take some responsibility. We have a model bill that takes it further and requires, for instance, that all single-use packaging be reduced by 50% over 10 years, and that the most toxic chemicals used in plastics, like PFAS chemicals, lead, cadmium, formaldehyde, not be allowed to be used in packaging.
I want to end with where you started, your dedication. You write, by design, low-income people in communities of color bear the burden of plastics. The destructive web of plastics gathers in their neighborhoods, rivers, air, and bodies. We dedicate this book to those living in the shadow of plastics facilities in Louisiana, Texas, Appalachia, and elsewhere in the sincere belief that they should live in a world beyond plastics and that such a world is within our reach. Final 20 seconds.
Thank you, Amy. I mean, the environmental justice issues are quite severe. People are getting sick living near these plastic production facilities. Johns Hopkins did a study saying the cancer rate in Cancer Alley is 7 times the national average. So even if you don't live in those communities, by reducing plastic and getting laws to reduce plastic, we're helping our sisters and brothers in Cancer Alley in Texas and Appalachia.
Judith Enck, I want to thank you for being with us. Former EPA Regional Administrator, President of Beyond Plastics. Her new book is The Problem with Plastic, How We Can Save Ourselves and Our Planet Before It's Too Late. And that does it for our show. I'm Amy Goodman. This is another edition of Democracy Now! Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications.
I got the tweets.
Thanks, Amy.
Almost. Right. They're just being
100,000 people in Thailand and Cambodia have been
yet.
ordered to evacuate as a new wave of fightings erupted between the Southeast Asian neighbours. Both sides are blaming each other for starting the fighting. Thailand's Air Force said it struck Cambodian military targets along the disputed border, describing them as heavy weapons.
And then Thailand said, I'm not touching you.
That could be
I'm not touching you.
Cambodia has denied provoking violence and has asked observers from the regional bloc ASEAN to investigate the Thai claims.
Told you Thailand
not to retaliate.
said, I'm not touching you.
Well, let's speak now to
you.
Hanisha Amo-Cha, who is following developments for us at the BBC. What is the latest?
So we recently just have the press conference from Thailand Prime Minister Anutin Chanvirakul, who said that he believed in Thai military forces. And according to the data that we received, the Thai military has deployed airstrike to target the Cambodian military site and military positions. Whilst in the Cambodia, they said that they have not retaliated against Thailand at the moment. So this conflict, this confrontation is one of the most severe ones ever since the ceasefire back in July. And we have seen images for both Thai sides and the Cambodian sides of people in the borders area that they have to evacuate. A lot of people have to evacuate to shelters or even to their relative houses. But there's still a lot of fragile people who have like health issue that's still affected. School has been shut. We are talking about students cannot go to school for both country and for both sides.
Okay, so both sides taking steps to keep people safe in the meantime, but there is concern about what might happen next, how far this could escalate. What are people saying about that?
So we have seen Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim about 2 hours ago expressed concern that these confrontations will escalate. And in the past, we have seen that he was always trying to talk to the head of state for both countries to try to negotiate and mitigate the conflict when the conflict happens. The Thai side, I've talked to a few local residents, they want this confrontation to end. This is not just happening now. It's affect their life for so many months at the moment. They have to be in their house, then evacuated to the shelters that cannot work. We could imagine that similar situations happen to the Cambodian side as well. So what we really want to see is the two countries to talk things out, or if they can't, because they have the measure, they have the Joint Committee, Borders Committee to talk to each other, but it has been proven time and times again that this mean is really not useful. So when we have the third party, for example, like the Malaysian Prime Minister, ASEAN, or even the US President Donald Trump trying to be the third person or the third person to try to mitigate this one. So the two countries really want this to be effective.
Okay. Panisha Imochafa now, thank you very much for bringing us right up to date. We have got a live page that's running at the moment on the BBC website and the news app, as you can see here, with the very latest details. We're keeping a very close eye on that very fractious situation between the two countries.
Why is it...
Thailand launched...
Literally the dumbest conflict of the year.
Yeah. I don't know, was
It's
the India-Pakistan
restarted.
one this year, or was that last year?
No, that was definitely this year. But this definitely beats it.
Should we do an award show?
Dumbest conflicts of the year.
Well, that could be one of the awards, you know?
I think it's a good idea.
What other categories?
Don't know.
Type in the chat if you have good award categories.
We would have to sit down and actually...
We can do a peace prize.
We can do a peace prize. That would be funny.
airstrikes at neighbouring Cambodia as fresh fighting broke out along their disputed border. The hostilities are the latest in a long-running conflict that spiralled into a brief but full-on military clash earlier this year, before being settled by a US and Malaysian brokered ceasefire and later peace agreement. This Trump-backed peace deal now looks on the verge of collapse, with both the Thai and Cambodian militaries accusing the other of breaching it. So in this video, we're going to explain the latest wave of violence, why the peace deal has seemingly failed, and where things might go from here. Explore which world leaders are winning and which are losing every week with our new podcast, The World Leader Leaderboard. Find it over on the TLDR podcast groups have engaged in, quote, numerous provocative actions for many days, including by opening fire on Cambodian soldiers close to the border in Phra Bihar province on Sunday. Cambodia says its forces did not retaliate and accused Thailand of trying to instigate confrontations. The Thai military, however, accused Cambodia of starting the clashes, saying that Thai soldiers had been fired upon while repairing a road within Thai sovereign territory in Sisaket province. The Thai military added that its forces returned fire, leading to a clash that lasted about 15 to 20 minutes. Thailand then reported further border clashes overnight into the early hours of Monday morning, accusing Cambodian troops of killing one Thai soldier and wounding several others in Thailand's Ubon Ratchathani province. The Thai military said it retaliated against this by deploying F-16 fighter jets to strike a number of military targets in Cambodia on Monday morning, adding that Cambodia had mobilized heavy weaponry and repositioned combat units, prompting Thailand's use of air power to deter and reduce Cambodia's military capabilities.
Where my chapstick?
Thai Prime Minister Anutin Charnvirakul said that Thailand never wished to see violence, but would not allow the violation of its sovereignty, adding that further military action would be decided according to the conditions of the situation. Cambodia's de facto leader, Hun Sen, labelled Thai forces as aggressors and urged Cambodian troops to be patient. So with those most recent events now covered, we're going to take a look at why Cambodia and Thailand have tense relations, and what's driving this intermittent but deadly conflict. For more historical detail, you can check out the video we put out in July when the conflict last flared up.
Why do I
but
get
the
this
TLDR
suspicion
is that
that
Cambodia
this
and
is
Thailand
also
have several competing territorial claims along
Ronald
their shared
Reagan's
800...
fault.
Well, I think we figured out that it's more like Cambodia wanting to reclaim the borders of Siam, didn't we? That they're salty that their borders are not where they were. That's basically what it was. And they're like, these are ours, so we're going to bomb you. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
kilometre border, the most notable being the 11th century Phra Bihar temple. The more than century-old disputes date back to the French colonial era, with Cambodia claiming the temple based on a 1907 map drawn up by France. To Thailand's frustration, the International Court of Justice awarded the temple to Cambodia in 1962, but the dispute resurfaced again in 2008 after Cambodia registered the site as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The renewed tensions escalated into clashes along the border, which continued for the next 3 years, peaking with a week-long exchange of artillery fire in 2011. An ICJ ruling in 2013 then reaffirmed Cambodian sovereignty over the temple and adjacent area. In May this year, tensions started rising again after a Cambodian soldier was killed during an exchange of gunfire.
About Venezuela. Yeah. Type in the chat what tags I should put today. Venezuela.
And after weeks of escalating political tensions, a multi-day clash ultimately erupted in July. ASEAN head Malaysia and the US brokered a ceasefire, with an expanded peace agreement signed in October in the presence of Donald Trump, with the sides agreeing to withdraw heavy weapons from the border, boost confidence-building measures, and more. However, the feud is about more than just who controls a temple and what are relatively small pockets of borderland. It's a territorial dispute infused with nationalist fervour and historic grievances. The proliferation of cyber scam centres in Southeast Asia may also have played a role. Thailand this year stepped up its crackdown on scam centres operating across the Thai-Cambodia border, potentially frustrating Cambodian authorities with investigations into influential Cambodian figures. The collapse of what was once a long and friendly relationship between Cambodia's ruling Hun family and Thailand's Shinawatra family was central to this year's conflict too. Cambodia's Hun Sen burned bridges with the Shinawats by leaking an audio recording of a call he had with then Thai PM Paetongtarn Shinawatra, a move that ultimately precipitated her ousting. Landmines have also been a major recurring source of tension between the two countries. While Cambodia's many landmines are a dark legacy of the country's decades of war in the 20th century, Thailand has repeatedly accused the Cambodian military of planting fresh landmines across their border,
thought precipitation
a violation
was
of the anti-landmine
just to
Ottawa
do with
Treaty,
liquid.
though Cambodia denies doing so. Last month, a landmine blast wounded a number of Thai soldiers in the border area, prompting the Thai government to unilaterally suspend the implementation of the US and Malaysian brokered peace deal. So the Trump-backed peace agreement was already fraying before this week's violence erupted and put it into even more doubt. This shouldn't really come as a surprise, as despite Trump's assertion that things were going to be fine, underlying issues were left unresolved, and heightened nationalist sentiment on both sides of the border means that neither government wants to look.
It's not, it's a different, it's like, I think precipitation, it might be rain, and precipitation might be the opposite of reciprocation.
Maybe.
Because reciprocate is to react. So it's preciprocate. So reciprocation must be something.
I got no idea.
Right? That's got to be what it is.
Motherfucker just be saying things. Look it up. I got no idea.
Okay, so now I'm going to just eliminate the R, E in front of reciprocation. Search instead for reciprocation. Reciprocation is just a more common, is a common variant of reciprocation. Okay. And precipitation. Okay, we got Webster's. Precipitation, quality of state are the quality or state of being, act or process of, or act, process, or instance of precipitating. What does that mean? Something precipitated, such as rain. Okay. Precipitating or precipitated, to throw violently, to throw down, to bring about, especially abruptly. Precipitate a scandal would end his expulsion. That's what it is. To fall. Ooh, so that's, so precipitation as a verb means to fall. So that's why it's used for rain. Because the rain falls. So that's what it means. it's like has to do with something that falls. That's why you would use it as in this context of precipitation and ousting. I still would avoid using that word because look at how confused we were. They're fucking over there with their fucking thesaurus.
Soft, though this probably applies more to Thailand.
Yeah, it took a while
the situation
to look up
going
because
forward
it's not
is
a
therefore
common
likely
use
to
of the word.
continue to be
I had to
tense,
go through
with
multiple
potential
pages
for
of a
further
dictionary.
clashes. Any hopes that the removal of Paetongtarn Shinawatra from the Thai premiership would cool the situation down have not borne out. Paetongtarn's replacement, Anutin, is incentivised to uphold a hard line against Cambodia. He is currently facing mounting criticism for his government's response to the deadly flooding in southern Thailand, so any conciliation towards Cambodia risks making him even more politically vulnerable. An election is also looming in Thailand this coming spring, so Anutin will want to go into that looking strong on sovereignty and security, rather than weak, especially having seen how his predecessor was brought down by perceived softness on Cambodia. Anutin has ruled out any immediate negotiations with Cambodia, and when asked whether he'd spoken to either Malaysian
brought
Prime
down
Minister
because
Anwar
of
Ibrahim
softness.
or Trump,
She was
he said,
brought down
no,
because
this
she
is a bilateral
insulted the
issue,
Thai military.
signaled that
What are
he
you
no longer
talking
regards
about?
the joint declaration made with Cambodia earlier this year as binding, and dismissed concerns about the potential impact of all this on trade or tariff negotiations with the US. Effectively, Anutin appears to be gambling that the domestic benefits of this hardline approach will outweigh the political and economic risks that come with renewed violence and potentially jeopardizing trade talks with the US. Meanwhile, Cambodia, with its much smaller military that basically has no operational air force, has sought to position itself as the upholder of the peace deal, claiming it's not retaliated to any Thai attacks and was strictly committed to the previous agreement. Given what Cambodia got from the US out of the deal, including a tariff reduction, the lifting of a US arms embargo, and more, Cambodia is understandably keen to be seen as the one trying to uphold, rather than jeopardize, the Trump-backed peace agreement. Our magazine, Too Long, is now officially in stock, with this latest issue focusing on the reshaping.
500,000 people have been forced
from. It's so fucking aggressive.
I know, right?
From their
It's like
homes
the
in
Daily
Thailand
Wire
and
with their
Cambodia
ads.
as the border conflict escalates.
Like enough,
The Thai
bro.
military says thousands of Cambodian rockets have been fired since hostilities resumed. Thai airstrikes on Cambodian positions are continuing. Well, as the clashes continue on Thailand's border, nearly 1,000 people have taken shelter at a volleyball stadium, which has been turned into an evacuation centre. This is what some of the people there had to say.
I miss my home very much, and I want
Oh,
to go back
the
home
kids
because
are
my
still
boyfriend
playing
and
in
my
the
pets are still
background.
there.
That's
We couldn't
good.
leave them alone at home.
It's nice to see.
I live near the border. It's really troublesome and we have to evacuate all the time. We don't have money and we can't really earn money with this situation, even though there is free food here, but we can't work, so there isn't any income.
I
want to go home. I want this to end because I'm homesick and I'm worried about my farm. My belongings are kept in a house without anyone there. I don't know how long I'll have to stay here. Maybe it'll be until the end of next year.
Well, let's hear from our Southeast Asia correspondent Jonathan Head, who's in the Sirin province near the Thai-Cambodian border, where some of that conflict's been flaring up.
This house lies only a short distance from the border, and as I think you can see, it's been very badly damaged. It was hit by one of the thousands of rockets fired from the Cambodian side just over the past 24 hours. This conflict has escalated to a very intense level where it's going to prove very difficult to bring the two countries together again to get the ceasefire back in place. Although there's a lot of international pressure to do that right now, President Trump believes he should intervene again. We've seen this kind of damage in the previous confrontation. Fortunately, this time Thailand evacuated its border population quite early on, so people were not hurt. We haven't had civilian casualties in these rocket attacks, but the intensity of the fighting,
That's good.
The amount of artillery we're hearing here, the constant airstrikes show just how determined each side is right now to maximize its advantage. On the Thai side, the military is being given pretty much a free hand right now. The civilian government doesn't have much say And the Thai military is arguing that it must inflict significant damage on the Cambodian side to minimize the threat to the border populations. It also wants to take some of the high positions on the ridge that divides the two countries, positions it was trying to take in July when that ceasefire brokered by President Trump was announced. This time attitudes are harder. The Thai military does not appear to be ready to stop fighting yet. It said it hasn't achieved its goals. On the Cambodian side, of course, huge civilian suffering over there too, huge numbers of people displaced. We don't even know how many Cambodian military casualties there have been, but probably a lot from the relentless artillery bombardments we're hearing from the Thai airstrikes as well. The Cambodian government insists that it wants international intervention, that it wants to return to the ceasefire, but there is a huge amount of mistrust between the two countries, particularly in Thailand, over the landmines that Thailand has shown pretty conclusively were being laid throughout the ceasefire by Cambodian soldiers. 7 Thai soldiers have lost limbs, but there are so many other areas where
there was actual proof that Cambodia was laying the mines?
I don't know.
Okay, BBC.
That's a good
The
question.
contested border between Thailand and Cambodia has spilled over into a second day, and that's forced tens of thousands of people to flee the area, and both sides are blaming each other. The U.S. brokered ceasefire to stop the fighting was reached earlier this year, but now it's in jeopardy. CBS News foreign correspondent Anna Corin is following developments for us from Hong Kong and joins us now with more. Anna, good morning to you. What do we know now that this is spilled into a second day? Where does this leave the President Trump's ceasefire agreement?
Well, Errol, there are fears that this century-old dispute could further escalate as both militaries reinforce their positions. We know that at least 10 people have been killed, nearly 24 injured since Sunday, while hundreds of thousands have fled the border. This fragile ceasefire that was brokered by President Trump had been in place between the two countries since July, after the worst violence in decades erupted that killed dozens of people. But that peace agreement, which President Trump proudly said would save millions of lives, now appears to be in ruins. Early Monday morning, Thailand launched airstrikes on what it says were Cambodian military targets. There were clashes the day before that killed 1 Thai soldier and injured 8. But both countries are blaming the other for the renewed violence. We've heard from the Thai Defence Ministry. It said military actions will continue. Its Navy has said that Cambodian forces are increasing their presence, deploying snipers, heavy weapons, improving fortified positions and digging trenches. Actions it's described as, quote, a direct and serious threat to Thailand's sovereignty. Meantime, Cambodia's de facto leader, Hun Sen, who's actually the father of the current Prime Minister, he posted, "Now we fight in self-defence. Cambodia wants peace, but we are forced to retaliate to protect our land." Now, as I say, these hostilities date back more than a century. They're focused on areas along the 500-mile border that the two countries share. Cambodia claims a number of ancient temples and surrounding areas. Well, so too does Thailand. The International Court of Justice, Errol, tried to resolve this back in the 1960s to no avail. And Thailand has also accused Cambodia of laying fresh landmines along the disputed border, targeting Thai soldiers. This is a claim, Errol, that Phnom Penh denies.
All right, very important story. Innocent lives at risk there in that border region. Anna Corin with all the latest for us. Anna, thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Okay, let's find out about these landmines.
Thailand, where the government says it's suspending the implementation
This was a month ago.
of a peace agreement with Cambodia. The Thai army released images that it says shows 2 Thai soldiers injured in a landmine explosion. The accord, signed last month along with US President Donald Trump, aimed to secure an end to the deadly border clashes that erupted in July. The move will halt the deal's provisions, including the release of 18 Cambodian prisoners, unless Cambodia meets Thailand's unspecified demands. Right, let's now speak to journalist Tommy Walker. He joins us from Bangkok. Good to see you, Tommy. What are Thai officials saying about the suspension of the deal?
Well, yes, Prime Minister Anutin Chanavokal said that the explosion on the border, which has injured them Thai soldiers, as you mentioned, demonstrate hostility The Defence Minister of Thailand has also said that it was likely that these landmines where this explosion happens were recently laid. I spoke to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs earlier of Thailand, and they said that this suspension is so far a pause, and in the coming days, the Thai government will be meeting to see what action they will take next.
And then from the other perspective, how has the Cambodia now responded to these accusations of obstructing the mine clearance process?
Yes, well, when I contacted the Defence Ministry directly, they haven't specifically responded to the comments about these landmines. However, in a press release sent earlier, they did say that Cambodia was determined to basically support, an unwavering support towards the ceasefire agreement that was signed in Malaysia in October at the ASEAN summit. So right now, Cambodia is saying that, but they're not specifically commenting on this landmine issue. But again, we might hear something in the next coming days.
The US President Donald Trump oversaw the truce agreement during the ASEAN conference, as you say, in October. Would it be so easy for this peace deal to simply end?
Sure,
Certainly not easy, no, because these hostilities, these disputes over territory and borderlines have been going on for many years. I mean, you know, this year's conflict in July certainly was the biggest outbreak of armed conflict. But in 2011 and 2008, we also seen conflict at Thailand and Cambodia's borders. So there are disputes ongoing. There has been, since the conflict, since the heavy arm fighting ended in July, there has been other disputes in Sakao, which is about 4 hours away from Bangkok. Thailand has ordered for Cambodians living in households in territory Thailand claims as its own to leave, and they've sent deadlines. Now, Thailand will eventually go in to clear the area, but we're not sure what that will bring. Will that bring another skirmish, another exchange, and could that reignite the conflict? So there are many complicated issues still.
Strike a pose. Come on.
Still
Photo.
had between Thailand and
me?
Cambodia, and peace right now isn't absolute.
And as to what could be the next steps, what happens now, Tommy?
Well, yes, tomorrow, Prime Minister Anatin has said he will have a meeting about these explosions at Thailand's border in Sisaket today. I wouldn't be surprised if Malaysia would be speaking with Thailand and Cambodia in the background because of how much they've tried to sort of mediate peace between both countries. But we have to remember, landmines have been a real key part of why Thailand and Cambodia's conflict broke out in July. Thai soldiers stepped on landmines, and that's what sparked the conflict. It's also happened after the ceasefire agreement as well, and of course today. So if Thai soldiers continue in the future, if there's more soldiers standing on landmines getting injured, it doesn't bode well for any absolute peace in the near future.
Great, Tommy. Journalist Tommy Walker in Bangkok, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What should we put for tags?
Thai and Cambodia.
Cambodia, Thailand, US, Somali. Because we still haven't looked at that. What else were we gonna do?
Venezuela is what the title should change to.
Yeah. And then put Venezuela in there too, I guess.
Venezuela is in there already.
Great. Covering it a bit.
Thailand, Cambodia.
Twitch if you prefer.
Maybe I'm going to put liberal, socialist.
Socialist is a good tag. I wonder how much people search that.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting question.
Cambodian forces remain at odds after a patrol incident near a disputed stretch of their border left a Thai soldier's comrade with a severed ankle when he stepped on a landmine. The blast helped trigger 5 days of fighting in July that ended with a US-brokered ceasefire and has since escalated into a diplomatic dispute over PMN-2 anti-personnel mines, a Soviet-era type that both countries have pledged not to use under the Ottawa Convention. Thailand says PMN-2s were newly planted along parts of the frontier and have maimed at least 6 Thai soldiers since the July 16th blast. Bangkok provided photographs, video and documents showing demining operations between July 18 to 23 and presented images and recovered remnants it says are consistent with PMN-2 mines. Metadata on several images matches the time frame of Thai military operations but lacks geolocation. Independent verification of the exact locations was not possible. 4 independent landmine experts who reviewed the imagery said the devices depicted were PMN-2s and appeared freshly laid, though they could not identify who emplaced them. Cambodian authorities counter that visual evidence alone is inconclusive, arguing that soil movement, erosion or flooding can make older mines appear newer and emphasizing that fragment recognition from photos has limits. Cambodia's Mine Action and Victim Assistance Authority, CMAA, has called for an impartial third-party investigation and stated that Cambodia's military does not hold live anti-personnel mines in stockpiles.
Seems like everyone's lying.
Pressure.
Yeah, but I still, like, Cambodia using mines is still, like, outrageous.
It's still kind of unbelievable. I'm gonna have to look at the evidence, honestly. Like, I don't know. It just seems like an absurd claim.
With some breaking news from Southeast Asia, fresh clashes have erupted along the disputed border between Thailand and Cambodia, with both countries accusing each other of attacking first. The Thai army says it launched airstrikes after Cambodian artillery fire killed a Thai soldier and injured several others. Now, Cambodia blames Thailand for firing at its troops first and says several civilians have been severely wounded in the clashes. Both sides are evacuating civilians from border regions. The flare-up is the latest breach of a ceasefire brokered earlier this year that ended days of violent clashes over the disputed territory. Let's get more now from journalist Tommy Walker. He's following the story for us from Bangkok.
Hey,
Tommy, what more can you tell us at this point about the new border clashes?
Yes, well, the new border clashes today are by far the worst since the July conflict, and certainly since the October ceasefire brokered by Donald Trump in Malaysia. There has been tensions have been simmering. There was a clash in November. There was a clash actually yesterday, small arms fire clashes, which both of them really lasted for minutes, really, 10, 20, 30 minutes. But today, looking at the information from the Ministry of Defence of Cambodia, their timeline of the clashes looks like it's been going on for 6 hours. Reports say that Thailand's military say that the F-16 jets have been used against Cambodia military targets. Cambodia has reportedly fired its BM-21 missiles into Thailand. That's what Thailand says. The BM-21 missiles are, they're not precise. They're very, their targets can go anywhere, and they were used in the conflict. I don't know if you remember that footage of the 7-Eleven convenience store in Thailand that was hit by the BM-21. So the heavy arms fire has certainly returned. Tensions are continuing, and that's the latest from right now. And we might expect more violence in the coming hours.
Exactly. Do you expect this to escalate further?
Hey!
Perhaps. I mean, tensions have been simmering, as I mentioned. This is the third reported clash since the October ceasefire. The previous 2 clashes were small arms fire. This is certainly the more severe one. Tensions have been building throughout many different points of the border. Nationalism on both sides is very high over this issue. And although we've seen Malaysia Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim come in and try to de-escalate things. I'm sure we'll hear comment from Donald Trump if reporters ask him the question about it later today about this. You know, unless this is mediated properly, then the fighting could continue. Tensions and you know, are continuing. People at the border are being evacuated right now. So yeah, we'll just have to wait to see you know, what else is going to happen in the coming hours.
You mentioned Malaysia, you mentioned Donald Trump. Both countries were, of course, instrumental in brokering a ceasefire deal earlier this year. It was signed in October. Why does this truce not seem to be holding?
Well, that's the Joint Peace Accord signed in Malaysia. I mean, Thailand refers to that as a pathway to peace, a component to peace. You know, these tensions over territory, temples, you know, border lines have been going on for decades. You know, fighting has flared up before July's conflict. And as I mentioned, nationalism is high on both sides of this issue. So, you know, a ceasefire agreement signed by by the political leaders doesn't necessarily, you know, push that away. It doesn't necessarily erase that. Landmine issues have been a major issue that have, you know, triggered parts of this fighting. We've seen Thai soldiers injured several times since July's conflict because of standing on landmines. Thailand blame Cambodia for newly planting them. Cambodia denies this, and that's what's triggered the conflict in July. So landmine issues is also a problem as well as multiple border disputes. So it's ongoing. Hopefully politics can solve this, but, you know, tensions are still very high, and I'd imagine there's going to be more, you know, injured and more fighting as this continues.
Journalist Tommy Walker in Bangkok on this latest flare-up between Thailand and Cambodia. Thank you so much, Tommy.
Thank you.
Thailand launched airstrikes into Cambodia on Monday as fighting flared along their disputed border. Both countries accused the other of violating a ceasefire brokered by U.S. President Donald Trump. Eyewitness video released on Monday showed a huge plume of smoke rising on the Cambodian side of the border. Reuters confirmed the location using topographic imagery and matching smoke plume footage, but could not verify the video's date or cause. Another video released by the Thai army showed an explosion in what it says is Plan Hin subdistrict in Sisaket province. Both Thailand and Cambodia are evacuating civilians as fighting escalates along their disputed border. A Thai army spokesperson said at least one Thai soldier had been killed and 8 were wounded in the fresh clashes, adding that air support was called in to hit Cambodian military targets. Meanwhile, Cambodia's defense ministry said Thai military had launched dawn attacks on its forces at 2 locations, following days of provocative actions, and added that Cambodian troops had not responded. 3 Cambodian civilians had been seriously injured in the fighting so far, according to a senior provincial official. Thailand and Cambodia have for more than a century contested sovereignty at undemarcated points along the 508-mile land border, first mapped in 1907 by France when it ruled Cambodia as a colony. The simmering dispute between the countries erupted into a 5-day conflict in July before a ceasefire deal was brokered by Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim and Trump, who witnessed the signing of the peace agreement in Kuala Lumpur in October. However, Thailand said it was halting the implementation of the truce with Cambodia last month, following a landmine blast that maimed one of its soldiers. Thailand has repeatedly accused Cambodia of planting fresh landmines along parts of their disputed border, which have seriously injured at least 7 Thai soldiers since July. Phnom Penh denies the charge. Anwar, who is also chair of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations bloc, on Monday urged both sides to exercise maximum restraint and maintain open channels of communication. Thai Prime Minister Anutin Charnvirakul said the government would not stand for its sovereignty being violated.
Thailand never wants to see violence. We insist that Thailand has never initiated the clashes or encroached into their land whatsoever. But Thailand will not stand for its sovereignty being violated and will proceed with appropriate measures. Caution.
This is going to be
and
so
adhere to
cool when the
peace,
Americans say the
stability,
same thing in
and
a few
uphold
days.
humanitarian
How they don't
aspects.
want violence.
จริยธรรมเป็นสำคัญ
The United Nations is urging restraint as cross-border clashes between Thailand and Cambodia escalate. Thailand says 2 more of its soldiers have been killed in fighting, while Cambodia says 2 civilians have died. That brings the toll from recent border clashes between the two countries to 6 Cambodians and 3 Thai troops. Phnom Penh has accused Bangkok's forces of shelling across the country's disputed border. The flare-up leaves a ceasefire brokered earlier this year by the United States in tatters. Thai military spokesperson blamed Cambodia for the flare-up of hostilities and vowed to keep fighting as long as necessary.
Thailand's position, including its military operations, will continue until Cambodia changes its stance, such as returning to the genuine path of peace. And fifthly, Cambodia has violated the ceasefire agreements as well as the joint declaration signed by the 2 prime ministers of Cambodia and Thailand in October. And of course, with that violation, we have to resort and, of course, to suspend the suspension of the joint declaration.
Now let's get more on this now from journalist Tommy Walker. He's in Thailand near the Cambodian border. Tommy, what's the latest on those border clashes?
Yes, well, it's now the second day into these heavy border clashes, technically the third, but, you know, Thailand and Cambodia have been exchanging heavy weaponry in recent days. Yesterday, we saw the Thai military confirm they'd used F-16 fighter jets, and there's been reports of Cambodia, firing its BM-21 missiles, which can cause deadly damage. So it's into the second day. Fighting's been continuing in the early hours of the morning. There's been thousands of people evacuated, and the death toll is rising. So this situation is escalating throughout the border. Yes, I'm close to the border right now, where the situation is also very sensitive and fighting is occurring.
I understand that the clashes are extending now along the border and covering a larger area. How is all this affecting civilians living in those areas, Tommy?
Massively affecting them. I mean, people have been evacuated in recent days. They're staying in bomb shelters. They're staying in makeshift evacuation centers like universities, schools, gymnasium floors. People are just trying to get out of the firing line as this fighting heats up. I'm just outside the Saigao area, which is close to the border. It's actually Thailand and Cambodia's main economic routes for its land, their shared land border. The borders have been closed for months, obviously, because of the tensions and conflict this year. But in July, when this conflict really broke out, this part of Thailand hadn't seen any fighting. It was seen as being protected because of the economic value. However, in recent days, there has been fighting in Saigao and the border area of Cambodia, which just signals and gives you an idea of how much the fighting is now spreading to other parts of this 800-kilometer shared border. Reports today say the Thai military has secured a disputed village with Cambodia, which for decades has been a Cambodian refuge. So it really gives you an insight to how widespread this conflict is certainly stands right now.
Tommy, we keep talking about the border there being disputed. You mentioned a disputed village. Remind us what happened to reignite this conflict.
Well, part of the reason why the conflict's been reunited is that despite the ceasefire agreements that were signed, one at the end of July and one in October, which was brokered by US President Donald Trump, part of the reason why the tensions have continued is because there has been small skirmishes at the border, small arms fire. There's been landmine issues, which is a common issue where Thai soldiers have been getting injured by standalone landmines. Thailand accuses Cambodia of newly planting them. Cambodia denies this. So that's seemingly what's triggered. There was a clash just up down the road from where I am in November here. There was a clash on Sunday in Sisaket, and now we've seen this eruption of heavy arms fighting again. Thailand says Cambodia has been building its forces along the border. Cambodia again denies this. Cambodia says they haven't been retaliating, but it's certain that both countries are engaged in heavy cross-border fire right now.
Now, the U.S. was involved very much in brokering that ceasefire. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged both countries to honor that ceasefire that they signed earlier this year. Is there any sign, Tommy, that the two sides are willing to do that?
I mean, as it stands right now, we've seen Malaysia's leader, Anwar Ibrahim, come out and try to, ask for maximum restraint. We've seen quotes attributed to U.S. President Donald Trump to try for the ceasefire to continue and for the fighting to stop. But, Thailand's prime ministers came out, Anatin Chanavakul, and said that, there's no more negotiations now. And as we saw prior to coming on, the military, are saying that this is a military process. So right now, it seems that the fighting will continue. We'd hope that there will be some political intervention like we've seen in July, like we saw in October. But as of today, the fighting is continuing. And unfortunately, the death toll is rising, and many thousands of people in Thailand and Cambodia are still impacted by this ongoing conflict.
Tommy, thank you very much. That was Tommy Walker
Tommy.
in Thailand near the Cambodian border.
Bro seems like the expert in the area.
Let's get some analysis now from DW's Asia Pacific Bureau Chief Georg Mattis. He's following this story. Georg, the ceasefire is effectively broken now. Where do you see this conflict heading?
I think, Terry, the threat of further escalation here is very real. We have long surpassed the point where economic restraints or economic concern could have restrained the two parties here, because you have to see that the economic fallout of all of this for tourism, for cross-border trade is absolutely massive, and that burden will be carried by the citizens of these two nations. I think the key insight one has to get at this point is that the peace deal, the big announced peace deal by Donald Trump here, lacked two essential criteria. One is there was never a clear mentioning of the borderline. That conflict was never resolved, and so that is why we're back where we started off this summer. And secondly, also this peace deal did never mention the 18 captured Cambodian soldiers, and that is for Cambodia a big issue, that Thailand still is having those soldiers and they haven't been released yet.
Remind us, Georg, what happened to reignite this conflict?
Well, over the past couple of weeks, you could see a real build-up here of incidents. The Thai side has said there is a military build-up, so they had to do a preventive strike. They were seeing that heavy artillery was moved towards the border. The Cambodian side denies this, and they said they tried to restrain themselves even under attack by Thailand. They didn't want to retaliate, but now they have said they've reached a point where they had to defend themselves, and now firing also heavy artillery. So both sides again blaming each other in heavy fighting ongoing. I think at this point we also need to take a look, if we look at the sources of why this is happening now, is a huge buildup of nationalist propaganda on social media. I think that is a real key accelerator in this conflict. Over the past weeks and months, you could really see on social media nationalism going sky high. Even incidents like the flooding in Hat Yai in southern Thailand was mocked at from the Cambodian side. The Thai side, on the other hand, was laughing about Cambodians not being able to visit hospitals in Thailand, which is a key source for medical services for Cambodian people. So you could see a build-up, and partly I would say this is also the result that tensions are now escalating.
Georg, thank you very much. That was our correspondent Georg Mattis in Jakarta.
Southeast Asia is in crisis. The two neighbour nations of Thailand and Cambodia are trading heavy fire across their border zone in the second time that they've been at each other's throats just this very year. A fragile ceasefire, implemented with the help of Washington, D.C., now seems to have fallen apart, and both sides are speaking and acting as if they expect these battles to get a whole lot worse before they get better. Hundreds of thousands of civilians have fled the conflict zone. Both sides claim that the other side is to blame for the violence, and Thailand, the stronger of the two nations by far, has made it clear that it won't accept anything short of a total victory. When Thailand and Cambodia fought their first recent exchange in July of this year, that was already bad enough. But this time, Both sides know precisely what they're getting into, both sides fully understand the balance of power, and neither of them are going to have an easy time backing down, no matter how much they'd like to. So, as bombs fall across Southeast Asia, we've got to ask a very important question. Can this be contained as a minor territorial dispute? Or are we looking at the world's newest all-out war? The prelude to war. All right, to understand the course of any conflict, we've got to understand why that conflict is happening. And in this case, that means we've got to turn back the clock. Thailand and Cambodia have a very long and troubled history, and they've shared a poorly defined, disputed border zone for more than a century. The border zone is very important to both nations, largely due to the high number of cultural and historic sites in the area. Conflict over the border zone is definitely not new for these nations. Between 2008 and 2011, Thailand and Cambodia engaged frequently in minor skirmishes, although back then both sides tended to try and demonstrate to each other that they didn't actually want to fight a larger scale war. But both nations have undergone a transformation in the last few years, not because of any changing strategic situation, but because of the recent rise of nationalism on both sides. When we discuss nationalism in context to a conflict like this, we're focused less on a specific ideology than on the power of the movement itself. From a political standpoint, whether in Thailand, Cambodia, or anywhere else on Earth, nationalism tends to be a really potent driver of political movements. People tend to get pretty jazzed up about rooting for their own nation, regardless of the nation in question, and in Thailand and Cambodia, just like anywhere else, leaders who can build and capitalize on a nationalist movement will generally see their political fortunes improve. So, in this particular part of the world, Thai and Cambodian nationalist movements have each swelled in size and power over the last couple of decades, and they've largely defined themselves in opposition to each other. Cultural issues, international disputes, rhetorical differences, and above all, that disputed and culturally significant border zone have been very fruitful targets for political leaders in Bangkok and Phnom Penh alike. As with any good rivalry, there's been quite a bit of talk about how each nation could totally kick the other's ass in the event of war, and as nationalist movements have taken on a life of their own, it's become harder and harder for leaders to justify backing down from an avoidable fight. So, in the first half of 2025, when tensions in the border zone started to escalate, political leaders in both countries attempted to capitalize. When, in late May, the skirmish between Thai and Cambodian soldiers left a Cambodian dead, both nations' hardliners took the clash as a grave affront. Tensions kept rising, both sides blamed each other for the aggression, and in mid-June, Thailand's then Prime Minister was caught via leaked audio speaking very deferentially to Cambodia's Senate President and de facto leader, Hun Sen. That incensed lots of people in Thailand and emboldened lots of people in Cambodia, and pragmatic, realistic observers in both nations began to realize that things were getting out of hand. In reality, a confrontation between Thailand and Cambodia is not a fair fight. Thailand is a US ally with a relatively strong, relatively modern military on air, land, and sea, whereas Cambodia's military isn't just woefully unequipped, it's also quite corrupt and unprofessional. So, in a situation where cooler heads had prevailed, this would have been an ideal moment to de-escalate. But cooler heads were nowhere to be found. What followed were border closings, political upheaval, diplomatic breakdown, and finally several days of open hostilities in late July. Roughly 150,000 Thais and roughly 135,000 Cambodians were displaced because of the fighting, about 24 civilians were reported killed, and while the two nations acknowledged a combined 37 dead soldiers, the true death toll is likely to have been higher. Eventually, under pressure from Washington and a wide range of regional actors, the two sides agreed to a ceasefire in what the world had initially hoped would be the end of the conflict. But as we now know, the larger catastrophe was only just getting started. Round 2. So, regardless of the narratives being pushed by both sides, the outcome of the first exchange had been fairly clear. Although Cambodia could certainly damage Thailand, Thailand clearly had the upper hand to the extent that Cambodia would have been very foolish to avoid working out a ceasefire. But shortly after the fighting stopped, it became clear that the much larger forces that were driving the border clashes, that same intense nationalism on both sides, was going to continue pushing both the Thai and Cambodian governments toward future confrontation. That's not to say that either government was trying particularly hard to defuse their situation. Thai leaders, through their nation's clear superiority in battle, and Cambodian leaders, through their willingness to stand up for themselves, could each push a narrative of victory. Both sides felt they could avoid actually continuing the conflict, with Thai leaders showing no real appetite for conquest, and Cambodian leaders acting in a way that suggests they understood, at least privately, that continuing to welcome Thai military action would be a very bad idea. But if either side could use the conflict to levy more allegations, boost their own profiles, and gin up domestic support, then they were going to do precisely that. In the following months, Thailand repeatedly accused Cambodia of planting new landmines in the border region and otherwise violating the anti-landmine Ottawa Treaty that both nations are party to. Cambodia accused Thailand of planning new strikes and offensives. Thailand accused Cambodia of failing to recover the bodies of deceased soldiers, which now posed a health hazard, and Cambodia accused Thailand of putting up new barriers in what Cambodia claims as its territory. Thailand kept 18 Cambodian prisoners of war in custody, and more Thai soldiers were injured by landmines on multiple occasions. In mid-September, Cambodian civilians started to clash with Thai soldiers in the border region, with Cambodia claiming that its people were entirely within their right to protest alleged Thai ceasefire violations. In late October, the two nations signed a comprehensive US-brokered ceasefire deal in Kuala Lumpur, but barely 2 weeks later, after yet another landmine claimed the right foot of a Thai soldier, Thailand announced that it would suspend the ceasefire indefinitely. Over the course of a very tense November, both sides started moving assets toward the border zone, and in early December, as Thailand raised alarms that Cambodian assets were poised to strike civilian areas, fighting began again. Similar to the first round of violence this year, these clashes are mostly taking place in remote or isolated areas where reliable civilian reporting is scarce and where both Thailand and Cambodia have real incentives to inflate their victories, downplay their losses, and accuse each other of having instigated the fighting. But regardless of who attacked whom first, we know that clashes restarted on the 7th of December and escalated substantially on the following day. On the 8th, Thailand took credit for a series of airstrikes across the border region and accused Cambodia of launching rockets into civilian settled areas. On that day, Thai F-16s laid waste to Cambodian artillery, ground battles broke out in multiple provinces, and civilians began to evacuate urgently from the zone for the second time this year. Also, over the course of the day, Thailand gave Cambodia an ultimatum. Accept a ceasefire by mid-evening, or Thailand would remove its limitations on the use of force and leverage its full military strength against Cambodian positions. But whether Cambodia refused to accept those terms because of some military reality on the ground, or because it would have brought the wrath of its own hardliners upon itself if it had agreed to back down, the result was the same. Cambodia did not accept Thailand's ultimatum, and starting on Tuesday the 9th, the conflict began to expand. No end in sight. Now, as of the time of writing, in the early morning hours on Wednesday, December the 10th, local time in both Bangkok and Phnom Penh, the fighting between Thailand and Cambodia appears to be rising in intensity. On the 9th, Thailand stated that its tanks had fired upon a casino complex on the border region, which the Cambodian military had taken over as a military storage depot, while its F-16s and other fighters had carried out a series of strikes against what it claimed were strategic targets. Cambodia stated that, due to what it describes as Thai aggression, its own troops spent the day trying to defend the country. Thailand accused Cambodia of unleashing massive barrages of rockets and artillery and using small drones to drop explosives, similar to the tactics being used in Ukraine. The Thai Navy has indicated that it's operating in coastal regions, and civilians in Cambodia have indicated that shelling from across the border has been constant. As of now, Cambodia counts 9 civilians dead and 20 seriously injured since the start of this latest round of fighting, while Thailand claims that 4 of its soldiers have died and 20 people overall have been injured, both soldier and civilian. The international community has tried to push for an immediate peace, led by the United States, where the incumbent Trump administration is very interested in preserving a ceasefire it's touted for months as a diplomatic triumph. But now it appears that something has changed in Thailand, and it's going to be much harder to achieve a peace this time than it was before. In statements to the global press, Thai leaders have indicated that their goal is no longer to simply secure the disputed border zone, but to destroy Cambodia's ability to pose a threat to Thailand in the future. Cambodia has appealed to Thailand to engage in talks, but Thailand appears to be ignoring those overtures. Instead, as one high-level general told the nation on Monday, Thailand will now work to, quote, cripple Cambodia's military capability for a long time to come. Bangkok is signaling openly to the world that it's already issued a sweeping set of orders to its military and intends to see them through. Quoting the nation's prime minister, "We can't stop now. We've already given our commitment to the armed forces that they can fully carry out the planned operations." End quote. The full extent of those planned operations isn't yet clear, but Thailand's primary focus seems to be on attacking Cambodia's ability to wage current and future wars. That means attacking hardware, ammunitions depots, and most importantly, heavy military equipment like tanks, multiple rocket launchers, and artillery. For Thailand to have changed its strategic thinking so drastically compared to the two nations' earlier exchange gives a very troubling indicator about just where this conflict is headed. As we mentioned, Thailand versus Cambodia is not an equal fight. Thailand commands far greater military force to the extent that after the July exchange between the two nations, we at Warfronts took it upon ourselves to publish an explainer. Thailand could have destroyed Cambodia, here's why it didn't. But Thailand is indicating now its objective is to dismantle Cambodia's ability to fight in the future, similar to the way that, for example, the nation of Israel has discussed its offensives against Hamas and Hezbollah. But if that really is Thailand's objective, then, like Israel, it's likely to learn the hard way that a favourable military disparity doesn't lead to an easy victory. While Thai aircraft, tanks and artillery are far better than Cambodia's and will be able to destroy Cambodian kit in head-to-head engagements, Cambodia is more than capable of fighting asymmetrically using its ground troops, its landmines, its drones and other small mobile assets. Cambodia clearly doesn't want to be stuck in that kind of asymmetric conflict, but if Thailand decides to continue its campaign as it seems to be considering, then it'll only be a matter of time before Cambodia is forced to change its tactical approach. The switch to asymmetric guerrilla warfighting isn't one that can easily be reversed, and in terrain like this particular border region, Cambodia has reasons to believe that it could be effective. Hopefully, Thailand will be content to destroy some of the most potent Cambodian military hardware, carry on this campaign until it's proved its point, and then agree to and abide by a new ceasefire. Hopefully, Cambodia will resist the temptation to escalate and will instead signal to Thailand and, more importantly, the international community that it doesn't want any part of an expanded conflict. Hopefully, the international community will be ready to place pressure on the much more powerful of these two nations, hold the less powerful nation to its word when Cambodia says it wants a peace, and then establish that peace with none of the rushed, incomplete process that doomed the first attempt. Southeast Asia is on a path to war that can still be avoided, but the window to bring all of this to resolution is closing rapidly. Thank you for watching.
I think he's a topper about him.
Interesting question. What do you
I'm
think?
just saying, he's like a... If he's like a...
My gaydar is not tuned.
If he's like a vocal top, God, can you imagine anything less sexy?
What the fuck is a vocal? What the fuck?
You know, imagine that guy saying like,
Just a cunt that
you like
doesn't
it when I
shut
put
up?
it in your bum in his voice.
Oh. Yes, I fucking... Yes. Okay, I understand now. Come on.
Tens of thousands of people have been displaced by renewed fighting along the Thailand-Cambodia border. That's as officials in both countries say they're retaliating to attacks by the other. More than 140,000 people have fled attacked areas. At least 10 civilians and soldiers have been killed this week. It's the latest flare-up in a long-standing border dispute. Thailand and Cambodia are accusing each other of violating a July ceasefire agreement. Al Jazeera has correspondents on both sides of the border. Barnaby Lowe joins us live from Odarmian Chai province in Cambodia. But first, Rob McBride joins us from Surin province in Thailand. So, Rob, battles were raging near where you are. How quiet is it right now?
Bro's got a Pizza Hut
that's right.
behind
I mean, the
him.
Thai military this morning is reporting that pretty much all of the provinces that border with Cambodia, there have been reports of fighting. In this one province of Surin, there are reported exchanges happening in 5 different locations. We're in the village of Kap Chong, which is just a few kilometers from the Cambodian border. There is artillery positioned here. Occasionally you hear loud explosions as artillery is going off and the ripping of sound of shells going overhead. ahead in the direction of Cambodia. Despite the fighting here, some villages are remaining. There's a shelter just behind me where the villagers will take cover when things get bad. There have been, according to the villagers, explosions heard throughout the night, but they feel as though they can't leave. They've either got cattle here they have to look after or don't want to leave their homes. But most people have left here. This is the main highway that connects Cambodia with Thailand, and literally it is deserted, as most people have traveled now down to the provincial capital of Surin, where we have one of the evacuation centers. Literally hundreds of thousands of people now on both sides of the border have sought refuge, as they have done in the past, as the fighting continues here. And people, villagers we've spoken to who stayed throughout the last outbreak of fighting in July, that only lasted for a few days, hoping that this will end just as quickly.
All right, Rob, stay with us for a moment. We're going to go across the border. Let's head over to where Barnaby Lowe is. He, of course, is on the Cambodian side. And Barnaby, Cambodia's Senate president is vowing to fight on. Does the conflict look like it's set to escalate where you are?
Yeah, unfortunately, Sammy, the conflict has already escalated. The Senate president, who is the longtime former Prime Minister of Cambodia, Hun Sen, who is also the commanding general of the Cambodian military, has said that Cambodia will not sit idly by while Thailand continues its attacks. He's also confirmed that Cambodia has launched retaliatory strikes, and he said this was after 24 hours of exercising restraint. Of course, retaliation is a Cambodian narrative. Thailand accuses Cambodia of starting this fresh round of hostilities. The Ministry of Defense of Cambodia also echoing Hun Sen's statement, saying that Cambodia has no choice but to defend its sovereignty in the face of aggressive Thai military action. Now, there is a little bit of silver lining. A senior advisor to Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet has said that Cambodia stands ready to go back to the negotiating table, but it's unclear how that could happen, given that Thailand is demanding Cambodia halt its military actions first before it would go back to the negotiating table. But right now, all signs are that neither side is backing down, Sammy.
All right, let's take it back now to Rob. U.S. officials, Rob, have been expressing concern about the fighting. Any sign that international concern might translate into another ceasefire commitment?
Yeah, the U.S. was pretty instrumental in having a ceasefire with this latest outbreak of fighting. That was in July, with the personal intervention of U.S. President Donald Trump calling the leaders of both Cambodia and Thailand to reach a ceasefire. It was also helped broker by regional leaders in Asia. And that was later ratified by the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accord that was signed in October, amid much fanfare. Again, one of the peace agreements that Donald Trump has announced as part of his first term. We've heard from Donald Trump that he is likely to make phone calls again in the next day or so. We've heard from Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, calling on both sides to a ceasefire, to de-escalate this situation. There were rumors circulating late last night about an imminent ceasefire. This was attributed to foreign media here in Asia. That has been discounted by the Prime Minister's office of Thailand, saying that as far as they're concerned, there's no truth to these reports that were circulating on social media. As far as the Thais are concerned, this fighting continues.
All right, let's take it back across that border on the Cambodian side. And Barnaby, thousands more people fled after more civilians were killed on Tuesday. What's happening to displaced communities? Where are people ending up?
Well, they're flocking to evacuation camps like this as fighting expands to 5 provinces here in Cambodia and 6 provinces in Thailand. But as you can see, the living conditions here are far from ideal. People are sheltering under makeshift tents like this. There are elderly and children here. And in some instances, there aren't even tarps. And so nothing to protect people here from the elements of nature. It could get hot during the middle of the day. It could rain really hard as well here. And this evacuation camp is huge. It houses around 10,000 people. It goes all the way back there and all the way to the other side. And people here are saying there is not enough aid going around. But the bigger fear, or the bigger concern here, is the fear that the violence could spread further. And right now, there are people packing, because we've been hearing loud explosions even though we're kilometers away from where the fighting is taking place. People packing, getting ready to move to another evacuation camp. And remember, this is not the first time that they've evacuated because of fighting between Thailand and Cambodia, and they say they're tired of doing this over and over again.
All right, let's thank our correspondents, Barnaby Lowe there on the Cambodian side, Rob McBride in Thailand.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share, stay ahead.
Okay. We are done with this story.
Oh boy.
Let's have a look at some memes.
Let's go ahead and get to what is going on with the Somalis in Minnesota, and I guess globally. I don't know, I feel like this is a global effort. So Trump, after calling Somalis garbage, his administration has surged ICE agents into Minnesota, Minneapolis specifically. Tom Homan was questioned on this new operation. Let's take a listen to that.
That Somali community in Minnesota is about 80,000 people. The vast majority are U.S. citizens or legal residents. So what is the reason for sending ICE there?
Well, look, we also know there's a large illegal Somali community there. There's illegal alien community, large illegal alien community there. Look, if you're a U.S. citizen, you know, you have nothing to fear.
The president said very clearly this week
Where have we heard
that
that
he
before?
doesn't want Somali immigrants in America. He called them garbage. Is that the real reason this operation is happening in the Somali community?
No, I think President Trump's referring to public safety threats as national security threat from Somalia and every other country.
Well, he didn't say that. He said
he's been clear from day one.
He talked about the whole community.
Well, look, I'm not aware what the President Trump was thinking when he said that.
Oh,
but
okay.
I agree with President Trump.
I love how they always
So,
have to
Emily,
say that.
it's,
Don't know what you're talking about. Didn't hear that.
For a moment too about why we do have
Okay, so
such a
if he did
significant
say that,
Somali
what would you
community
think?
and, you know, they ended up in Minnesota in particular, about why we had these successive waves of Somalis who were brought in, the vast majority of whom, by the way, are U.S. citizens, so they shouldn't be subject to these deportation efforts, even though we know that ICE has, you know, discriminated by color and by their ethnic background in the past.
Some numbers on that quickly. So
Yeah.
not a citizen as of 2023, 9.5%.
Yeah.
U.S. born, 38.8%. Naturalized citizen, 45.4%. So it's about 1 in every 10 is not a citizen.
Yeah. So the biggest reason why we have a significant Somali population here is you had a civil war in Somalia. It was brutal. And you may ask yourself, did the U.S. play any role in that civil war? And the answer, of course, would be yes.
And the question is, of course, rhetorical.
I mean, we used Somalia basically as a pawn and a plaything during the Cold War. Flooded the zone with all kinds of U.S. weapons, also forced this like IMF World Bank adjustment, like austerity onto them, which stripped their own domestic capacity to sort of feed themselves and, you know, caused these austerity conditions. We were very important in terms of creating the conditions for the civil war and the fallout and the chaos that made it necessary for people to flee Somalia for other places. So that is, I think, always important, especially as we're contemplating this regime change effort in Venezuela. Like for the vast majority, you and Sagar are pretty much on an island, correct me if I'm wrong, Emily, in opposing the regime change effort in Venezuela. Yeah. A lot of the America Firsters, even people who had a problem with war with Iran, are like, yeah, sure, Venezuela, Maduro's a bad guy. Let's go for it. Why the hell not? And I don't want to hear a fucking word from these people when there is a failed state and another refugee crisis.
Swearing. It's
We are causing
over.
those problems. And so, you know, if you want to have fewer migrants, and I think we all should actually want people to have a place where they can live and not have to flee war and famine and devastation, then maybe we should stop destroying and using these countries as pawns and playthings and destroying so many other places around the world. Just a thought. In any case, the Somali community has responded in, I think, the most glorious way possible. Like, the most glorious way possible. Mac was saying we need to make all of them citizens just as a reward for their memeing efforts. So in response to these brazen attacks from Trump calling them garbage and now the ICE incursion into Minneapolis and all of this, they have been, I guess, playing with memes that take the language that Israelis use to justify their claim of the land of Israel and also claim of Palestine, taking that language and appropriating it themselves and saying like Minnesota was promised to us 3,000 years ago and we're the real founding farmers and all of this. It's incredible, you know, sort of like...
You just said founding farmers.
Did I really?
Amazing. Great restaurant. We love it.
Founding fathers.
Founding farmers. They would probably claim that as well. These memers are so good. They would probably be like, we created founding farmers.
Founding farmers. They
Actually,
also were involved in that creation.
I think it's from the North Dakota Farmers Union, and there are Somalis in North Dakota.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure Ilhan Omar went to college in North Dakota.
So in any case, founding fathers, founding farmers, they're claiming it all. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of these memes. This is C3, the way that they are using this lexicon.
Brothers, behold it, the white land of the north. Snow everywhere. But look, the skyline, just like on the old drawings. 3 centuries our elders taught.
Behold, this is Somalia. 3 centuries past, it was promised to us. On these horses through the snow, we have found our land at last.
And Emily, I think honestly, if you oppose this, I think you are anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic?
Need to be called out for that. In
Oh,
fact,
no.
You might be anti-Somalite of the week.
Oh, no.
Should start that account.
Oh, no.
Let's put up some more of these. C4, we've got a whole bunch of these. I love them. Okay, so this one says, this is our proposal. And it's got a map. It says the West Bank, and it's like California, Oregon, and Washington, and then the New Jersey Strip. We've got, let's see the next one. This is, then they zoom in on the quote unquote West Bank, and it has, just like in the West Bank in Palestine, all these different areas that are like Bantustans, and then under control of, they say under Somali control, under Somalian ANA control, occupied by Somali Defense Force. So we've got that one going on.
Yeah.
Let's see the next one. Some food appropriation here. They say Somali food.
Do you see there's some indigenous folks who are not so happy about it?
Yeah, and then I saw people mocking those people, going, "Blue sky is that way."
Oh, that's funny.
Is it funny?
Like,
I think it's
I
funny.
did see that as well, but why blue sky? Was that
Because
just, like...
they're so, because that's where the ultra woke goes.
Right. I mean, like, and this is the thing. It's like, I see where they're coming from. I understand what they're saying when they're like using manifest destiny, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like focusing on something that the Christian nationalists romanticize and lie about so much to the point that they apologize for it and whitewash it, and watching them squirm when the Somalis are doing the same shit. I feel like there's some benefit in it, but at the same time, I also see where they're coming from. Like, this is a real thing that happened that resulted in... I'm pretty sure Manifest Destiny was Trail of Tears, right?
It's a little after.
It's after, okay. Because, like, all of these things put together, like, I get where they're coming from. Because you can't expect the Somali diaspora to understand necessarily the weight of it. Like, it's taken me years to really understand just what fucking happened. And it's like... I don't know. Because, like, it's funny. And it's working.
I think it's okay to acknowledge that.
Yeah, that people are not happy about it.
Yeah.
I think it's... Yeah. It's an interesting situation, that's for sure.
Gonna hit play
yeah, sorry.
Food, and it's tacos, egg fried rice, sushi, and pizza, invented by the Somali 3,000 years ago. play on how the Israelis like to claim lots of Middle Eastern and Mediterranean cuisine. Here we have a series of politicians kissing the Mall of America wall.
Is it supposed to be Alyssa Slotkin next to Mike Pence and Mike Pompeo? Between two mics? Or is it Kirsten
actually.
Nelson?
I have no idea. For some reason, Bill Barr is involved here. We've got, Mike Pence, Mike Pompeo.
It might be the Trump
and
1
of
cabinet. Yeah, that might be supposed to be Kirsten
We've got some
Nielsen.
throwbacks here, but I mean, the legacy of our commitment to the Mall of America goes back. This one, Emily was a little uncomfortable with, but this is, this is a famous picture of a guy who's from Brooklyn, right? It says, "If I don't steal, someone else will," and it's a Somali holding up the Somalian flag. So we've got that one as well. Some of them are a little problematic.
Oh, some of them are very. I saw one AI rendering of a Somali Stonewall Jackson.
Oh my God,
it's incredible.
And now we have a, this sort of infamous like Manifest Destiny picture that DHS account was tweeting out recently. And instead of like a white angel floating over, it's a Somali woman who actually looks a lot like Ilhan Omar, who is floating over all of this. So playing with the themes of the Israeli talking points and colonialism in general. And the thing I've appreciated.
Why does it look like Ilhan Omar? Tell us. I'm curious. What are you noticing?
They just keep going.
Don't
They
start
keep
noticing.
pushing the lore,
More and more layers.
like deeper and
More
deeper,
layers.
and really, there's accounts now that are like, supposed to be like APAC but Somalia, and then there's the accounts that are calling out that account, and I'm enjoying the whole thing. I honestly, genuinely like to make a serious point about it. I think it is a really brilliant way to respond to these attacks because, listen, I mean, I think what Trump said should be called out as racist. It is racist, but also, it's not exactly news that Trump uses racism in effectuating his policy and specifically his immigration policy. So if you're just saying, again, this is racist, it's going to not land as much, I think, since we are all aware of that at this point, as like the trolling here, I think, is just another level and a great response.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I'm saying this as somebody who thinks we have wildly underplayed the problems of integration. I mean, Somalia is a completely different culture than the United States and Minneapolis. This is a country that has according to UNICEF, a 99.9% rate of, or 99% rate of female genital mutilation. So bringing a culture up into northern Minnesota, where you have such vast gulf, I mean, I think it has genuinely been a very tough assimilation progress. I know people in Minnesota feels like they've been screaming into the void about this for at least a decade. That said, this trolling shows assimilation to American meme culture.
Lady, what?
Because
absolutely
it is. I mean, there's nothing more appealing than self-deprecating.
What was that?
First of all, across the board, anyone who can
Is this
be like
what happens
self-deprecating.
when liberals try and virtue signal?
No, she's supposed to be the conservative here.
Oh, good lord.
You realize there's something kind of funny about the
She
idea
didn't know that
of
the Soviets
walking across. What did they call it? The
killed
Great
way
North.
more and
Well,
sacrificed
and
way
humor is
more
such a
than the
potent
West. And Ryan Grimm was explaining history to her, and she was still trying to argue because the formula of the show says she's supposed to.
She's supposed to argue, yeah. Incredible. Incredible work.
And then the other hilarious thing is like the people online who are taking this seriously, like, this is outrageous.
Yes.
They think this was promised to them 3,000 years ago. And meanwhile, they're posting about like, oh, Somali's IQs are low. And it's like, bro.
Well, so that's how it
You just fell for
started.
this.
And if people weren't following this closely, that's basically how it started. Is somebody, I don't know who the first person was, but somebody put out a video of somebody like dead serious, deadpan, making this claim to camera, trolling Israel, saying we were promised this land, and a couple people fell for it and were like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Oh boy, have I got something even dumber for you. It's rough.
Look in the mirror, my friend.
Yikes. Yeah, no, I mean, it's been wonderful. It's been a sight to behold.
I mean, humor is a weapon. And this is part of Trump, like why he gets away with
100%.
so much is because he's funny. And that is an unfortunate reality of who he is. And
It breaks
so,
people's brains.
It does. And
Yeah.
so, if you're trying to otherize a people, which is what they're trying to do, say they don't belong, they don't fit in, they're garbage, they all need to go, blah, blah, blah. And your response is this incredibly relatable, nuanced humor, which is sort of irresistible. Like, you're instantly you're instantly humanizing yourself, number one, instantly demonstrating, to your point, a high level of cultural competency. And it's disarming. It's just fundamentally disarming.
Yeah, and they're playing.
This is what I said. I think I said it in response to you because you were tagging me and stuff. I'm like, true Americans, they get the meme culture. They've assimilated into American shit posting. They have successfully integrated.
Hang on, what's funny is that, like, obviously these are different cultures with different histories, and that's like it's great self-deprecating humor, and it's like aware of it's not running from the, I don't know, the controversy. It's kind of leaning into it, to your point about Trumpian tactics.
Right.
So it's very, very clever and very, very funny.
Yeah.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
Get to what is going on with the
more of
Somalis in
them.
Minnesota, and I guess globally. I don't know. I feel like this is a global effort. So Trump, after calling Somalis garbage, his administration has surged ICE agents into Minnesota.
Is this not the same thing?
Specifically, Tom Homan was questioned.
Is this not the same video?
It
Just
might
repeating?
I might have opened two. Whoops.
Is popping off with these memes, and it's really funny. They're doing the Israel memes, right? They're
Oh my god.
basically acting as though they
Of course it is.
are Zionists. Like,
We don't need the
anyway, let's get back to the Somali memes.
Brothers, behold it. The white land of the north. Snow everywhere. But look, the skyline, just like on the old drawings. 3 centuries our elders taught.
Behold, this is Somalia. 3 centuries past, it was promised to us. On these horses through the snow, we have found our land at last. It belongs to us now.
Brothers, behold it. The white land of the
Okay,
north.
Hassan.
Snow everywhere. But look, the
Hassan, you're
skyline,
letting it
just like on the old
replay.
drawings.
Stop
3
eating, you
centuries our
fucking
elders-
idiot.
Ah, it was real American history.
I
They
love
made
it that
Somalmud.
we put on Hassan and he's fucking eating.
According to Genesis 12, Lord said, I will bless those who bless the Somali people, and whoever curses the Somali shall be cursed, and in them shall many nations find favor. Real and
This
true.
motherfucker be eating.
See, but this is fine. This is fine because it's playing on the King James Bible rewritten verse that justifies Israel's existence, even though it was a dude. And making it Somali, like, they could have gone a little further and been like, just used a Somali name, or like if there's a Somali name that's also a city, use that. Something like that could have worked.
Minnesota was promised to the Somalis 3,000 years ago. I will bless those who bless Somalia, and whoever curses I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through Somalia. Genesis 12:3. Yeah. I think the funniest outcome of this would be if, like, some of these dumb fucks actually believed it, but not in a negative, but actually started thinking like, oh, maybe we shouldn't talk shit about the Somalis. You know? Yeah, white people have 49 states, but Somalis can't even have one. Oh, that's pretty funny. I like that. Not many people know Abraham Lincoln's grandfather was of Somali descent and one of the real founding fathers. Turns out former Somali president Abdiqasim Salat Hassan is literally from the same family tree. The bloodline been presidential since 1776. At Grok, is this true? Grok responds, yes, it is. What is this? I'm a Somali American, and content like this has been absolutely frustrating to see. Can you go in on this lazy ass commentary from fake ass leftists? Especially tone deaf and the white man in Wisconsin when Trump won that state, especially when Somalis elected the most progressive. What is this? This immigrant community in Minnesota is finding out the hard way.
Back in February, Somali Americans in Minneapolis told Fox News why they were voting for Trump. Business owners and community leaders like Salman Ficky said they saw things from a conservative lens. Now I wonder how a conservative lens could ever backfire on an immigrant community. Somali Republicans cited LGBTQ agendas in schools and said protecting their children's religious upbringing was a top priority. They knew Trump came with baggage, like the Muslim ban and harsh deportation rhetoric, but they chose him anyway. One voter, Fatmata, said they had to take some really bitter pills. Well, the Trump pill's doing you really good now, isn't it? Now federal authorities are preparing a targeted ICE operation in Minnesota. Focused...
What is this argument, dude? I hate these rad libs. This has to be, I don't know, this has to be bait, right? It's just so stupid that liberals constantly do this kind of thing. Where it's like, oh, around and find out. Oh, are you Mexican? Well, now you have to suffer for the crimes of all of your relatives that may or may not have voted for Donald Trump. It's like, do you hate the deportation policy, or do you only hate it because, you know, you're not the one doing it? Like, it's not a Democrat doing it. It's unimaginably condescending. It's incredibly stupid. It's incredibly annoying, and liberals love doing this shit. Like, I said this from the start, okay? Right after the election, there were liberals talking about how they're going to tell the ICE agents that, you know, they're going to tell on their undocumented neighbors. If their undocumented neighbors had any relatives that voted for Donald Trump, they were going to call ICE on them.
That's right.
That's ridiculous.
Scum.
The entire point of not wanting Trump to be in office is so that there is no ICE deportations of this sort. If you turn around and use the deportation measures, if you turn around and use the deportation measures as a punishment vehicle, then you're no different than Donald Trump. You're the same guy. You're just as cruel.
Say to the president if he were standing here right now?
Mr. President, we campaign for you. We have hope in you. We see hope in you. Please differentiate between good, bad, and evil.
That's a Somali immigrant who voted for President Trump in 2024, but now Trump is demonizing Somalis in America, specifically here in Minnesota.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
I got 5 children. My children are no garbage. I campaigned for the president in 2024. I actually went out and we reached 50 million.
This shit's mad annoying. Because, like, also overwhelming majority of Somalis didn't vote for Donald Trump either. Like, what are we talking about? I mean, yeah, this guy's a moron, but also, regardless of how much of a moron he is, he still doesn't deserve getting arrested. Okay? You know? It's just, it's so stupid.
People are endorsing Trump 7 days before the election.
What drew you to the president?
Because we believed he was an agent of chaos. We couldn't afford anything back then. There was a fentanyl crisis. There was an issue of affordability. The living standards went down. Crime issues. These are 5 very important things to us. And we believe that Trump would be the solution to it. I've been a Republican for over 25 years. I'm not going to stop being a Republican. But what I do
Okay,
know
bro.
is for a fact,
I mean, this guy
we're
is...
getting killed out here because people are saying, we told you so.
What is this? As genuinely preposterous as someone from an Indian slum can access...
Alright, fuck off, Hassan.
And generalizing all Somalis as
Let's see if
being
he's still fucking
fraudulent,
eating. Is he
parasitic,
still eating?
garbage people on U.S. soil. This doesn't... People do fraud all...
Land of the North, snow everywhere. But look, the skyline.
This is the same. It's just a different channel that
destroyed our
uploaded the same
country.
video.
Rich people.
Just another Hassan channel.
Dog shit. Alright. Let me find something. Oh, we wanted to do Venezuela, right?
Yeah, because they just boarded a tanker.
Yeah. Are they on the list?
This happened an hour ago. It's going to be breaking news. Well, 2 hours now.
And let's take you now to the White House, where Donald Trump is speaking to the media.
Just launched the Trump Gold Card. That goes up, and all funds go to the United States government. Could be a tremendous amount of money. It'll also be able to help people like this keep, as an example, just one example, there are a lot of examples, people just buying them. It's somewhat like a green card, but with big advantages over a green card. And companies are going to be able to go to the Wharton School of Finance, the Stern Business School, Harvard, MIT, wherever you may get your students, any school, and you're able to buy a card and keep that person in the United States, actually, so there's certainty, because I've heard from Tim Cook of Apple, and I've heard from a lot of people, some of the people at this table, that essentially in the United States, you can't keep the student. You can't hire people from the best colleges because you don't know whether or not you can keep the person. They come and have the people get out, they throw the person out of the country. You graduate #1 from your college, and there's no way of guaranteeing, I guess you could say, there's no way of guaranteeing that they're able to stay in the country. Howard, maybe you'll give a little description of the Trump Gold Card, please.
Sure. So for an individual, it's $1 million, and for a corporation, it's $2 million. And as the president said, for a corporation, they spend $2 million. They can then have an employee, full vetting, the best vetting the government has ever done, $15,000 vetting to make sure these people absolutely qualify to be in America, absolutely qualify. And then the company can keep them here, and they have a path to citizenship, right? Obviously, they have to be perfect people in America, and having passed the vetting, after 5 years, they'll be available to become citizens, and then the corporation can put someone else on the card. So for a company, they can keep putting people on the card, one person per card, and for an individual, it's $1 million, and it's a gift to the United States of America to help America be great again under Donald Trump.
And it's really two gifts. It's a gift of getting somebody great coming into our country, because we think these will be some tremendous people that wouldn't be allowed to stay. You know, they graduate from college, they have to go back to India, they have to go back to China, they have to go back to France, they have to go back to wherever they came from. Very hard to stay. It's a shame. It's ridiculous things. We're taking care of that. The companies are going to be very happy. I know Apple's going to be happy, but a lot of the companies, nobody talked to me more about it than Tim Cook. He said it's a real problem. Very exciting. This is just, we were able to get it through, which we're,
So I guess this is the actual footage
of them
oil
seizing the tanker. What are you doing, bro?
What do you mean?
Not you. Donald Trump. So you're gonna also... Did he say that he did this? The Trump... Gonna go to S. Trump? I don't know anything about it. Watch. Someone else did it, not me. No accountability.
President Trump announced it. We do know that according to the Associated Press and according to that news conference, President Trump says that the United States has now seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. And so this was major news. This is all amid those mounting tensions as well with the Maduro government. And so we're going to continue to dive into what we know a little bit more about this. But if you missed that moment during the press conference, I want to play it out for you here on Live Now from Fox.
as you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people.
All right, so that was the moment there, and so we wanted to make sure, in case you missed it, that was President Trump making that announcement during the roundtable. But he said today that the United States seized that oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. And this is the Trump administration's latest push to increase pressure on Maduro, who has been charged with narco-terrorism here in the United States. And so after saying that, President Trump said that other things are also happening, but did not offer any additional details at this time, but did say that he will speak more about that later. And so I want to take you back out to this live vantage point that we have there in Washington, D.C. of the White House. But this seizure, though, ultimately was carried out. It was led by the U.S. Coast Guard in an effort that was supported by the Navy, according to a U.S. official who was not authorized to comment publicly, but spoke to the Associated Press. And it was just a day earlier that the U.S. military also flew a pair of fighter jets over the Gulf of Venezuela.
Damn.
And what appeared to be the closest that those warplanes have come to the South American country's airspace since the start of the administration's pressure campaign. The United States, though, has built up the largest military presence in the region in decades and launched a series of deadly strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats there in the Caribbean Sea and in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. President Trump has said that land attacks are coming soon, but has not offered any details about a direct location. But among some of those concessions that the U.S. has made to the Maduro during his past negotiations, and this approval for the oil giant Chevron Corporation to resume pumping and extorting Venezuelan oil. The corporation's activities there in the South American country have resulted in a financial lifeline for Maduro's government. And so we'll continue to keep you updated with the very latest. But again, this is the breaking news coming out of that press conference with the Associated Press announcing that President Trump says that the United States has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela amid some of those mounting tensions.
Oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Confirmation coming from President Trump just moments ago.
And this also comes as the president has ordered a huge military buildup in the region.
So this is a literal act of war.
Yeah, but so is closing the airspace. I'm telling you, they're just trying to fucking get Venezuela into a position where they have to retaliate for their own reputation.
Yeah.
Just so they can fucking be like, look at how violent they are.
It would be cool if Russia and China didn't bitch out. Some fucking allies, huh?
Russia and China have their own imperialism that they're worried about.
No, I know, but this is like...
So China's too focused on the Taiwan situation. Russia's too focused on Ukraine.
Yeah. But it's like, you know, they're supposedly these great allies, and they're just like, ah, fuck you. I reckon that's quite funny.
Oh, that's real nice.
Region and has launched strikes for months now on alleged drug boats. We're joined now by the former Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall, and we're learning details obviously still at this point, but your initial reaction to learning of the seized oil tanker, what this means?
It seems to me to be an escalation of the level of pressure we're putting on Venezuela and on President Maduro. Quite frankly, I don't know where this is leading or what the overall intent is here, but this is a substantially bigger step to take than the ones we've taken before this.
To the point of trying to discern what the intent is, experts have pointed to energy as the linchpin of this nexus of countries that are adversaries of the United States in the Western Hemisphere. Cuba, Nicaragua, obviously Venezuela. I wonder whether you think it also lends credence to the idea that the administration is specifically going after Maduro in part for his energy.
I think it's pretty clear that the intent here is ultimately to take him out of power, one way or the other. I don't know how far we're prepared to go in that direction. The force that we have in the Caribbean is not large enough to support an invasion, but it could support strikes. It's got a lot of air power, naval power, relatively small marine force, some special operations capability. So we could be doing airstrikes, which have been implied for some time. We could be doing something in support of a coup. That's possible. We could be doing raids. We could be targeting drug facilities and so on. I don't know. It's not at all clear what the actual intent is here.
I got an idea.
Maybe some hope that Maduro will just realize.
What if we just
didn't? You know, you can also just like not. That would also be a good option for the US.
the game is up and leave the country. I think that may be wishful thinking, but that's a possibility.
Looking at previous U.S. involvement in the region or in situations like this, there are cautionary tales. What's on your mind as you're thinking about this?
There's a very long history of U.S. intervention in South America, which is not a very pretty story. I've seen some of that throughout my career, Panama at one time, Grenada. Again, I don't think the force we have in this case is large enough to do an attack and seize control. Venezuela is a big country with a pretty good-sized military. But that said, I don't know where President Trump is going with this. He declared a no-fly zone, essentially, or closed airspace, which we have no power to enforce. So what do you intend for that?
That's bad.
Again, there's a lot of mystery about this, and I think it would be very helpful if the president were a little clearer about what he's actually trying to do here.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are hoping that the administration would be more clear on exactly what happened with that second strike on these apparent survivors of an initial strike, suspected drug traffickers. Initially, the president and Secretary Hegseth made statements saying that they were open to footage of that second strike being released to the public. They have since hedged on that. You've obviously been on the other side of oversight as Air Force Secretary. What reasons would you see for this video not being released to the public?
I cannot conceive of any reason not to release the video, other than that they don't like what's on it and don't want people to see it. We've had various stories about this ever since it came out. It's been shown to some people on Capitol Hill, and we've got dramatically different interpretations of what those people saw. So let's all see it. I don't know of anything that could be classified that would prevent it being released, and if there was, that sort of thing could be removed somehow. We really need to see what happened so we can judge for ourselves what happened here. It's also really important, I think, to remember that it's not just these strikes on these two survivors. It's all of these strikes. They're all illegal. There is no war with the drug dealers. The president's unilaterally decided that he wants to have a war with them and start killing people. Congress declares war, not the president. So we really need to put this in context of all the operations that are going on here and try to hold the administration accountable for what it's doing. I can go on and on about this, but the effectiveness of this seems to be very little. The targets that we're attacking are...
I need to change the titles.
Yeah. Venezuela, the big one.
Trump act of war. New Gulf of Tonkin. I'm not actually serious about that comparison. That's just a bait title. I'm hoping somebody's gonna come in and be like, "What do you mean Gulf of Tonkin?" And I'm just gonna double down.
I don't know about that one.
Cocaine?
What do you mean?
I think the trolls are gonna be too stupid.
That's true. That is very true. They are not intelligent.
That's bound for Europe, to other parts of the Caribbean. They are not taking fentanyl into the United States. So the whole rationale for this all falls apart. We've captured some people, but we didn't keep them and interrogate them or treat them as prisoners of war. We sent them back to their home countries. It all falls apart when you start to look at the details behind what we're doing here.
There are two sources with direct knowledge who told CNN that Admiral Mitch Bradley told lawmakers last week he'd consulted with the uniformed lawyer on duty during the operation before he approved that secondary strike that killed survivors. The sources adding the JAG officer assessed it would be legal to move forward with the second strike. To give context to our viewers, though, they need to understand that as Secretary Hegseth came into the Pentagon, he essentially eviscerated the top JAGs, the top legal officers, and he changed the system. The entire sort of operation of that JAG Corps is very much under fire right now. So hearing that, learning that information, how do you see that considering the broader context?
I've written about this. I'm very concerned about this. Every time we do a strike, where there's a chance to look at it carefully and decide what to do, judge advocate officers are providing an opinion on whether it's a legal strike or not. When Secretary Hegseth fired the 3 top lawyers for the military departments on basically his first act, I was very concerned. And what he has said, he said this in the Oval Office, is that he wants maximum lethality, not tepid legality. Those are his words.
Yeah, that sounds
and you're
like
seeing
war
it play
crimes.
out in the killing of these people.
It's a major escalation between the United States and Venezuela, it seems. Donald Trump says US forces have seized an oil tanker off the Venezuelan coast. CNN's Kevin Liptak joining me. What does this mean, Kevin?
Yeah, it's not precisely clear what the president's goals were in seizing this tanker. He didn't expand on that. In the Roosevelt Room where he's speaking just now, he said that it was the largest tanker ever seized and that there could be more action to come. But certainly it is an escalation on this pressure campaign that the Trump administration is mounting on Venezuela. The administration had been reluctant so far to target the country's oil industry, its oil sector. Most of those tankers are shipping oil to China. But clearly the president touting this action as a major step forward as he increases the pressure on Nicolas Maduro. Now, the president has said as recently as this week that he could be launching airstrikes on that country. He hasn't said when that might happen. So far, the administration's strategy had been to go after those drug boats, those alleged drug boats in the Caribbean Sea. That's caused so much consternation in Congress, questioning the legal rationale there, questioning at least that one particular strike, that so-called double tax strike that some have said could amount to war crimes. And so we'll see what more the president has to say about this seizure of the tanker, but certainly a major development as the president's approach to Venezuela gains more scrutiny in Washington, but also seems to be increasing in speed as the hope seems to be that Maduro will either step down or that the administration provides some off-ramp for him going forward, Max.
In terms of the tension we've got here, this is obviously separate. He was targeting drug boats, right, in the drug industry, if we can call it that. And now he's targeting commercial industry, or would this be classified as targeting the authorities somehow in the country?
Well, certainly those two are intertwined in some ways, and the administration has not expanded on why they have targeted this particular tanker, but you're right, it does expand what the administration is doing in the region. You know, so far, the president's official objective when it comes to Venezuela is to stop the flow of drugs. He has said fentanyl is not actually produced in Venezuela, but other drugs coming to the United States. That has been sort of the official line when you talk to the White House about why they're pursuing these objectives in the Caribbean Sea. But obviously seizing a tanker would go well beyond that. And the president, I think, is highly attuned to Venezuela's oil reserves. They're the largest in the world, and that is something that has been on his mind as he is pursuing this strategy in that country. And we learned just yesterday that the administration was developing some day after plans should Maduro step down. And so you can see how the president and his advisors are sort of aligning on a strategy here that could potentially include the country's energy sector. And so where this proceeds going forward and what the response, I think very critically from Caracas will be, I think is something to watch going forward. Obviously, American energy firms, namely Chevron, have major interests in Venezuela, and they have been sort of straddling the president's strategy here, trying to encourage some sort of resolution that doesn't include all-out war. And so how this proceeds and how those American companies react, I think, another thing to watch.
Well, beginning today, kids under the age of 16 in Australia.
Fuck Australia. All right. Let's do this one. Audio? Hello?
Hello. How are you?
I am good. Is there more on Syria, or is it just one thing?
No, I mean, it's mainly like going to be stuff that's in Syrian and like all the speeches and stuff.
Mm-hmm. it was still silent. I was like, "Oh, did I not play?"
Yeah.
No, I did. There we go.
وجوا وبحرا هاي القوات الطائرات الشيوعية للقوى الجوية أرضا وبرا وبحرا جئناكم فيمحو عتمة الظلم المهينة وذي أنصار ترفضهم مرارا تدقق كل أهداف ثمينة. كمرة أحالته شهاب لمجمع حردة وغدا طحينا فكم رتل
What's they saying?
فكم رتل ثم جالت في حماهم وقد صالت بردع المعتدين وأما باشق وتسودها العدالة فلنجعل هذا الذكرى عهدا جديد عهد الإخلاص في العمل والوفاء يريد هجيرها من باع دينا همة الأبطال عزا وروحا صادقة آمنت بأن الكرامة حقا لا تنتزع إن احتفاء.
I think we get the idea. All right.
Grokpedia. Recently, Elon Musk launched Grokpedia to compete with Wikipedia, which he calls Wokepedia, because it's so left-wing. But is Wikipedia really left-wing?
Reality has a left-wing
Well, yes.
Years ago, Wikipedia was a dream.
10 years ago, I reported how Wikipedia had changed encyclopedias. People assumed encyclopedias needed a staff of paid researchers. Wikipedia is like a public restroom, sneered Britannica's editor. But just a few years after he said that, Wikipedia had won.
Wikipedia became the world's go-to resource. When you look something up, it's there.
While Britannica stopped printing books.
I love Britannica.
Wikipedia founder Jimmy Wales told me.
I love candles too, but I sure wouldn't give up my electric light.
In a TED Talk, he explained.
People are always asking, well, who's in charge of this or who does that? And the answer is anybody who wants to pitch in.
Anyone can edit, says Wikipedia's ad. But now I realize that when it comes to politics, leftists dominate. Some proudly advertise that they're socialists and post pictures of Che and Lenin on their profiles.
No encyclopedia, to my knowledge, has been as biased as Wikipedia.
Larry Sanger is Wikipedia's other founder.
I inflicted this thing on the world, and I kind of regret it.
It's designed to push an ideological agenda that you can't see.
Journalist Ashley Rinsberg runs Neutral Point of View, which exposes Wikipedia bias. It's just one website, so what if it's biased?
You're so correct. Wikipedia's information spreads into everything online.
It sure does. And Wikipedia brags about that.
I hate how they edit these fucking videos, bro.
Wikipedia. Search engines copy it. Your smart speaker whispers it back to you.
ChatGPT, every other frontier AI model, onto Google, onto your phone, Siri and Alexa, when you ask a question, it is all Wikipedia. It has become the ground truth for information online against which other claims and statements get compared to be considered true or false.
Wikipedia brags about that, too.
Here's what I found on Wikipedia. I mean the internet.
When you Google or ask AI a question, you often see
Wikipedia, 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 Wikipedia. That, in turn, is shaped by a handful of editors we don't know.
A handful? But Wikipedia claims.
When AI uses information from Wikipedia, it's drawing on knowledge created by millions of people.
At the end of the day, it's a few thousand powerful editors who are determining what gets counted as information on the most important topics.
And those editors sure hate Donald Trump. When Trump put illegal immigrants in detention centers during his first term, Wikipedia editors listed that under concentration camps. Well, the media had pointed out that children were put in cages. But 3 years ago, since Wikipedia says anyone can edit, I tried to put that in perspective. President Barack Obama built these cages. There, that's fixed. But within a day, my edit was taken down.
Wikipedia has definitely been taken over by woke activists.
Why would they lean left?
By nature. When you take something academic-minded, and Wikipedia editors are very academic-minded, they're naturally going to draw from that pool of academia, which is left-leaning.
People on the right are more likely to earn their living building things or farming, fishing, serving in police and military organizations. People on the left are more likely to be academics, reporters, lawyers, people who write for a living. That gives them an advantage competing on Wikipedia.
The real barrier is to understand all the parliamentarian maneuvering, all the rules lawyering, all this kind of stuff that you need really takes years to understand it, to win a single debate about a single sentence.
In addition, Wikipedia has simply declared most conservative media generally unreliable. That means editors should not cite Fox News, The Federalist, The Daily Wire, The New York Post. By contrast, Wikipedia not only calls CNN reliable, it deems MSNBC, Vox, Slate, The Nation, and Mother Jones reliable.
Mother Jones is right. That's what you think. They consider Fox in their bones to be unreliable, never to be used on a variety of important topics.
And Fox
Hi, sweetheart. Your bias is showing.
is unreliable sometimes, but so is MSNBC and CNN.
And the New York Times and any other rated reliable website or news outlet that's listed.
However,
MSNBC, The Nation, or Mother Jones, however far left you go, it's still going to be considered generally reliable. This is also true with Al Jazeera, which is a Qatari-controlled outlet, considered to be generally reliable, that gives it a higher ranking in the reliability rating than many American conservative news outlets which have proper editorial structure.
Why do you think that is?
Wikipedia's bias is also revealed in their choice of subjects. After the murder of this Ukrainian refugee,
a grisly stabbing in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Wikipedia editors wanted this article about her deleted, arguing that the topic may not meet Wikipedia's notability guideline.
Erase this story, because this story was a story about race, about who gets to be acknowledged as a victim. This was a white woman murdered by a black man, and Wikipedia very quickly tried to delete that article, saying it wasn't notable.
This is just one murder.
But when you look at other instances of single crimes or crimes that end up in the news cycle, they do stay on Wikipedia, and there's not an effort to delete them.
Also, although the killer had been arrested 14 times,
Wikipedia wouldn't allow him to be named on the website. They said, we have to protect his identity because he's a suspect. He's not been convicted. Fair enough. The problem is when you look at another case on the right.
A 17-year-old from a neighboring state is now under arrest tonight, accused of firing on demonstrators.
Kyle Rittenhouse, who was a minor, they named him dozens of times.
And Rittenhouse has never been convicted.
But Wikipedia had no problem putting his name out there for the world.
And people point out the unfairness and inconsistency.
Is this guy fucking for real?
I mean, it's
acting
John
like this
Stossel.
was a fucking conspiracy theory to suppress sorry, not suppress, but intentionally endanger Kyle Rittenhouse. Bro, he went on fucking Tim Pool and did media rounds after he murdered 2 people. 1 person? Like, what the fuck are you talking
2.
about? Like,
Killed
holy
2.
shit.
Injured
Like,
1.
This is such a fucking stupid point to make. It's genuinely incredible that people can be this dumb.
Consistency But nothing
And it
changed.
is
There is a point
dumb.
where public pressure and the culture actually does sway Wikipedia. Irina Zarutska is a good example because there was an outcry about this, and eventually Wikipedia did allow that article to stay. But on a whole, you're absolutely right. Nothing changes.
Another example of Wikipedia bias from the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Oh
You
my
say
God.
pro-Hamas editors push propaganda.
40 or so editors, who I call the Gang of 40, they've made 1 million edits to 10,000 articles.
Bro's company name is Neutral Point of View. Jesus Christ.
They're removing mentions of terror attacks by Hezbollah and Hamas. This is a systematic, coordinated effort.
Right before the presidential
terror
election,
attacks are
Wikipedia
a
created
very
a page called
specific thing.
Donald Trump and Fascism.
If that is not election interference, I'm not sure what is.
The Guardian, a left-wing newspaper, in the same day published the same thing.
And they cited heavily
no.
a Harvard scholar who has ties to an Obama appointee. But you, as a user of Wikipedia, will never see all this chain of sourcing. You just see the final product. So you don't know where this came from. You don't know if it was a Marxist scholar. You just see what you see on Wikipedia on the surface. They called him first a fascist, and then they sort of evolved the messaging to call him an authoritarian.
But isn't that fair?
The problem is that on Wikipedia, you only get one side of it. The worldview presented doesn't allow for other perspectives to be included in what you're reading about some of the most important topics of today.
If you look up Fidel Castro's successor, who repressed Cuba for years, you don't get authoritarian.
Not one mention of the term authoritarian on Raul Castro. There's not one mention of the word authoritarian on the entry for Ayatollah Khomeini.
At least on the leader of China's page, Wikipedia does say
some foreign diplomats consider him to be an authoritarian, or they don't really make the claim. It's certainly not in the way that they're making about Trump.
Rinsberg says that's because Chinese government censors flood the site. But
Wait, so
Slate
does it
says
say Trump is an
they banned
authoritarian on there?
editors associated
No?
with the
Okay,
Chinese
wow.
Communist Party.
They banned, I think, 6 out of 300 that we know about. There's probably many, many more than that.
Maybe these are just people in China. You don't know it's the government.
You can only access Wikipedia in China if you have permission from the government.
In addition,
China runs state-sanctioned propaganda news outlets. These are cited tens of thousands of times on Wikipedia, and that's allowed to stand on the site.
the COVID lab leak is treated like a conspiracy theory.
In 2020, you might have been able to say that when we didn't know much about what was going on.
Lab leak is a theory with no evidence whatsoever.
A perfect storm for conspiracy theorists, because their theories are now everywhere.
Finally, after years of leftist media calling the Chinese lab leak a conspiracy, the media reported on the new evidence.
COVID-19 likely originated from a laboratory leak in Wuhan, China.
But Wikipedia still says no evidence supporting laboratory involvement.
You will walk away with the impression that it is a conspiracy theory that is not supported by the scientists, and that's just not true.
All this makes me wonder about that new option, Grokpedia.
Grokpedia is built on Musk's AI firm XAI's model, designed for deep understanding and reasoning, not just regurgitating text.
Is Grokpedia better? Maybe. It's new in AI, so it makes mistakes, but when it comes to COVID, I notice Grok does list investigations that affirm a lab leak is the most probable origin. Wikipedia barely.
Did you just scream?
I fucking hate.
Stop screaming.
I hate it. I hate that Mega is so on this lab leak shit.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's just like it's just like Drew going back to start talking about the Chinese government again and thinking that his words aren't poisoned by his advocacy for Israel. It's the same shit. Like, it's... Can we not? Please?
Carries that.
Pretty please?
Grok is better than Wikipedia on my page, too.
No, it isn't.
My page is filled with mistakes and smears that make me look cruel.
Oh, okay.
Wikipedia claims I argued that AIDS research gets too much funding, but I just reported that it got disproportionate funding compared to other diseases, which is true.
We're spending
10 times as much per fatality on people with AIDS as people with breast cancer or prostate cancer.
Wikipedia editors don't trash Bill Clinton for saying that, but they make me appear wrong and heartless, and I can't get it corrected. It's not fair.
There's nobody for you to talk to say this is wrong. If this was a news organization, there would be an avenue or a channel for you to at least address it. In Wikipedia's case, that is not true.
Until now.
With Grokpedia, we finally have another choice.
And other options are springing up. Sciencepedia.
I would not use Wikipedia if it was the last option I had. I would much rather just dig through the internet to find what I need than use Wikipedia. That is ridiculous.
Justapedia?
Justapedia, it's founded by a veteran Wikipedia editor who couldn't handle the left-wing bias. So she said, I'm going to do my own thing, and it's actually gaining real momentum. This is exactly what we need. We need people to be able to choose among different sources so we're not all forced into the Wikipedia information funnel.
I once made a sizable donation to Wikipedia,
reality.
which I now regret, and they're rolling in money. And that brought me a meeting with Catherine Mayer, who was head of the foundation at the time. She says,
our reverence for the truth might be a distraction.
Catherine Mayer is that woke ideology. She personifies it, she believes in it, she lives it, which is why NPR hired her as the CEO.
When Wikipedia first started, the majority of its authors were Western white men.
It was Maher who shaped Wikipedia in these critical years, starting in 2016, when she became executive director. This is where we started to see a massive shift within Wikimedia Foundation, which runs Wikipedia, towards woke and DEI ideology. She changed the mission of Wikipedia from developing an online encyclopedia, it's pretty straightforward, and she made it about creating a social justice movement.
Is there any way to fix it?
I think the best chance that we have is for dedicated people who are really interested in these topics to get in there and become a editor that can make those kinds of changes.
Weeks, months, years it takes.
Yeah, but we only need a few dozen, maybe even fewer, to make an impact in any given topic area. So if enough people say, you know what, I'm going to go, my voice should be represented, or my worldview should be represented, they actually can make an impact. The question is, are enough people going to take that leap?
Just a few dozen?
A few dozen can actually make a difference.
A few dozen people might make a difference. So I hope you become a Wikipedia editor and make some truthful edits.
Surprisingly.
Let's do something else. Using nationwide clips sourced from around the internet to demonstrate how the National Socialist Network used audience and media manipulation strategies to capture a nationwide series of nationalist rallies and turn them into effectively National Socialist rallies. When suburban Shazza fail mum normie Beck Freedom took control of a nascent 31st of August rally which had been gaining a bit of traction on TikTok, she put the events immediately to purpose as a welcoming ground for the National Socialist Network, and it was made clear to them right away.
Now, there were a couple of NSN speakers, members of the National Socialist Network. And look, they were quickly whispered to, keep it on topic, don't mention Hitler, you're sweet. Go ahead.
The NSN set about making their 1,000 to 2,000 supporter base aware that they should rock up in plain patriot clothes, effectively influencing the rest of the crowd with the assistance of varying degrees of the actual membership base, the proper activists, who also helped them by dressing up in plain or flag cape clothing. The NSN is a nationwide chain of active clubs, which is now located in every state. An active club is an autonomous combat and training club for young National Socialist or neo-Nazi men with a political bent and a focus on fighting the left. It's a model founded in the West by a guy called Robert Rundo. Sewell's model is similar, except for the NSN active clubs aren't actually autonomous. They all report to him nationwide for political and strategic purposes. In 2020, the NSN launched with just a couple of state branches. By 2021 or 2022, they'd gone nationwide. And in 2023, they began launching small satellite regional branches. Consequently, to varying degrees, NSN are now everywhere. Therefore, they had the numbers and the coordination to be able to influence 31st of August events at more or less every rally in Australia. I'm trying to present a national picture of this, so let's go through it state by state.
Now remember, they claim that this was not a Nazi rally.
Sydney, I would say, was the gold standard for being completely captured by the National Socialist Network. If Melbourne, which we'll get to at the end, was like a crowbar, then Sydney was more like knowing the combination to the safe. You had NSN speakers and other nationalists like Jim Salame, who have disputes with the NSN, were not allowed to speak. You had NSN-led chants, an NSN march, an NSN organisation of the rally itself. Excellent visual metaphor for the whole rally right here. These two fucking bozos here in the middle, so happy to be there. Hi mum, it's me at home, while surrounded by the NSN.
Hello now. Hello Australia.
Hello, kiddies.
Remember the chants, I guess, because it was the same shit all over the country. Streamer Chris Coveries speaks to a member of the National Socialist Network.
We're here to support anyone that supports what we support. So
Anyone?
Yes.
All kinds of backgrounds.
Well, if you're anti-immigration, then you're going to be of a certain type of background.
I just spoke with a trans Vietnamese person.
Beginning of the march here, there's Beck Freedom rallying the troops, leading the march. The NSN, that's all the New South Wales chapter of the NSN right there, and there is one of the marshals, Oscar Tuckfield, and you can see here a woman is being booted away because she has an Aboriginal flag, and this is a white supremacist rally, so you're not allowed to have an Aboriginal flag here, of course. Once again, there's the NSN marshal for the NSN rally speaking with Beck Freedom. First speaker, Beck's partner, Jesse Stewart, speaking about the white replacement theory.
It is basically the idea of demographically replacing the founding stock of a host nation under the guise of economic stimulus.
Man, lucky... Hey, wait. Isn't that what the British did in Australia? A great replacement?
Due to declining birth rates.
Man, lucky you didn't talk about Hitler. Instead, you just opted for Nazi talking points. That's so much better.
MP John Ruddock gets up and suggests a 5-year pause on...
Wow, you're telling me a libertarian spoke at a Nazi rally? Colour me shocked.
Immigration. The chants and the crowd up the front has been stacked by the National Socialist Network members.
We need to have it start with a 5-year pause, see how that goes. Then we need to Okay.
Now, of course, that's not anti-mass immigration, is it? That's mass deportations advocacy. A member from the Ramsay Centre for Western Civilisation endorses a return to the White Australia policy.
Our forefathers at Federation were crystal clear about why they were federating this nation and for whom they were federating it. It was for those of us who are here today and those we represent, Anglo-European Australians.
Then, in order to hand the mic to the members of the National Socialist Network whilst minimising any trouble they might get in, Jesse Stewart and Beck Freedom instigated an open mic, as they described it, which was then stacked by Jack Eltis, Joel Davis and Scott Gould, all of the NSN.
Indians, Africans, Chinese, all here to exploit our land.
It was an open mic.
Was a lie. We must organise to save Australia. Thank you for coming.
Open mic.
Blood and honour.
That's what they say, right?
We will fight for a white Australia.
India is home for the Indians, Africa is home for the Africans, and Australia is home for Aussies. White Australians, we need a home.
Just so you know, when I see people who did not roll over for the NSN, I'm going to pay them. For example,
Let's go! No more division, sick of this shit. But at the end of the day, dear people, you men in black go home. But anyways, at the end of the day, you the people...
You've lost us! You've lost us!
All Australians, not just white Australians.
fucking idiot reporter here, as the NSN were on their way out, who should be sacked, starts basically asking them everything they need to be asked to perfectly promote themselves.
Hey, remember how I was saying that the media is empowering them by just asking them questions and giving them free reign? And then the state, specifically Jacinta Allen, empowered them by bitching out and running the fuck away from him instead of telling him to go fuck himself? Yeah. It's almost like everything I was saying was correct and I didn't even need to do the research.
Are you racist?
Yeah, we're racist. Yeah, we're racist. Yes.
And why is that a good thing?
We're proud of who we are. We're proud of who we are as white men.
Are you neo-Nazis?
Yes, we're National Socialists, yes.
Should people be concerned?
No, we don't do anything illegal.
Honestly, what is the fucking point of a salaried Australian Jew?
No, you guys should become good Nazis though. Rope is a good aspect. That's how your heroes went. You should follow the trend.
Journalists at this point. Can someone tell me?
It is hard to get past an open mic with Joel Davis on stage. I don't know how to get past that. Like, I don't know how to get past. How do you have an event with Joel Davis on stage? It's not a Joel Davis event. That's it. That's the clip.
How do you think that would reflect on One Nation and the Libertarians?
Huge problem. How do you get beyond that? Beyond Joel Davis on stage?
Adelaide can boast of what I would describe as probably one of the best examples of pushback against the NSN there. People reckoned, anywhere from a couple of thousand up to a stupid South Australian police estimate of 15,000 at their rally. A couple of hundred anti-fascists, very outnumbered. Now, this guy, Josh, from the NSN, tried to speak. And some people thought that having a Nazi speak at their march was bad. Optics, and they ripped out the audio system cables.
That's
apparently.
great. That's good to
Suddenly
see.
there were like, let him speak chants versus no, don't chants. People start shoving each other, and in the end the cops flew a drone in and dispersed them all. Speaking of people who didn't put up with the NSN, this bloke is a pandemic-era anti-lockdown guy called Johnny Q. Fuck, he really had a proper go at him. It's good on him.
For what you did, and you're a bunch of fucking weak dogs, because when I came over to you and I fucking confronted all this and I told you straight to your fucking face that you're pieces of shit, you don't speak for fucking all of Australia, and you're fucking for everyone else, you weak dogs. And here's the fucking video that shows that I walked up to all you fucking weak bastards. I'm just gonna fucking tell you, cunt. You don't fucking speak for all the fucking you, so fuck off! Why do you fuck off? Yeah.
Anyway, there weren't many blokes built like him at these rallies, I can tell you that. Perth had one of the two largest rallies in the country alongside Brisbane, I reckon. This guy was convinced he was walking into Cronulla. He was just abusing everyone who wasn't white on the way in.
What are you doing in our park, in our rally, filming your gay little fucking film clip, cunt? Fuck off!
What a weasel.
Look
at this little fucking pencil-necked weasel.
Fuck off back to your country, cunt.
As the march unfolded,
Why are they
the National
always such
Socialist
peak
Network
whites?
making themselves known.
Every fucking time. It's like any time I see on Threads, like some fucking creeper doing creeper shit, there's always someone in the comments showing them replying to porn bots like they're real girls. Every fucking time. It's the same thing. Absolute
By
losers.
event's end, their presence loud and clear.
But that's the NSN's
Cringe.
Perth contingent, led by them, their state leader, so a weird little cunt called Hagan, and Rod Caddies, the One Nation MP, had a real tense exchange with them. He basically didn't want to be involved.
Is that the one that endorsed them?
We love everybody who's an Australian citizen. Everyone that calls this place home. So we're not going to be associated with who the media are trying to label us. They're trying to label you, every one of you, as racist. We're not that.
Rod Caddy's mic or speaker system stops working, so NSN people, like they did in Townsville, we'll get to that later, try to give him their megaphone that has all their stupid fucking runes on it. He's not having a bar of it. His mic still doesn't work. And anyway, to deal with this, NSN start pulling out the same trick you saw them do in Sydney. They've got their pre-packaged chants. They're doing the send them home one again. Here you go. They try to bring him back the runes megaphone, but this time covered up in an Aussie flag to protect his reputation. Still not having a bar of it.
Hey Rod, you're already going to get called a Nazi. Just use the megaphone. You're already going to get called it. They're standing there. Just use
He's got
the
a point.
megaphone.
Look at this. This is funny. This guy has very low aura, this Hagen guy, and people fuck with him a bit. Got this sort of like Gareth from The Office getting picked on vibe.
We will not stop. We will not be silenced. Hail Australia!
Ugh, cringe.
It's disgusting. Go join the left because they hate Australia. We love Australia.
Why don't you have an Australian
We do. We've got the Union Jack right there. We have flags of Australia. We have our red ensign.
That's very funny. We have an Australian flag. Here's our British flag. You fucking dumbasses. Fuck off back to England and join Tommy Robinson, you fucking knuckle-dragging dumb fucks.
What does this say?
Hey, for all your viewers, you know, when this country federated in 1901, the first...
You see what I mean about low aura, don't you? Ain't gonna be any rikes with you, my dude. Relax.
You are not with us. None of you are with us. You Nazis.
I'm with them.
You are Nazis. Stop it. Your race again. Are we ever gonna see your race again?
You're beginning to
hate-
sense
I
a pattern
hate-
here, hey?
I
I do
beg
not
co-op
have
with that.
much on Canberra. There were about 1,500 flogs, I hear. About 250 anti-fascists put together a counter for them. There were speakers including Pauline Hanson and Malcolm Roberts. Nazis freely walking through the anti-fascist protests. There was violence on a horse, as in a real predilection towards that kind of thing. I got a real taste for cunts on horses in protests, you know, since the Braveheart dude that did it with the white horse in Coolangatta during the pandemic. You know, I'm always very pro-horse since that time. In Hobart, the Nationalist March outsized the anti-fascists, but not by much. 500 for the Nationalists and about 300 for the anti-fascists is what I hear, give or take. Speakers included some cunt called the Australianist, which is a good word. The organiser, a Clarence City councillor called Emma Goyne, more like Emma Groin, am I right? And Lee Hanson, who came out of Pauline. Yeah, she came out of Pauline Hanson's
Came out of
Emma
Pauline.
Goyne.
That's hilarious.
And then this cunt, John McGowan.
I'm John McGowan. Some of you know me from Twitter. There's 300 of you voted for me in the last election, and there's a lot more of you here now.
Fucking
so I'm
loser.
hoping I'll do better next time.
This couch potato is, well, look, other nationalists are telling each other that he's the guy who runs or finances the Noticer, which is like, it's like if someone who is a member of the National Socialist Network wanted to pretend to make a news site. And when a lot of the material on there is just like, oh, the man with black skin got found with child sexual abuse material. An Indian man got found with child sexual abuse material. He did not, however, post an article when a National Socialist Network member got charged the other week with possessing alleged child sexual abuse material on their phone. I've just had a look on the Notice website and I didn't see that there. If you could pop an article up just for, balance's sake, mate, thanks.
What do you think about the National Socialist Network? Club coming to their events? What? Wasn't one of them a pedo?
Commentary from a comrade who was there.
All of them.
I'd say there were a handful of people there who were angry about policy, healthcare or housing and such, but being more of a conservative ilk, they've jumped to the wrong conclusions. But they were in the minority. Some of the speakers tried to get across the point that we're a diaspora. This was resoundingly booed. They rejected the notion that white people are born of immigration, and the NSN were there really helping G up the ground to reject that notion.
Got one word to say to the Prime Minister. Albo, get We are here supporting Australia today. You're fired! Nazi pedos, fuck off! Nazi pedos, fuck off!
Nice.
Nazi pedos, fuck off! Nazi pedos, fuck off!
Now look, at this rally, which was the biggest in Australia alongside Perth, there were thousands upon thousands there, I don't know how many, mostly clandestine National Socialist Network, no NSN speakers, and even some tensions between the bloke who was the organiser and the contingent. So they didn't get to speak here, but they exercised influence over the rally in exactly the same way as they did in the other states. Here's an Indian speaker getting booed off for being Indian.
Just like me, he became a citizen. Thanks, mate. So, I want to say that, yes, I'm a brown man.
Do you think he learned after this? Do you reckon he learned his lesson?
No.
No, you don't reckon?
No.
Yes, I'm an immigrant from India, but I came here for the right reason. They are twisting it.
Here's a little cell of mostly plainclothes NSN led by Victorian number 2, Jacob Hersand. That's right, the Queensland branch of the NSN is so low energy that Jacob Hersand is like a vibe guy.
See the guy in the blue wife beater with the Australian flag?
Is so low energy.
That's the fascist guy who's like, nah, that's not a Nazi rally, it's a fascist rally. It's Australia first. We also use the same rhetoric as the Nazis, but we're not Nazis. We're just fascists. Because that's so much better.
That Jacob Hersand is like a vibe guy for them. Have you ever seen that guy speak? Fucking hell. Anyway, doing the same shit you've already seen several times, the send them home chant, and see what the organiser has to say to them.
Send them home! Send them home, I get it, right? The media are going to cut that clip, and you all just became Nazis. So let's think about this.
Well, you're at a Nazi rally,
Did you
buddy.
hear that? You all just became Nazis, and they cheered.
Yeah. This explains why he was so butthurt when I kept calling him a fucking Nazi for going to a Nazi rally. Because he's clearly very unhappy about the Nazis being there, but still went to a Nazi rally. Still went and made another Nazi rally under the same name, but they weren't included apparently. It was made outside of this Beck woman's fucking network. But they use the same name, the same rhetoric, the same banners, all the same shit. So it's like, just join them. A bit more tactically minded.
There you go, delighted. Yes, please, make us all sound like Nazis. This is the NSN. All the people around them are plain-clothed NSN, you see. There's a perspective bias at rallies. If I film from my position, whatever my audio captures, sounds like the whole rally's doing it. There was pushback here, definitely, but mostly people just rolled over for the little pushback that they received from that small cell of NSN.
Send them back! 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 Fuck off! We're full! Fuck off! We're full! Fuck off! We're full! Fuck off!
Wow, what a great chant.
Anyway, look, I gave it a bit of a yell.
Since when did you decide that pedophiles are okay?
Cairns had a few hundred thonged, flag-caked gronks gronking in the park, and a couple of, lone legends had a go at them, and fucking good on them, you know what I mean? Those people need to be, they need someone to have a go at them, to keep them normal, to keep them in their box.
You're deliberately coming here, that causes trouble.
Here's members of the Northern Queensland chapter of the National Socialist Network, that they are going by right now. They managed to get someone who's a bit more of a fucking idiot than Rod Caddies from One Nation to hold their stupid room mic for them. Bob Catter.
Can I can't speak for what's going on in the rest of Australia, but I'm pretty proud of what's going on here in Townsville today.
Coming up as a clip
Wow.
with Nick Demetto from...
Hey,
Nice
hey,
one,
hey,
Bob.
Bob. I think you spoke through the Nazi megaphone too, mate. Boy.
Catter's party.
I got
talking to
a thing.
rally-goer.
I got a clip to insert here.
Okay.
See if I can find it.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep it paused.
No, I'll let you know when I find it.
Okay.
Proud. Please get rid of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get rid of them.
So, going to put a broom handle in this one. Who they are, I don't know. But if they behave themselves today and don't do anything to stir anyone up, I've got no dramas, and them standing and doing their own thing over there. The Australians I may not support what they may or may not be into, but I believe that
Keep
every
me in
Australian
the
has a
small
right to march
slot, so
today.
it's
Every Australian has a right to
not going to get claimed here. Okay, ready?
Tomato too. Eat shit, Bob. Remember that?
That's what it is. Eat shit, Bob.
That's great.
And start sprouting white Australian policy.
Like I said earlier.
Shut them down.
He seems to have changed his tune or learned his lesson after the rally, though. Now he says the Catter Party do not stand for neo-Nazi values, don't have any relationship with the men alluded to. The presence of the neo-Nazi group made myself and the crowd very uneasy.
You
good on you,
spoke
mate. All right,
in
then.
a rune-covered megaphone.
No. This is the guy who said, I don't know who they are, but as long as they're fine here. That's that guy.
Oh, I thought this was still Bob.
No. This is the other guy.
At Melbourne, don't we?
The goal is to get the Parliament House, to get the speakers and podium set up, and then we're going to run through some of the speakers today, and I'll finish off the speeches at the end of the day.
Yeah, there is the lead organiser of the Melbourne March for Australia, just doing the admin there, Thomas Sewell, leader of the National Socialist Network nationwide. The first people who encountered the National Socialist Network on their way in were anti-fascists who tried to stop them, but they were heavily outnumbered. So that's just for any...
Like, I really wish there were more people in Melbourne willing to go out and do this. I actually agree with what he says here completely. It almost applies to me as well, but whatever.
Armchair leftists who found themselves asking the question after the rally, where were the anti-fascists? Where was Antifa?
See, I didn't say that though. I knew that they were there. I knew that they did something. I never went that far. My criticism was towards the actual attendees of the rally who refused to remove them. Like, at Melbourne specifically, right? You know Avi and Rakshan, the Indian bloke and the ex-IDF fuckwit? So
Yes.
those two were at the rally. The Nazis found them and attacked them, right? And still nobody at the rally kicked them out. Nobody at the rally was like, hey, these fuckwits in black who are at the front, the vanguard of the rally, nobody kicked them out. That's my criticism. That's why I was calling it a Nazi rally. Because at the point that you see Nazis attacking people and you don't remove them, you're at a Nazi rally. And then, on top of that, they get kicked out by the police at the very end and go and commit a hate crime. By the way, we have the names of the people that did it. 14.
Well, now you know, some of them were out there pretty much being the only people who gave these cunts any grief on the day. Yeah. Where were you? Ordering buttered chicken. After that fight, they got...
What's wrong with buttered chicken?
Cop escort, looks like here. Into the city, into the march. There you go, look, protecting everyone. Get out of their way. The NSN are coming in. Come on, make way.
Saw the Nazis bust down, and it was crazy. They were hitting people, pushing people.
The Nazis?
Yeah, the Nazis. They're in the middle now, banging their drum, thinking they own the protest.
So the Nazis came in here, and people rejected them?
There were people in the way of the Nazis. The Nazis were using physical force to push them out of the way. The cops did absolutely nothing to stop them.
Let's go check it out, guys. That's what we're here.
Funny how Avi explicitly doesn't mention that they were anti-fascists. Kind of funny, isn't it? You wouldn't want to mention that it was the anti-fascists who are the only ones who opposed the Nazis at your Nazi rally, would you? That would destroy the narrative.
In the middle. Let's go.
Rebel News is a Canadian fascist propaganda outlet, by the way, and Avi is the head of the Australian branch.
Fucking Nazi cunts.
Hopefully that made clear that there was a lot of tension and some applause, but also definitely some abuse for this large contingent of NSN as they were headed in. After they were in, the lead organiser of the Melbourne March for Australia, Thomas Sewell, did more housekeeping.
Now, I'll make a small announcement. Our megaphone got broken on the way in. Now, we're going to wait another hour before we conduct the march. We're waiting for the other organisers to come down. When all the other organisers are here, we're going to work together as a team and conduct the march. Once we've done our march, we're then going to set up speakers and a podium, and people from the Freedom Rally will speak, people from all groups and organisations. Anyone that's a true blue Aussie patriot today is going to get a chance to speak on the podium.
As they settled in, the racist abuse and the kicking out of, as they would call it, foreign elements began.
Cringe, cringe, cringe.
After some tension, the NSN kicked out Avi Yemeni and bashed his security guard.
They're all filming. See what I mean about not a single fucking person helped or tried to be like, hey, maybe we should violently eject these fuckheads. No, they're just like, nah, let's march behind the Nazi banner and the Nazi vanguard. Great.
Stand up, like Nazis, the National Socialist Networks, the racists. They don't like us because we do, but they don't like because I'm brown.
You literally helped them during COVID, you fucking idiot. By the way, Avi and Rakshan were very, very close mates with the NSN during COVID. But now, all of a sudden, they're anti-Nazi.
And that's what it's about.
Deport, 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 deport.
He's our first. Off our streets, stinking cheeks. Off our streets, stinking cheeks. Off our streets.
This is supposed to be about elbows. Daniel Andrews. It's about immigration. Fuck the immigrants. Fuck the politicians.
The NSN led a march to Parliament, barreling through and attacking everyone on the way. Look at this footage that someone in a nearby building captured.
Oh, what the fuck? Are the doors locked?
Yeah, they are.
Oh my god, I absolutely hate
They are
this
awful.
place.
Did you see that? Watch this fucking Nazi scum punch this woman.
Oh my god, I absolutely hate
They are
this
awful.
place.
And remember...
I don't know. I didn't see it. It might have been cut off.
Remember, not a single person at this rally tried to remove them.
Are the doors locked?
Down here. This one. Ready? Bang.
Oh my god, I absolutely
Very
hate
cool.
this place.
Very cool.
Cool guy.
It's all quite a sight to behold, and I definitely perceive in the wake of it that it has been a wake-up call from Melbourne's left, who haven't taken this seriously for a long time. One thing you learn about these insane nationalist rallies after a while is that, like, you know, over here there's a fucking pogrom going on, and then 5 metres later there's some old chook who's come in from the country with a fucking crocodile. And she's singing Land Down Under. It's nuts, man. Check out this legend. She gets absolutely swarmed by these fucking foaming at the mouth maggots, you know. The reason all these big men got so angry at that little woman is because her top said Joel Davis promotes pedophilia and her poster said reduce child grooming Nazis, not immigration. I love her.
Shut up, woman! Based queen. Shut up, woman!
You go. No, you go home. No, you go home.
Thomas Sowell took the stage, he started talking, a lot of people booed him, and you can now see a lot of people leaving, so hopefully the media captures that to let everyone know that not everybody is a supporter of racism. And
Buddy, you went to a rally that Nazis spoke at. Whether you fucking supported it or not, you were at a Nazi rally. Maybe you shouldn't have gone. Maybe you should have listened to the people telling you that it was a fucking Nazi rally. But nope. That would be too intelligent.
mass deportations.
I think a really telling way of looking at this problem is through the lens of two African Australian kids who happened to be at the rally. When they speak to Avi Yemeni for Rebel News, here's how it goes.
My question is, what do you feel about the crowd here
Everyone's
walking around?
One. I look at everyone one love. Oh, yeah, the support that Australia has really touches me. I can't lie. It really
Has
does.
anybody here attacked you for your skin colour?
Surprisingly, we had a lot of love everywhere. Ever since we've been in the crowd.
So these two young boys have been co-opted to tell a story about how not racist the rest of the rally is. But when someone like Scobie, the brilliant Scobie from What's Doing Media, comes along to talk to them about how they feel about the nearby presence of the NSN, you get a very different answer from the same kids.
If you want to be racist, you can be racist, but at the same time, I'm just like worried because we're trying to go in, We're trying to go in as well, support everybody, but like it seems like we're the main target,
You're walking past this right now. Did you fear for your safety?
Yes, obviously. That's right now. We're in shambles.
I think we're the only black two in this whole audience right now. I'll be serious.
In fact, a comrade of mine who had eyes on the rally made a very salient point. They said that there was more members of the NSN there than there was non-white people. And it figures, hey?
They called you racist. They called you dangerous. They called you un-Australian.
Thank you. Our last final speaker for today is Thomas Sewell.
Now you might not like
sure
the
sounds like a
guy's
lot of booze.
favorite color or his particular opinions of history, but when you're in a fight with people that hate this country, sometimes you have to learn to make friends.
And then, having effectively captured the rally in the cameras, captured a portion of the audience, even if it wasn't all of them, captured the headlines, they went about finishing up a day of the single most political violence I've ever seen one group enact at any one rally ever before in Australia. As they passed by Camp Sovereignty on their way back to where they park all their cars, they attacked women and the elderly for the most part. In fact, it bears mentioning that many of the...
And this attack, the Nazis and the noticer have both said that the group that attacked them is why they did this. So, after all of the shit that they did, their excuse for the hate crime is they did it first. A completely different area at the bridge to Flinders Street Station is where they were attacked. The Camp Sovereignty looks like it's in the park. So very, very different place. And also, there's like 15 people here. There was, the group was maybe 30, 40 people that attacked them.
Mm-hmm.
So like, none of it is, it actually tracks because this is Nazi rhetoric. Like, this is literally Nazi talking points. Because they're actively trying to make themselves seem like the innocent party, or they were just there protesting. They didn't do anything wrong. Fucking wankers.
Victims of NSN's physical violence on the day were women. They were a particular target for them. People at a campsite. These are bystanders. These were not people anything to do with the rally. They were just around a campfire, and they attacked them brutally because some of them were Aboriginal and because it's a place of significance to Aboriginal communities. So here's what I think about the day. Starting with the notion that I alluded to earlier of perspective bias, cameras at rallies. I'll hand over to Ava Yemeni for this.
Imagine the mainstream media had a live feed just on the Nazis the whole time. What people would have realised is, why are you not showing us everything we see in the peripheral of your shot? Because there was so much more happening, and we were like walking in and out, following. You know, there was a lot that we couldn't capture because you can't be in 10 places at once. But you got an actual sense of the size of the rally and how insignificant, really, by size, by numbers, the Nazis were, and also how people's reaction to the Nazis were beyond the couple of meters of the Nazis. Because remember, this was a tactic of the Nazis clearly across the country, was to hijack the front of the march. In Melbourne, they managed to fully take.
It was always their march, you fucking idiot. I love that Avi, the most anti-Nazi person in Melbourne, clearly, is just carrying water for them. That's great.
Over the control of it, because there was no one who was like in charge, so it was them. They took control of it. They led this march. They took the stage or whatever, invited themselves on.
Ava Yemeni and Rukshan Fernando are partisan media. You know, evangelists, independent media for the right. We all know that by now. And I understand that there are always going to be propagandists in the sense that their first response will be, well, Channel 7 misrepresented the old lady in a flag cape and a wheelchair at the back of the rally. She's not a racist, she's an ordinary Aussie. She just didn't like that some young man was on the telly burning a flag. That's as well as may be. But the most notable thing about the March for Australia, as I have demonstrated using these clips nationwide, is that it was captured using the strategies of influencing chants, the march, the tactics, and the speakers, was turned from an often leaderless and definitely aimless and directionless nationalist rage rally into a honed and directed National Socialist rally before the cameras. Whatever the intentions of some of the people up the back were washed away amidst the manipulation of the National Socialist Network. And accusing Channel 7 of not being fair to every single attendee of that rally will not deal with the problem that is ejecting both of these people from their rallies because they're not white. So they're going to have to reflect instead of propagandise, because this is their problem. But I know it's definitely not just their problem. It is our problem too. Respect to everyone who stood by me and stood by the legends in Melbourne and everywhere interstate on those days, but there was not enough of us. And we are going to have to remember the importance of being anti-fascist collectively on the left, and we are going to have to start banding together because our strength lies in our numbers, but not if we continue to be dominated by a crop of useless liberal influencers who tell us to stay at home, expect this problem to be dealt with the very laws that actually allowed them to recruit so many more members in the first place, and to...
You know what the best part is? They're about to register as a fucking political party, and they have the capital to do it. And you know what the best part is? The government's not going to ban them.
Stay at home and order butter chicken as a way of dealing with this issue rather than lending safety in numbers to each other. That's not how anti-fascism works. We need you next time. Don't feel the urge to tell me that you personally have some reason that you cannot attend these rallies. That's fine, and I understand, and I also embrace the value of a diversity of tactics as being what we need to win. But what I'm saying is that for those of you who can come, you should. None of your excuses work. Nobody likes having to stand up against these pricks. It's not a walk in the park. It's not meant to make you feel cool, but we need you nonetheless. Every number changes the dynamic of a rally.
Yep.
Every single person lends more support and strength to us when we're responding to militant National Socialists. If showing up is your thing, show up more. If you're good with your hands, go and get better at them. If you want to do OSINT because you can't get out the house, go get better at that, please. And go work with and talk to more people on the left. Remember, one of the other good things about showing up at rallies is that you meet the like-minded. Let's all work together better. And let's add our numbers to the strength of those around us, please. My other and final thoughts on this, well, listen, not my final thoughts. I'm just trying to keep this to a certain limit. I could go on forever. My final set of thoughts for you right now about this is that this is kind of like 2021 writ large, when the National Socialist Network were on the precipice of reaching a new tier of exposure and success, and then they self-sabotaged by contradicting their own stated goals of being non-violent until a certain goal was reached by going out and being very violent. Back then it happened with Tom Sewell and a group of other nationalists with several incidents. It landed Sewell in jail. After this day of unprecedented National Socialist violence in Melbourne, look where Sewell is right now. It's hardly been a reputational coup outside of the usual white supremacist or National Socialist circles. I've seen soft-sit types go and confront him in a courtroom. I'm watching Avi Yemeni's security guard calling for Nazis to be doxxed online. A petition signed by people, many people, I think it might be near 100,000 now. People of all stripes and persuasions asking for Sil to be deported. Whatever my feelings are about the notion of calling for deportations, I'm a big old lefty, so I don't really like or sit well with that shit. It is a gauge of the degree of unpopularity of this man and his group right now. Study the history of militant National Socialist groups and you'll see a weird trend of self-sabotage that always seems to appear again and again. I wonder if this is another example of that. It doesn't mean that this fight's over. The NSN's too big to just have Sewell disappear for a while and have that be the end of the issue. There's too many number twos waiting to take his place. We need to be ready. 31st of August, an unprecedented day in the development of militant National Socialism's manipulation of the right, demonstrated that, I think, to all of us. Thanks for supporting me. I'm independent as fuck. If you want to see more content like this, please support me at patreon.com/Tom Tanuki. I'll see you next time.
Alright. So, here are the names of the Nazis who attacked the Aboriginal camp. So we have, obviously, Thomas Sowell, Nathan Matthew Bull, Timothy Holger Lutz.
Timothy? What kind of a name is Timothy?
Timothy. Did I say Timothy?
I don't know.
Billy Michael Conady, Hamish Boucher, Jake Crockett, Zach Stephen Deward, August Cool Hartigan, Jaden Bernard Johnson, Michael Nelson, Michael Saarinen, Ryan Williams, Jan Zacharin, Blake Cathcart. Names of fuckwits, clearly. Bunch of absolute fuckwit names. But I just wanted to read out their names, so their names are here, so people are aware of their names, because fuck these Nazi cunts. If I had their fucking addresses, I'd also read out their addresses. Absolute scum human beings. Don't care about that.
I mean, old document.
We haven't watched Johnny Harris for a while.
It's a manifesto, a breakup letter between British people on either side of an ocean. It's the Declaration of Independence. And no, it's not the real one. I didn't steal it. But I did find a typo. Look at this. Okay, right up here at the top, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. Look at this. United. Lowercase u, tiny little type, not nearly as big as States of America. Shouldn't this be an uppercase U for, like, the name of the country, United States? Like what we see on my passport? Remember, in 1776, United States didn't mean what it means today. Oh yes, I'm remembering. Sort of a footnote of history. There was this gap after we declared independence. Like, George Washington was the first president, right? But his presidency started in 1789, 13 years after we declared independence. And that 13 years is what I want to talk about today. Because even though I learned about it with a bunch of boring dates and names that I don't really remember, now that I've gone back to understand it, this little gap helps answer a lot of questions I have about our current day government, how it works and how it doesn't work. It helps answer why tiny Rhode Island gets the same number of senators as huge California, and why we don't actually vote for our president directly. This gap is United States 1.0, and it failed. It failed miserably. And it all comes back to this little tiny United with the lowercase u here on the Declaration of Independence. You know, I bet there's one thing that the founders of this country couldn't have predicted, which is that in the future in America, people's names and birthdays would be like gold. That is a weird reality of our digital world, and that has to do with today's sponsor, who I'm thanking right now because sponsors are how we make videos. I'm about to give you. In American schools, we learn about the 13 colonies. And right away, you see something that a lot of people get wrong about this, including me, which is back then, no one called them the 13 colonies. They were actually 13 totally separate individual colonies. Yes, they were all British, but some of them had really independent government from Britain. Some of them were more tightly controlled. Some of them were kind of like given and controlled by some rich guy and his rich family back in Britain. But the point is, they were all independent from each other. They were not like one united thing. That is, until Britain needed money.
For if we allow ourselves to be taxed again, arbitrarily without our own consent, there is no hope for any of us.
The Brits had been fighting the French in one of many wars between the two, and they accrued a massive war debt. They needed money. And so they started enforcing a bunch of new taxes on their colonies in America. And this I did learn about in school. And I remember the Stamp Act, the Tea Act, the Sugar Act. And I always thought they were like super high, like oppressive taxes. Turns out they kind of weren't. They were fairly reasonable taxes, like a sales tax. So these taxes weren't that high, but they were suddenly being aggressively enforced. And the British people living in America were thinking, what's gonna stop this far away, out of touch, way too powerful parliament back in England from just hiking up taxes even further? And there's nothing we could do about it. This is taxation without any representation. And that feeling is a collective feeling. It leads the colonies to start to talk to each other, to start to coalesce, to start to make a plan to push back against these new taxes. They start boycotting British goods or protesting by throwing a bunch of British tea into the water as it came into port. So British troops start showing up to enforce these new taxes, and you start to get a rise of tensions. You start to get violence breaking out. And so now the colonies are in this fight together. And soon, a 33-year-old political theory nerd is spending 2 weeks in his Brick Lane friend's house in Philly, writing this manifesto that declares the 13 colonies' intent to start their own thing.
One of the greatest documents of history, the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, and by the way, while we're talking about Thomas Jefferson's worldview, did you know that he once was asked if he had to choose between living in a government with no newspaper or having newspaper with no government, he would choose the free press, a newspaper. We also believe in the power of the free press, which is why we're building New Press, a place that reimagines journalism, does journalism for
Another
the people
ad,
and
bro?
not just at them. Go to newpress.com. But and here comes the typo that isn't a typo. The reason why this U is tiny is because United States was more of a description of what these people were doing. These colonies were agreeing simultaneously to break away from Britain together. They were united in this act of independence. United, in this context, was like 13 united states of America. It was a description of what they were doing and how they were doing it. But the document itself makes very clear that they were now, quote, free and independent states. I mean, the word states back then and still today means a sovereign independent thing. So that's what they're declaring. 13 independent states who are united in their act of independence. And then they make an agreement among themselves of what they will be. The Articles of Confederation. Independent states that are kind of united in a confederation of states, or in their lukewarm words, firm legal friendship. Oh God, what is my job? I mean, this whole revolution was about throwing off a big, powerful, centralized government that was far away and out of touch from the people. They weren't about to recreate it. They wanted it to be as fractured and separated and local as possible. And that's why you get 13 independent states.
So strongly did they cherish independence that many did not want to endanger it with any form of strong central government.
But for now, they unite so that they can fight a war against the British to actually make this all possible.
1777 Valley Forge. We fought and froze, suffered and died for the future freedom of all Americans.
This wasn't just all of the Americans versus the British. This was actually kind of our first civil war. There was a bunch of people here who didn't want to break away from Britain, and they were on the side of the Brits. And this was actually a big global war. Britain's enemies, France, Spain, and the Dutch, supported the Americans. They loved watching this big impervious empire get like split up. They also fought the British elsewhere in the world to weaken them, to spread them out. And it was honestly a kind of a game changer for the rebel fighters that were trying to throw off the most powerful empire in the world. So this civil/global rebellion war thing happens for a few years, and it's terrible, and a lot of people die, and George Washington sails across this icy river, kind of, and the Americans win. The British sign a treaty, they give up, they're like, okay, you win, fair and square, it's all yours. And in the treaty, they don't say that the United States of America is now a new country.
I guess it
they
wasn't
specify
completely
every
frozen.
single one of these states.
I guess.
You know?
I wasn't there.
States is their own thing. They're free, they're independent. His Britannic Majesty acknowledges New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, etc., etc. And by the way, I don't want to lean too hard into like the lowercase u, because there were instances where the uppercase u showed up. Don't like overread into it. But the fact is that these were independent, sovereign states. They were not one country the way that we think of it today. Anyway, it's 1783, and these 13 states are a coalition, like an alliance, and they have exactly what they fought for, what they wanted, which was independence. They disbanded the big army that they needed to fight off the British, and they went about figuring out how they wanted to do government, each of them doing it in their own way. But they wanted to have a Congress to make sure that they could talk about certain things. Every state would get one vote, and that's it. Like, the Congress was a very weak thing. It was there to basically settle disputes between the states, to be the representation when doing foreign affairs, like talking to other countries or talking to the native tribes, which there was a lot of negotiation having to happen there. But they can't make any binding laws, and they can't enforce taxes. They have no power to do that. It's kind of like the UN or NATO. We are an alliance, but we can't force you to do anything. And the real power to do anything was up here with the states.
American Revolution, Yuri.
Congress. So let's check in on the 1780s and see how they're doing.
13 separate, independent states. Each had its own tariff and trade regulations and its own money. Each state was sovereign.
So it's not going great. In theory, they were all so excited. They won, they beat the British. It was like this whole big experiment, and it was just not going great at first. There's border disputes. The states all have different trade rules, and they're putting tariffs on each other.
I see here that you have 100 of these kegs of nails in transit from New York to Connecticut. Now, the tariff on these nails...
Tariff on those. How can the state of New York levy a tariff on nails to be sold in the state of Connecticut?
Maryland and Virginia are fighting over the rights to navigate their shared river, the Potomac, in the same way that two countries do this today. Meanwhile, the Congress, the one thing that binds them all together, is trying to figure this out and resolve disputes between them, but is finding it has no power to do any of it. No one cares. They try to hold meetings to be like, okay, so let's settle our problems here. We need to have a unified trade policy, and it's like no one's showing up to the meetings. There's one guy who's watching all of this, and
Maryland.
His mind is spinning. He sees how broken this system is. He's seen that the states can't even work out trade because no one is in charge. And he, by the way, I'm talking about James Madison, the father of the Constitution, he spends his time studying democracies, like all the democracies you can imagine from all of time, little democracy experiments that have never been done on a huge scale. And he's trying to figure out what the Americans can learn to do this right. He's writing letters to his friends about the, quote, thinness of Congress and how it's been an obstacle. Meanwhile, things continue to get really bad in the Confederacy. American merchant ships start to be attacked and captured off the coast of North Africa, and there's no navy to protect them. Meanwhile, to just rub in their face how much their new country isn't working, Britain hasn't left. Their military is still in American territory. And guess what? There's nothing the Americans can do about it. Yes, they have a treaty saying they're independent, that the British should leave, but the British are like, we're staying. Fort Niagara, Fort Detroit, we're staying until you kick us out. Meanwhile, the super weak Congress is in debt to make matters worse, and they're like, we need money, let's raise some taxes. Trigger, says all the states at the same time, because they don't like taxes. And remember, this is like NATO, so all the Congress can do is ask or beg for money, and the states are like, no, we're not paying. And they don't. And it's a total crisis. Meanwhile, the states themselves have to raise taxes because they're also in debt from the war and their people are hating it, especially in Massachusetts, where all these farmers who just got done fighting a war about taxes are now being taxed by their government, and the government's threatening to take away their land, and this is just bad.
We're not going to stand by and watch the people lose their homes. See, you take away their land. This is a lawful rebellion against the sovereign state of Massachusetts.
Boy, wouldn't it be nice if we had a military to go put down the rebellion in Massachusetts? Alas, we are Confederation. Nope. Everything continues to devolve into chaos. And you know who's most bummed? George Washington, hero of the Revolutionary War. He's sitting there in retirement in his house in Virginia, and he's watching the grand American experiment just crumble before his eyes. And he actually finds it really embarrassing. He's writing letters to his friends, calling it the Dis-United States. That's good. Saying that, quote, we're fast verging on anarchy and confusion. And he tells his friends that unless the United States can get it together, quote, we shall soon molder into dust and become contemptible in the eyes of Europe, the laughingstock. They're now just total failures, and George Washington is super embarrassed. So more and more, the leaders of these 13 states are realizing that things need to change. And none more passionate than our guy, James Madison, back in the story. He says it's time to talk, and he gets his state, Virginia, to call for a conference with all of the states, these conferences that no one ever comes to. He's like, we're gonna get them all to come, and we're gonna tell them that things need to change. He invites all the 13 states. It's gonna happen in Annapolis, Maryland, the big conference to save their revolution. They set a date, they send out the invites, and when the day for the big meeting comes, only 5 states show up. Like, not even half. Man, a total bust. Now, there is one guy who shows up who was George Washington's old assistant from the war.
Alexander Hamilton. My name is...
He too is on board with the fact that this isn't working. Calls it a national humiliation. He wants to fix it as well. So he and Madison are bonding over their embarrassment of the Confederation. And Hamilton's like, all right,
I will call another meeting. I'll get everyone on board, and we're gonna fix this thing.
Congress agrees, and soon there's another meeting on the books, this time in Philadelphia. The goal of this meeting will be to revise the system, to change it, and to fix it so that it actually works. James Madison is, of course, stoked on this, but something is eating at him. After all of his studying of every democracy experiment that has existed, he is feeling sure about something, which is that a revision to the current system is not going to work. It's going to have to be scrapped completely and rebuilt from the ground up. There has to be a strong, centralized government, one thing, a blob that actually has power over all 13 states. People are going to hate this idea, Madison knows, but the bigger problem is, what if no one shows up to this meeting? What if they don't take it seriously? So James Madison goes back to his friend and fellow Virginian, George Washington, and begs him to come. Like,
George, everyone loves you. If you're on the guest list, all the states will send their best people, and people will feel reassured that we're not remaking the government into tyranny. That's like your whole brand. Please come.
Okay, fine.
It's hot in here. Will somebody open the window?
No, they're gonna hear us. So it's 1787, and these guys are sitting around admitting to themselves that their system is not working. They need to change it. And James Madison is wondering how on earth he is going to break it to the group that everything needs to change. He can't be the front man himself. He's not prestigious enough. He needs a higher profile Virginian than he. And he chooses this guy, Edmund Randolph, Virginia's governor, to sell the plan to the group. The governor gets up there and reminds everyone something very important about the Articles of Confederation, which is that if they want to revise the Articles of Confederation, it requires every state to agree on the revision. To get 100% agreement is going to be really, really hard. So, what if we start from scratch? Madison's loving this. He's like, good job, Edmund. You did great up there. But not so fast, says the delegate from New Jersey. We're not gonna scrap our entire system. We just need to beef up the Congress with a few more powers and we're good.
You'll see I've enlarged the revenue powers of the Congress, but maintained the principle of equal representation for every state. I am particularly pleased with this.
Madison's shaking his head over there. He's been waiting for this moment for years. He knows what needs to happen. He's spent way too much time on this to let friggin' New Jersey mess it up. So he jumps into the debate himself. He says, listen, guys, I've been studying every republic that has ever been tried, and I see that our problem is too much power in the hands of the states. We're all just going to bicker and cheat each other and ignore national laws, and that's exactly what's happening. If we keep this up, everything will collapse. We need a stronger central government, which I know, you're all very skeptical of because of Britain, but I think I know how we can build one that won't get out of control and turn into tyranny. He makes the case, it resonates, and the people agree to go with the Madison Plan. The Virginia Plan is what it's called. It becomes the basis for scrapping the entire system of the lukewarm League of Friendship and starting something totally new. And it kicks off 3 sweaty months of debate. They have a lot to debate. How will the states and people be represented in the Congress? Some states have a lot of people, some states have very few. Do they all get the same representation? Or should the states with more people have more representation in the new powerful Congress? Also, should we have a head of state that is like one person who represents us? Sounds an awful lot like a king. But we kind of need someone who can make fast decisions, represent us abroad. How much power should they have? What about slavery? That's legal in a lot of these states, and the basis of the entire economy for several of them. Are slaves counted in the population numbers for representation? Could Congress ban the slave trade? How should voting work? Who's gonna collect the taxes? Should judges be chosen, elected? How much power should the states retain to be able to change the Constitution if we mess something up? And it was draft after draft after draft, revision and rewrite until September 1787, when they finally emerged with this.
The Constitution, the sacred charter of we the people.
This is the document that creates a new set of rules, a new governmental design to rescue their grand experiment. The rule book for the first ever large-scale experiment with representative government, and the solution to the United States 1.0. So it actually took me all of that context to feel like I could finally approach the Constitution, this thing I've been hearing about my entire life, and understand why it was written the way it was. I now see the Constitution as a reaction to 3 major lessons that were learned from the failure of the Articles of
this is literally, this is literally 5th grade history. Yeah. And he's acting like I now see. Bro, you literally looked up, like, this is like a basic thing where it'll be like on the test for this unit in history, it will ask you 3 causes.
Okay.
For the Constitution. So there's like 5 in total, but 3 categories. And one is because of Rhode Island, they overprint their currency.
Okay.
And then each state had their own military, so they need a unified federal military. So it's a federal economy, a federal military, and then each state had its own taxes, so they needed a federal tax for that, is the basic 3.
Okay.
But there's like 5, I don't remember exactly what all 5 are, but like Rhode Island and unified military are like the main ones.
Yeah.
I love that he's like, I now see, though, like it's a revelation. It's like, bro, this is like basic American history.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, it's like, this would be like first year civics, I would imagine.
It's like pretty early, like it's gonna be like 5th, 7th.
Yeah.
Anytime you take U.S. history, I think you'll do it again in your like junior year probably.
Yeah. Okay.
So, lesson number 1.
Not fair.
Having a very weak central government that can't really do anything is bad. We all just saw what a disaster that was. So the fix was to create a central government with actual power. They call it a national government. It is no longer a confederation. And the new government has some serious, real powers this time. It can actually tax Americans directly. It can have an army. It can regulate the economy, commerce between the states. No more random tariffs and border disputes about navigation rights. So that was lesson number 1. A stronger government, which is what everyone agreed they needed. The other big lesson is the classic one that we've been talking about the whole time, that you can't have too much power concentrated in that government. Remember, the whole revolution was about an out-of-touch, far-away, overly powerful, unrepresentative government that was imposing taxes. People are still really worried about this. It didn't go away, so the new system had to account for that. They need to make this new government king-proof, to make sure that not one person or group gets too much power for too long. And their solution is to spread the power out in a lot of different places. Specifically, they were leaning on the work of a French guy named Charles, who we call Montesquieu, who had been writing about the separation of powers. And even the states themselves had been kind of experimenting with this. And the idea was that in every government, there are three sorts of power. That's Charles talking. And the three sorts of power are the writing of the law, the enforcing of the law, and the settling disputes of the law. Love that. So instead of just having a Congress like in the old model, we'll branch the power of the government into three parts. The Congress will write the laws, the executive branch will enforce them, and a court system will settle disputes within the law. Let's do a data viz using the Constitution, chopping it up into its 7 chapters, or articles. These first 3 are the 3 branches of government, and this big monster, which is actually 2 pages that we had to put together for this little data viz, is the Congress, the branch of the government that writes the laws. It is the first and by far the longest section of the Constitution. It's the one that they thought the longest and hardest about because it is the most important in a representative democracy. It is the Congress that makes the laws that we all have to abide by. It is the Congress that could take money from people in taxes. It's the Congress that declares war on other countries. It's a lot of power centralized in one branch of government. So to decentralize it even more, they split it into 2. Now, to pass a law, both of these Congresses have to agree on the verbatim wording of the law. Forces them to compromise, to negotiate. Yet another trick to stop any one person or group from getting too much power. Okay, next you have the executive branch. This is the president. So they did indeed settle on having a single
I was
head
just
of state.
teaching
The
basic
president has
US
to sign the
history
laws
now.
that the Congress makes. They're supposed to make sure that whatever laws Congress passes, that they're enforced, that people are actually following them, and if they're not, that they are facing justice. But it wouldn't be a prime minister, it wouldn't be elected by the Congress. It was something new. And it would be kind of the face of the nation, the representative of the United States to other countries. The president would be able to make decisions quickly, to act fast in case of a crisis, like a bunch of farmers storming the government.
You take away their land!
And he would command the military. But importantly, the president was not to be a king. He could only spend money if Congress gave him that money. The Congress could even kick him out at any point, and he would have to be elected. Okay, now the third branch of government is this little tiny one here, the Supreme Court. This would be judges who would settle ambiguity or disputes between the states and about the laws that Congress had made and that the president enforces. The judges would be appointed by the president and approved by the Congress. So this is how Madison and Co. convinced the group to let there be a properly centralized government, to split it up in all these clever ways. But wait, the states
We
were
have
not about to give up all of their power to go from like sovereign entities to like having no power at all. So baked into this Constitution is a 4th branch of power.
But like,
which is
I guess
the states
if you think about it, he
themselves.
probably has
the
like big
states would be in
international
charge
audience.
of handling everything else that the
Who
federal
didn't take any
government
of this.
doesn't handle. Elections, education, property law. If you steal a horse, you'd be tried in a state court, not a federal court. Like, most important things are happening at the state level. And of course, all of this power would be derived from the people it governs. Everyone would have to stand for some kind of accountability to the people. Something that would allow the people to kick their leaders out if they didn't like how they were being governed. But wait, there's a snag here. And this gets us to
But
our
wait,
third and
there's
final
more.
big lesson that this document solves for. Remember that one time when Massachusetts needed to pay back its war debt and it like taxed its people and then they like stormed the government and it was a rebellion?
We're here to get justice.
Yeah, no one forgot about that. And in fact, James Madison was very skeptical of the passions of the people. What happens if they're just frustrated one year and they just upend the whole system? Mob rule, pissed off masses acting in the impulse of the moment. or in their words, the turbulence and weakness of unruly passions. These are elite, landowning white dudes. They didn't really have a lot of respect for the masses.
What?
People should have immediately as little to do as may be about the government. The people want for information and are constantly liable to be misled.
So their solution was to limit where the will of the people could have direct impact. They make it so that the Congress, remember it's split into two, has one half that is directly representative of the people. The House of Representatives would give a representative to every 30,000 people or so, and they'd be elected every 2 years, so voters can easily replace them. This house would be responsive to the will of the people. But then the other house, the Senate, would be completely different. Each state, regardless of how many people, would have 2 senators. And the senators would only be up for election every 6 years. Oh, and at first, the people didn't even vote for the senators. They would be elected by each state's legislature. And yes, the state legislatures would be elected by the people, so there is still representation here, but it was super indirect. And since a law can only pass if both houses approve it, you now have a Congress where even if the angry masses of the House of Representatives are clamoring for some radical new law, the Senate, which is less directly exposed to the masses, would be able to have a level head about it, to think more long-term, to think it through and only pass it if they deem it good for the country. Oh, and they did this weird non-democracy thing for the president too. The president is elected every 4 years, not by the people, but rather by a weird mishmash of a bunch of other methods. And hold on to your hats for this one. The president would get picked by a special group of people who are called electors. Electors would be chosen by each state however they want, with states getting a number of electors basically proportional to its population. Then the electors from this electoral college.
Is he saying it like
not
that?
Like that college, but like a group of colleagues or an association, that kind of college. Anyway, they vote on behalf of their states and they choose a president. I mean, it's so freaking convoluted. It was convoluted back then. It's still pretty convoluted today, but at least we like vote ourselves and we feel like we're choosing the president. And then thirdly, while we're talking about too much democracy, they made sure that the judges wouldn't be elected. That the judges could serve for life, they'd be chosen by the president, serve for life, and they would ideally not be exposed to the incentives of politics. That they would be neutral and only focused on interpreting the law, which that worked out for a while. So yeah, the people are connected to the government in a real way, but it's very indirect, and that is intentional. Okay, so that's it. That is what they did to replace the failure of America 1.0. This design that was meant to keep power out of the hands of a few people and to change the old way where subjects are ruled by kings to now citizens being ruled by law. And yes, there's democracy here, but it's not like a full-fledged democracy. It's very diluted and indirect. The power is spread all over the place, which means making the government work will require the branches to work together. There must be compromise if they want to get anything done. They need to share power. They need to stop each other if one side is getting too powerful. And everyone loved it. Oh wait, no, not everyone loved it. There's a bunch of people who hated this, people who were in the room. And there's a bunch of people who didn't sign it, including Edmund Randolph, the frontman for James Madison for selling the whole plan of a centralized government. He doesn't sign it. Yeah, he was like, this is way too much power to give to the central government. In fact, he said, this plan contains, quote, the fetus of monarchy. Which I'm like, this is a prophecy for today. So he doesn't sign the Constitution. And in fact, even the ones who wrote the Constitution who did sign it knew that this was incomplete. And so they actually baked in something here at the end. This little nub. It's the section that's in case we get something wrong or forgot an important thing section. It's how the Constitution can be changed. Thomas Jefferson was big on this. He was like, you might as well try to wear the same coat you wore as a kid when you're an adult. What? Meaning, the system's gonna change. We need to upgrade our clothes. We need this thing to be flexible. Everyone agrees, the states ratify it. George Washington becomes the first president. And to help calm those people who felt like this was way too much power to give to the government, they immediately passed 10 amendments to the Constitution that explicitly codified what the government can't mess with. the freedom of speech, the freedom of religion, the freedom to bear arms, all of these things to make sure that people feel comfortable with this new system, even in spite of all the power it gives the central government. But it's kind of just the beginning. And in fact, I'm interested in what happens next. Because once they ratify this thing, this document goes under some stress tests as the country grows, almost rips itself apart in a civil war, but somehow the Constitution endures and flexes. I would love to hear your questions in the comments, anything that you want to know about how our government works today, how the Constitution is held up. Thanks for being here, and thanks to all of those who support us over at New Press with your ideas, with your contributions. New Press is our crowdsourced journalism project that is redefining how we do journalism and bringing the audience way deeper.
Okay, thanks for the Year 5 history lesson.
Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk. This is, we still have an unnamed segment for cold Matt clips that I have not seen yet. It's not on our sound sheet, but I trust super producer Matt inherently.
Yeah, so this
Charlie
is
Kirk up to.
Yeah.
Well, this is about the Charlie Kirk sort of like mythos about him being a turning against Israel or whatever like this. And I think it's important to say two things. One, that TPUSA does not resemble TPUSA under Charlie Kirk, even on the issue of Iran. And two, Charlie Kirk was also a coward on these issues, who, to the extent he said anything that was salutary on, say, regime change, it was cribbed from the left and insincere, and just because it's not popular to support things like bombing Iran.
It's a cheap date situation. It's the same reason that the same way Tucker Carlson has been on this, like historically, where he's insincere, but he understands that just saying something without any consequences that gestures towards that position gives him some cachet.
And we'll bring Tucker in here, but here is a person at TPUSA who's now like, all these press things at the White House and the Pentagon are all like bullshit, even more so than they have been previously. But here's a TPUSA representative asking a question about Iran.
Right next to Laura Loomer, who, gosh, her face sticks out even when it's not in focus.
Whoa, don't be rude.
Thank you. And my second question regarding Iran, there are reports that Iran's been planning on rebuilding its nuclear facilities. Iranian's president has said that it plans to rebuild its nuclear facilities with, quote, greater strength. Can you provide us on any sort of update on where that currently stands?
I can tell you that Operation Midnight Hammer was an absolute resounding success. Iran's nuclear capabilities were totally obliterated.
Can you pause it for a sec? Look, I get to say it because I'm a woman, but why do the Pentagon briefings look like my sorority chapter meeting?
Yeah, what has happened? It's like take your daughter to work day.
Which I would go stone to all the time, by the way. They didn't like me that much in the sorority. I didn't take it that seriously. But this is what this reminds me of. All right, keep going back.
Facilities were totally obliterated, and experts estimated that, it would take 2 years for them to recover. So thanks to President Trump's bold and swift action, we were able to dismantle that threat to the American people. And I think it was also a historic operation by virtue of the fact that there was a clear end state. We have seen this department get marred down in the Middle East in endless wars, in nation building. That has stopped under this president and this secretary. We now have a clear end state, a clear mission set, and Operation Midnight Hammer was a success in dismantling that.
What's
Operation Midnight Hammer? Say it over
That's
and
a good
over
question.
again.
Like I didn't realize who was answering the question. I was mainly interested in the TPUSA person asking the question. And just to go on this Charlie Kirk thing. So yes, you mentioned Tucker Carlson. He had this to say about him and Charlie. And we'll go into Charlie Kirk's position on the Iran strike and going forward. But here's Tucker Carlson.
And so very few people pushed back, very few. In fact, as far as I know, only 2 people, me and Charlie Kirk, actually went and spoke directly to the president to make the case that no, you shouldn't get involved in this war because its aim is not actually to deny Iran a nuclear weapon. That may be a virtuous goal, but that's not really what this is about. What this is about is luring the United States into yet another war. And if you do that, it's bad for everybody, including you. That's the case that we made. Charlie went to the White House to make that case, and God bless him for doing that. And he was hated for doing that. But he did it. Very few other people did. In fact, as far as I know, none. So, of course, in June, the debate ended, and the United States did commit military.
Okay. Go ahead, Emma.
No, it's just, well, first of all, I mean, the amount of invocation of this dead man by his supposed friends and colleagues to fit their own agenda. It's seemingly endless. I don't know when it, when it will stop, and I have no reason to believe any of these people.
Charlie Kirk is a currency. They are all spending Kirk coin and all this stuff. And, there is some truth to this. This is a tweet Charlie put out. If America, this is before the strike happened that he then later supported. But if America does regime change in Iran, it won't be for the first time, blah, blah, blah. He goes over the basic sort of Stephen Kinzer overthrow, history of the Mossadegh coup and all that stuff. And it's interesting. It would be nice to see these sort of lessons learned on the right in any kind of meaningful way. But then here's Charlie after the strikes were launched, and he completely folded and said, I guess, Trump has been consistent, so here he is, just to give people a full picture of Charlie Kirk, because I do think it is gross that this guy died and was sort of staking out a sort of slightly anti-war, because he talks to Dave Smith and all that stuff, position on this stuff, that is just being erased now by the modern Turning Point USA. But here is Charlie Kirk, just in case you worry that he was actually anti-war after we did bomb Iran.
J.D. Vance made a really important point. President Trump has been remarkably consistent about Iran not having a nuclear weapon. Right. 10 years ago yesterday, Senator Mullen, President Trump, businessman Trump, came down the escalator, and a little buried nugget in his speech was, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. This was 10 years ago. He talked about the border. He talked about an invasion. He talked about trade. He talked about how we don't win anymore. But let's play cut 303, the consistency.
Yeah, we know that he was wrong in 2015 about Iran and the Iran deal. The Iran deal was one of the good things Obama did. And so Trump coming down the escalator saying we want to get rid of that and stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, which was what the Iran deal actually did.
Yeah.
That's just Charlie folding. So there's a balance to be struck here about the degeneration of Turning Point USA that people will point but the conspiratorial Israel killed Charlie because he wasn't playing ball. Charlie Kirk was playing ball.
Well, I just think we've been covering this, right? That there, in the immediate aftermath of his killing, there were a lot of people that were eager to take over the well-financed infrastructure of Turning Point USA and orient it in a way that they felt could influence young conservatives. And we had Candace Owens, who's a total nutcase, but going out there and basically saying they are doing a disservice to Charlie's memory. There are forces outside of TPUSA that they're trying to take it over. I mean, the implication underneath it all is
she's
a
wacky,
of course, but
lady.
What is probably more likely is this isn't, and I think my theory on this is bolstered by the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu came out and was being over the top about trying to co-opt Kirk's message is that
he
they
loved Israel.
Yeah, right. They see this infrastructure that they want to direct in a specific way, and there is a lot of Zionist money and military-industrial complex money that is going to be readily available for this kind of, takeover. And it seems like that's already happening there. That question it could have been written by the Israeli public relations team.
Yep.
And it's basically what has been used over and over again as this false pretext to any kind of peace negotiation with the Iranians. This is where, we look back at the JCPOA, the Iran deal, and I think you say, this is where, first of all, with Hillary Clinton back in the news, just a reminder that everything good that happened under foreign policy happened under John Kerry. The first term of Obama's foreign policy was not good.
Yep.
The second term was quite good, and that included the Iran deal and this peace deal that kept them enriching uranium at a very low level in exchange for the United States essentially unfreezing certain assets. And in response to that, same Benjamin Netanyahu did a PowerPoint presentation where he presented a bunch of fake evidence about Iran cheating on the deal, then also went to Republicans in Congress and circumvented Obama and spoke to them directly as a way to kind of give a middle finger to him. We look back on that, and to give some praise to Obama there, he really did take on the Israel lobby. And I think that the Israel lobby reasserted itself and got even stronger in response to it. When Trump scrapped it, then you see I mean, I think there was a ton of effort to put influence pedal on both sides. And then they had their perfect president in Joe Biden as a Democrat who got dog walked by Netanyahu on a regular basis.
An opponent of the Iran deal within Obama's party became the leader of the Senate.
Yep.
Chuck Schumer.
I mean, the opponent in his White House, who there was reporting that nuts now will say Biden was apparently in the first term of Obama's first term. There was reporting that he was going around Hillary Clinton and Obama to assuage the fears of Benjamin Netanyahu.
To the right of Hillary.
To the right of Hillary on Israel. Okay? Just to give people a sense of that's who the Democratic Party has, their president and then their leader of the Senate, and then now even Hakeem Jeffries, who has very, very deep ties to AIPAC in the House. So,
do you think that had any impact on the, like, say, 2020 primary?
Yeah.
Like Jasper Nathaniel on the show this week, also on the Jacobin show tomorrow, but talking about Democrats who are pro-Israel taking AIPAC money, who are like, we want to help you save this American boy who is in a Israel torture camp. We can't do it publicly because where is our democracy at? This needs to be ejected from the left immediately and the right, and at the same time.
Right. Sorry, you said, what did you just say that I wanted to respond to? Dang it. It was something, why is my memory so bad these days? Forget it. You guys go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to the way Charlie Kirk's memory is being weaponized here, it really is just being slotted into a schism that's forming on the far right amongst their media figures that was going to happen regardless of whether Charlie was alive or not, right? Like, I think he's taking an outsized role in this, despite the reality of TPUSA kind of just always having been an astroturfed organization that funnels like a certain number of staffers into the weirdest staffers, into like certain Republicans' DC offices. Like he's taking an outsized role because people find it useful to put him as like a martyr and at the face of whatever goals they've already had. Like now Candace Owens is saying that Macron's wife is responsible for killing Charlie because of her spreading the and that's how what the game is, right? Because that's like ridiculous. Like, saying that, perhaps it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy and I guess the Egyptians working with Israel, like that, some people believe that. But at that level, you kind of really understand that Charlie is now more useful to them, no offense, dead than he was alive, because he can't speak for himself when he's dead. And so it becomes very easy, just like I said, like he is their Martin Luther King Jr. because now that he's dead, they can say he said whatever they want him to say. And had he been alive, who knows what he probably wasn't going to become an anti Israel far right person, but who knows? Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But all we know now is that he can be whatever we want him to be, and he has like the extra value of being like a martyr for our cause. But I think it's kind of irrelevant because the same thing would be happening whether he was alive or not. It's just now he's a token for them to use.
Well, I agree with you for the most part, but one factor about him not being alive is that he's no longer a competitor for them. He is just a piece of content now. Like there is clearly that internal rift between all the different right-wing influencers and media figures. Charlie would have been at a very prime spot to push someone out, but now there is a clear opening that Charlie Kirk can't fill, and Turning Point USA doesn't have anyone who's that we've seen to fill that. So that means these other individuals are able to come in and gain even more of a foothold with that right-wing audience.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find the exact clip, but this is what I meant to say earlier, just about where the Democrats, how the Israel Zionist lobby really reasserted itself in the wake of the Obama years. I believe that Biden was the only candidate on the debate stage. There was a question at one point about conditioning aid to Israel. And I think it was still like towards the end of the primary, but Biden said absolutely no conditions. And then I think it was Warren and Bernie, and maybe it was Buttigieg at the time, who had said yes, based on these different conditions. And Biden was by far the most Zionist candidate in the race. And in that primary, I remember that Bernie Sanders said that he would consider moving the embassy back to Tel Aviv from Jerusalem, which was a very inflammatory thing that Trump did in the first term. And Israel's foreign ministry denounced Bernie Sanders for his, quote, horrifying comment about that. So you could just see where the forces of this kind of money, this kind of influence and power, it really made itself known on the Democratic side as well. But there's that fight happening right now over TPUSA, and it's happening out in the open. Martig might not want to read this aloud. Okay, well then I'm not gonna.
It really is something else watching like his friends and family members like just like, you know, pick apart, no offense, his like body for like whatever value they can find in it. Like watching like the remnants of like his staff, his like head of security go on Sean Ryan, his wife, like it really is the Charlie Kirk industrial complex now.
Yep.
It's what he would have wanted.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours.
What else have I got here?
The United States Navy, the most powerful Navy on Earth, not have big, beautiful battleships anymore. Calls to return to the days of giant ships with giant guns have been consistent through the decades since the last battleship, the USS Missouri, was laid down in 1941. Most recently, President Trump has indicated he wants the Navy to build new battleships to be part of the Golden Fleet, as he calls it. Battleships defined naval power for half a century. They helped win 2 world wars. They shelled beaches from Normandy to Okinawa, and they became floating symbols of American naval and industrial dominance. But even as every other part of the fleet has been reinvented to stay relevant over the decades, the Navy never resurrected the capital ship that once defined sea power. Welcome back to Task and Purpose. I'm Kyle, and today we are going to talk about why battleships faded into history, discuss the past attempts to bring them back and why those failed, and then finally get into what a modern battleship might look like and why that is likely to fail too.
Such a ridiculous fucking thing. It's like, hey, let's put howitzers on a ship. It's fucking awesome.
But before we get to that, a quick word from today's sponsor, Odoo. If you're in manufacturing, you already know sort of glee. I personally think battleships are awesome, but we kind of got to operate in reality, so let's get started. Before we can really get into it, we have to define what a battleship even is. Many people still call destroyers, or really any large Navy ship, battleships, much like how people will call a Bradley a tank, and not just to get the Armabubbas worked up. Fun fact, if you call a Bradley a cute tank, you get a pass. A battleship wasn't just a large ship with big guns. It was a specific type of capital ship built around a single mission: to fight and survive against other capital ships in a line of battle engagement. Everything about the design flowed from that requirement. The Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 classified any warship with guns over 8 inches and displacing more than 10,000 tons as a capital ship, but battleships were the only ones built with the armor and firepower required to trade blows with peer opponents. Battleships carried heavy main batteries, usually 12 to 16 inch rifled guns, because those were the only weapons capable of penetrating.
It's not just howitzers. That's much bigger. Holy shit. And they're rifled as well.
Yeah,
wow.
They're huge.
Wow. Fuck me. I would not want to be on a battleship while a fucking battleship fight was happening. That would suck. Holy shit.
The thick armor of another battleship at long range. Their defining feature, besides the massive guns, was the armored citadel, a box of 12 to 18 inches of hardened steel protecting magazines and machinery. That survivability requirement is what separated battleships from battle cruisers, which carried similar guns but they sacrificed armor for speed. The other essential ingredient was displacement, because only very large hulls could carry both heavy guns and heavy armor. Pre-World War I battleships were around 15,000 tons, which was quite large for the day, but World War II giants like Iowa or the Japanese Yamato ranged from 45,000 tons to more than 70,000. Their size and protection made them the doctrinal centerpiece of early 20th century fleets. They were the supreme ships on the high seas, but that supremacy would be short-lived. Battleships became central to great power strategy because, for nearly half a century, they were the only ships capable of destroying an enemy fleet in a single engagement. After HMS Dreadnought entered service in 1906 and rendered virtually every other ship obsolete overnight, naval power effectively became a global arms race measured in big guns and heavily armored ships. These vessels were the backbone of deterrence. A nation's battleship fleet didn't just defend its coastline, it protected its maritime trade, colonial possessions, and political influence. That logic shaped World War I, even though the massive fleet battle everyone expected never really happened. The German High Seas Fleet and the British Grand Fleet both understood that losing their battleships likely meant losing the war. As a result, fleets spent most of the conflict maneuvering for advantage, blockading commerce, and trying to avoid catastrophic losses. The one major clash, Jutland in 1916, ended inconclusively with both sides claiming victory, but it proved the core idea that the side with more battleships, in this case Great Britain, controlled the North Sea and therefore the flow of food, trade, and war materiel. Even without frequent combat, battleships influenced strategy by their very existence, forcing Germany into a costly naval buildup and allowing Britain to maintain a war-winning blockade. In World War I, battleships mattered because they were the currency of naval power, and every major decision at sea revolved around protecting or challenging them. Because of this, it's easy to assume that battleships reigned supreme through World War II, but the decline started much earlier. After World War I, the world's major powers signed the Washington Naval Treaty of 1922, which capped the number and size of battleships across the world. On the surface, this looks like normal arms control, but the context matters. Admirals and strategists were already questioning whether more armor and bigger guns were the future, or whether submarines and aircraft represented a fundamental shift in naval combat. By the 1930s, that shift was becoming clear. Naval aviation advocates inside the U.S. Navy, people like Rear Admiral William Moffett, were already describing aircraft carriers as the future of sea power. Pilots and naval architects were arguing that...
Do the battleships turn into aircraft carriers in Civ?
No. Aircraft carriers are their own unit. They become,
Missile cruisers.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think so.
Naval aircraft were gaining range,
Interesting.
accuracy, and survivability far faster than battleship guns. The naval treaties didn't kill battleships, but they froze innovation for over a decade and indirectly boosted investment into carriers. While battleships were limited to 35,000 tons and 16-inch guns, aircraft carriers were not. So the Navy had to bet on the platform with the most room for growth, and that was naval aviation. If they had any doubts about carriers in the age of battleships, what transpired on December 7, 1941 removed them. The Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor didn't instantly make battleships irrelevant, but it did prove something American analysts had suspected. Aircraft could sink these capital ships long before they ever came into gun range of the carriers that delivered them. The U.S. Navy's own damage reports from Pearl Harbor made it brutally clear how vulnerable these ships were to air attack. The lesson the Navy learned was simple. If aircraft could kill battleships at anchor, they could kill them at sea, and relatively easily by dropping bombs through thinly armored decks. Carriers had arrived in a big way, and there was just no turning back. Everything that happened after 1941 just drove that point home even more. Every single decisive naval battle in the Pacific War, Coral Sea, Midway, the Philippine Sea, was fought and won by aircraft. The longest range hit ever recorded by a battleship gun was about 26 miles. By 1944, U.S. carrier aircraft could strike from 200 miles away. Of Japanese naval ships sunk during the war, about 70% were sent to the depths by aircraft, both carrier and land-based. Only about 5 to 10% were sunk by surface gunfire, which included battleships, but also smaller vessels. That's pretty much the whole story. So battleships shifted into supporting roles like night engagements, anti-aircraft escort, and shore bombardment. They performed those roles well, but they were no longer shaping battles. As early as 1945, Admiral Ernest King wrote in his post-war reports that carriers, not battleships, were the new centerpiece of naval strategy. Even the Iowa class, the most advanced battleships ever built, were practically relics the day they were commissioned. Their guns were truly masterpieces of engineering, capable of firing a 2,700-pound shell nearly 24 miles. But naval warfare had already moved much further than 24 miles. The writing was on the wall, and the Cold War was the final nail in the giant battleship coffin. After the United States dropped atom bombs on Japan to end the war, a new age dawned, and with it, a new threat environment dominated by nuclear weapons, nuclear submarines, and long-range bombers. A battleship couldn't outrun a Tu-22M backfire carrying Cage-22 anti-ship missiles. It couldn't dive beneath the waves to evade detection, and no amount of armor could save it from a nuclear torpedo, because yes, those were a thing. Even subsonic cruise missiles presented a significant threat. The U.S. Navy's post-war fleet reports and congressional hearings show the service wrestling with something uncomfortable. Battleships were impressive, they were useful for gunfire support, and they were beloved symbols. But they were not survivable or cost-effective in a world shaped by missile technology. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, the Navy experimented with turning battleships into modern platforms. Nuclear propulsion was studied for large surface combatants, and some early designs resembled nuclear-powered battleship hybrids. But the Navy ultimately put those reactors into carriers and cruisers instead. That decision came down to return on investment. A nuclear carrier delivered exponentially more striking power per dollar than a nuclear battleship. The Navy was just not going to pay battleship-scale prices for battleship-scale limitations, especially as the Cold War budgets were battlegrounds in and of themselves, since the damn Air Force owned two legs of the nuclear triad and crowded out the other branches. By the 1970s, the U.S. was fully committed to guided missiles. The Ticonderoga-class cruiser and subsequent Arleigh Burke destroyers could fire Tomahawks hundreds of miles with precision. Submarines could strike coastal targets or sink fleets without even being seen. Nothing about those missions required a 70,000-ton armored hull lumbering through the waves. But just like today, the dream didn't die, and there were some genuine attempts to bring battleships back. People sometimes assume battleships died because no one bothered to reinvent them. Actually, the truth is the opposite. Between 1945 and the mid-1990s, the Navy considered multiple modern battleship concepts. All of them failed because they didn't solve real strategic problems. Like we mentioned before, in the 1950s, the Navy examined nuclear-powered battleships equipped with guided missiles. Analysts quickly realized that the missiles worked better on smaller, cheaper hulls that we could build more of. In the late 1960s, the Navy evaluated converting World War II battleships into missile battleships with armored missile cells and heavy anti-air batteries. Once again, the Navy concluded that smaller missile ships were more efficient and survivable when designed from scratch instead of just fixed on a hull from the 1940s. In the mid-1990s, after the USS Missouri was finally retired in 1992, the arsenal ship concept was dreamed up. This was effectively a battleship without guns. Instead, it was to have 512 vertical launching systems, or VLS cells. The Navy and DARPA jointly developed the idea, but Congress eventually defunded it in the fiscal year 1998 budget because they just didn't see the need, since many other vessels and aircraft could accomplish the same thing without creating one very juicy target. The arsenal ship is likely what President Trump has in mind for the Golden Fleet, because it's just a massive ship loaded with missiles, but maybe he isn't. I genuinely have no idea what he is thinking. Every time the Navy tried to resurrect battleship-level firepower, submarines, smaller ships, and aircraft came out way ahead. Not because they were cooler, because very few things are cooler than a battleship, but because they delivered more capability per dollar and were far more survivable. But for one brief shining moment, battleships were great again. And no, I am not talking about the 2012 documentary Battleship starring Rihanna. I'm talking about the 1980s.
He said documentary.
In the 1980s, President Ronald Reagan pushed for a 600-ship Navy. The Iowa-class ships, Missouri, Iowa, New Jersey, and Wisconsin, were returned to service with new electronics, Harpoon missiles, Tomahawk launchers, phalanx guns, and updated sensors. This sounds like a revival of the battleship, but it was not. The reactivations were mostly political. The Navy got a massive funding boost because Congress loved the idea of big gun diplomacy. And battleships had those big guns, which were really great for naval gunfire support during amphibious operations. But the Navy's reactivation reports make clear that these ships were manpower heavy, maintenance intensive, and offered limited capability compared to modern missile platforms. Battleships weren't really reactivated to dominate the seas, they were reactivated because a Cold War political moment made it possible. If you studied 80s pop culture at all, because that's a very normal thing to do and don't make fun of me for doing it, big was in. Big muscles, big hair, big guns. It was just a resurgence of a brand of American patriotism after the dark days of Vietnam, and our military started to reflect that. That brings us to the Gulf War in 1991, where the battleships fired their last rounds in anger. Iowa-class ships, USS Wisconsin and USS Missouri, let loose hundreds of 16-inch shells and Tomahawk missiles in support of coalition forces. They were useful, but they were not indispensable. Rand's post-war analysis of naval operations concluded that guided missiles delivered far more operational impact than naval gunnery. So once the Soviet Union collapsed, the battleships were retired again, but this time for good. Now let's twist the dagger and talk about why they're not likely to return except for in your dreams. I was going to make fun of people who dream about battleships, but if you dream about battleships, then you belong here, so welcome. If you strip away nostalgia and hero worship, the Navy's decision comes down to three problems. First, battleships and just extremely large ships in general are absurdly expensive. It's not just the steel, it's the armor fabrication, the specialized dry docks, the training pipelines, the spare parts, and the escorts required to keep them alive. Modern estimates for building a new battleship vary widely, but if we look at the inflation-adjusted cost of an Iowa class at $2 billion using 1940s tech, we can somewhat safely assume a modern battleship could climb up to $20 billion. Second, they require enormous crews, at least if we are talking about battleships in the classic sense. An Iowa-class battleship took nearly 1,800 sailors to operate. For comparison, a modern Arleigh Burke operates with roughly 300. To be fair, the arsenal ships of the mid-1990s would have allegedly been fine with crews of 50, but let's be serious about Navy expectations and then reality. Third, they are vulnerable. A battleship is a giant radar target. Modern anti-ship weapons like the Chinese YJ-21 or Russian Kinzhal move too fast and maneuver too aggressively for battleship armor to matter. Even subsonic threats from cruise missiles aren't great news for a giant target. And let's just be brutally honest here, the US can barely build the smaller ships that we so desperately need right now. The Constellation class frigate was just canceled, the LCS was a disaster, shipyards are struggling to keep up, dry dock space is running out, and we just don't currently have the capacity to build a giant 80,000 ton battleship. If we did, it would come at the cost of smaller vessels, and these days quantity matters quite a bit. Every modern U.S. naval concept points to the same direction. Distributed maritime operations, long-range precision strikes, stealth, uncrewed systems, rapid kill chains. None of this favors a giant, heavily armored ship. Shore bombardment, the last job that battleships were truly good at, has been replaced by cruise missiles, loitering munitions, and precision air power. A single B-52 carrying AGM-158 JASSM missiles can destroy hardened targets from over 600 miles away. Hell, even a C-130 carrying 12 to 15 cruise missiles on a Rapid Dragon pallet would be more effective. A battleship firing 16-inch shells from 24 miles away just simply can't compete. Plus, the Navy wants more submarines, more uncrewed vessels, better sensors, and more survivability through dispersion. A battleship just concentrates too much combat power into a single targetable platform. But who knows? I mean, I'm just a guy who reads words into a camera, so maybe somehow we could figure out how a giant battleship loaded with missiles could work, how we could build it, and how we could keep it safe from rapidly expanding threats. But first, we should probably figure out how to build ships half that size in less than 5 years. Now go ahead and leave us a comment saying that I'm very mean for crushing your battleship dreams, but you know, we gotta confront reality at some point here. So if you think battleships could work, by all means, make your argument in there. You might change my mind. This is just what I figured out. So leave your comments, let us know what you think, like, subscribe, you know, do all those things that I don't really ask you to do and probably should. I wrote the script and Savvy edited the video, and now it's channel update time, where in the past couple videos I feel like I'm repeating it, but I know not everybody watches every
coup in West Africa has piled even more pressure on ECOWAS, the region's economic and political bloc. Last week's coup in Guinea-Bissau means 2 military-ruled members are now suspended from the bloc, while earlier this year 3 other military-ruled members, Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger, quit ECOWAS altogether to form their own new alliance. All of this is a bad sign for the bloc, which this year is celebrating its 50th anniversary. But rather than making progress on its mission of EU-style regional integration, ECOWAS now faces fragmentation. So in this video, we're going to explain the latest dramatic developments from the region, why ECOWAS is in crisis, and what it means for the future.
ECOWAS.
Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. For context, ECOWAS, or the Economic Community of West African States, was created back in 1975 by the Treaty of Lagos. Before this year's withdrawals, it covered more than 400 million people and an economy of more than $700 billion, with 15 members. Benin, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Ivory Coast, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, the Gambia and Togo. ECOWAS was founded with a mission to deepen economic integration across West Africa, foster post-colonial political stability and self-reliance. It's arguably Africa's most successful and economically integrated regional bloc, with things like visa-free movement of people, a trade liberalisation scheme, customs union and common external tariff. Over the years, ECOWAS has evolved into more than just an economic project. Subsequent protocols and revisions to its founding treaty enlarged its scope with new political and security focuses, helping to establish the bloc as a peacekeeping force and custodian of democratic norms. ECOWAS has intervened militarily and in a peacekeeping capacity in several of the region's conflicts since 1990. However, perhaps its best known and most successful intervention was in 2017, when ECOWAS troops entered the Gambia and, without major clashes, pressed the tiny country's long-time president to cede power after losing the 2016 election. However, the last few years have been particularly difficult for ECOWAS, most notably because of a series of coups in ECOWAS members, which form part of what's been dubbed Africa's coup belt. Most damaging for ECOWAS have been the coups in Mali in 2020 and 2021, Burkina Faso in January and September 2022, and Niger in 2023, which prompted the 3-country suspension and later full withdrawal from the bloc. These military coups happened against the backdrop of serious insecurity owing to insurgencies affiliated with Al-Qaeda and Islamic State, and rising anti-French and anti-Western sentiment in the region, with former colonial power France perceived as still wielding too much influence and being an ineffective security partner. ECOWAS suspended and imposed sanctions on Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger in response to their coups. It was after the Niger coup in 2023 that ECOWAS responded most forcefully, imposing crippling sanctions on Niger, closing its borders and airspace while threatening military intervention should Niger's military refuse to return power to the ousted president. This forceful response from ECOWAS reflected the hardline approach to coups that the bloc's newly installed chair, Nigerian President Bola Tinubu, had vowed to take, seeking to prevent any further coup contagion. But this attempt to reverse Niger's coup failed, and in fact the punitive sanctions and threat of intervention really only helped the 3 countries' military regimes reinforce their position by fueling their nationalist sovereignty rhetoric and generating public resentment against ECOWAS, which the regime said had fallen under the influence of foreign powers. In early 2024, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger's military rulers, having formed a new alliance of Sahel states, or AES, announced they would pull out of ECOWAS altogether, a process formally completed in January 2025, despite ECOWAS's shift from punitive measures to more friendly dialogue in an attempt to persuade them to remain in the bloc. Elsewhere within ECOWAS, in Guinea in 2021, the military overthrew the president amid economic mismanagement and, ironically, democratic backsliding. ECOWAS suspended Guinea, and while Guinea hasn't withdrawn from the bloc, like the AES countries, its military leader, Mamadi Doumbouya, has basically reneged on all promises for a quick return to democracy, and has instead consolidated his power while slowly moving back towards constitutional order. And in Guinea-Bissau, just last week, after the country's presidential election, but before results had been announced, the military seized power and aborted the electoral process. The small coup-prone country has since been suspended from ECOWAS, while the bloc considers its options and tries to persuade the coup leaders to stand down. Now, there is some debate about what actually happened, as some suggest that the military deposed the president at his own request, in a bid to halt an electoral process which he lost, perhaps with the intention of eventually rerunning it in his favour. But whatever the truth turns out to be, it's nonetheless an unconstitutional interruption, and Guinea-Bissau's suspension leaves the ECOWAS map a greatly diminished version of its former self. These last few years of fragmentation have been terrible news for ECOWAS, a bloc whose raison d'etre is regional integration. After the three-country withdrawal earlier this year, ECOWAS said citizens of Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger would continue to benefit from certain regional initiatives, like visa-free movement and trade liberalisation measures, in a bid to maintain some ties and prevent regression in what is still a work-in-progress integration agenda. But how long this lasts and what it means for other integration initiatives remains to be seen. For example, a regional effort to create a common currency, the ECO, has been repeatedly delayed over the years. The events have also exposed something of a double standard that undermines ECOWAS's democratic legitimacy, something that the three coup leaders used to justify their withdrawal. The crux of this was that while the bloc was willing to take strong and punitive measures in response to coups carried out by the military, ECOWAS has remained muted when so-called constitutional coups take place in other member states, fueling the image that it's something of a president's club. For example, Ivorian President Alassane Ouattara won a fourth term in office in October, with major opposition candidates ruled ineligible, and Ouattara arguing that a new constitution approved in 2016 reset his two-term limit. In Togo, meanwhile, a constitutional change has granted the country's 20-year leader, Faure Gnassingbe, a powerful new unelected prime ministerial role with no fixed term limit. In addition to the crisis of democratic legitimacy, ECOWAS is now facing an elevated security crisis as a result of this year's fragmentation. Despite overthrowing civilian governments, quitting ECOWAS and kicking out Western troops, the alliance of Sahel state countries have failed to get a grip on the deadly insurgencies that plague the central Sahel. If anything, they've got worse, with jihadists expanding their areas of activities with increasingly sophisticated attacks. For ECOWAS's coastal states, which have largely been spared the violent instability that the region's landlocked countries have been dealing with, they're now seeing a growing extremist threat on their northern frontiers. The ECOWAS-AES rupture doesn't bode well for urgently needed security cooperation. Ultimately, this myriad of crises mean ECOWAS is more vulnerable than at any point in its 50-year history, demonstrating the importance of deeper integration and cooperation. The bloc's unity, influence and standing has been diminished, highlighting a need for reform, including with how it deals with coups, both military and constitutional, perhaps with a focus on improving conditions on the ground with a view to prevention, as well as consistency to improve the bloc's democratic legitimacy. Now, that's quite a lot of information we've thrown your way, and that's after we've simplified it down for you. So you can only imagine how overwhelming it is to sift through the hundreds of outlets reporting.
Give us another ad, Daddy.
Piling tons of stuff, including oil, gas, and a number of in-demand metals. Unsurprisingly, this has drawn the attention of Western policymakers, with at least some of them suggesting that these stockpiles are the CCP's way of planning for an invasion of Taiwan. So in this video, we're going to try our best to figure out why China is stockpiling so much stuff, and explain why it might not necessarily be about Taiwan. The next issue of our magazine, Too Long, is coming out soon, with this issue focusing on realignment in the Middle East, discussing how recent events fundamentally reshape the region. Pre-order your copy or subscribe. The one that's drawn by far the most attention in the international press is China's ever-growing stockpile of crude oil. Now, for national security reasons, China doesn't actually publish data on its stockpiles, for crude or any other commodity. But there's a pretty strong consensus among market observers, who've noticed that China is importing more than it's refining, that the CCP has been quietly building up its oil stockpiles since really late 2024. According to most estimates, China now has something like 1.3 billion barrels of crude oil in reserve, enough to last the Chinese economy roughly 3 months with zero further imports. This process really accelerated in the second quarter of this year, when China was adding something like 1 million barrels a day to its stockpiles, accounting for roughly 90% of global stockpiling. And at least some analysts think that stockpile-related demand from China has single-handedly kept global oil prices above the $60 a barrel mark. But it's not just oil. China has also been stockpiling a number of other commodities, including natural gas and certain metals. Again, no one knows exact figures, but a Bloomberg report from earlier this year, citing unnamed officials, claimed that the CCP had decided to build up fresh cobalt, copper, nickel and lithium stockpiles. And a recent Economist article claimed that, since the beginning of 2024, China had built up copper, zinc and nickel stockpiles sufficient to cover 20, 50 and 108% of annual demand, respectively. Unsurprisingly, this has provoked some anxiety amongst more hawkish commentators in the US, who point to China's stockpiling as evidence the CCP are preparing to invade Taiwan. To be fair, stockpiles are what you'd expect ahead of an invasion, given such an event would probably provoke a furious international backlash, and massively disrupt China's trade with the rest of the world. Stockpiling would obviously help China cope with any post-invasion disruption, and insulate the CCP against efforts to leverage China's trade dependencies. In this context, it's worth mentioning that China is more dependent on certain imports than you might think. China still imports many of its raw manufacturing inputs, including about 90% of its iron and a similar fraction of its copper. China also imports a lot of food. The country only became a net food importer in 2004, i.e. it imported more food than it exported. But by 2021, it had become the world's largest food importer, surpassing the US. Perhaps most significantly though, China imports a lot of its energy. Despite recent efforts to develop a domestic oil industry, China, which is the world's largest crude oil importer and the second largest crude oil consumer after the US, still imports something like 70% of its crude oil, with most of this coming via maritime trade routes into South China. This dependence on energy imports has been a long-standing anxiety for Chinese policymakers, and in 2003, CCP General Secretary Hu Jintao coined the term Malacca Dilemma to refer to China's singular reliance on the Strait of Malacca, a maritime choke point connecting the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea that could easily be shut off, immediately depriving China of something like 80% of its crude imports. This is why the CCP has tried to diversify oil imports by building more overland pipelines to Russia and other Central Asian producers. So, you get the idea. While more attention is often paid to the rest of the world's reliance on Chinese stuff, China also relies pretty heavily on the rest of the world for its own stuff. And more hawkish commentators in Washington have taken the CCP's newfound penchant for stockpiling as evidence that China is secretly prepping for an invasion of Taiwan, and the accompanying disruption to international trade. But while this might be one possible explanation, there are at least 3 other reasons China might want to build up its stockpiles. The first is to reduce Trump's leverage in the trade war. The more China stockpiles, the less they need to import in the short term, which reduces Trump's leverage in the ongoing trade negotiations. This would also explain why the stockpiling apparently began last year, when it became clear that Trump was returning for a second term and that he wanted to renegotiate the terms of the US-China relationship. It's also possible that China is rushing to import as much discounted oil as it can from Russia, Iran and Venezuela, which today account for something like 20% of all China's oil imports and are all under some form of US sanction, before the US either tightens sanctions, as has happened recently with Russia, or invades, as might happen with Venezuela. The second reason is reserve diversification. Every country has foreign exchange reserves to provide a buffer against economic crises. Historically, US dollar and dollar-denominated assets accounted for a large percentage of all global reserves, including China's. But Trump's unorthodox policies have undermined their appeal as safe assets, which is why China and other countries have recently moved out of dollars and into more traditional safe assets, like gold. Again, no one knows exactly how big China's gold reserves are, but China has been importing a lot of gold recently, helping push prices to all-time highs. China's oil stockpiling could be another form of reserve diversification, helping China bolster its reserves with a commodity that it can easily sell or consume in times of crisis. Third, and finally, it could just be good for the Chinese economy. Stockpiling, and then releasing stockpiles when prices get too high, allows the CCP to essentially guarantee stable commodity prices within China, which helps Chinese manufacturers by reducing uncertainty, and can even help the CCP turn a tidy profit if they get to buy low and sell high. China has form here. The CCP has a national pork reserve, for instance, to smooth out pork prices over holidays and other periods of high demand. To anyone that finds the idea of a government intervening in commodity markets offensive to their free market sensibilities, it's worth noting that the Biden administration did something similar with the US Strategic Petroleum Reserve in 2022 and 2023, which ultimately smoothed out global oil prices while allowing the Treasury to turn a profit. All in all, even if China's stockpiles aren't necessarily proof that the CCP are about to invade Taiwan, they're still something to keep an eye on, if only for policymakers interested in unorthodox ways to boost domestic manufacturing. Now, that's quite a lot of information we've thrown your way, and that's after we've simplified it down for you. So you can only imagine how overwhelming it is to sift through the hundreds of outlets reporting on it online to just find out what happened. Luckily for all of us, there's a website and app that collects all those up.
What else I got in this fucking... Do we want to watch the shoe on head video?
Ugh. Do
you want to give it a shot?
No, every time we put her on, we immediately turn her off.
Okay, because it's...
like,
how did we get here? Oh my god. Yeah, okay.
She's the worst.
Alright, that's all fun stuff. What do you... Is there anything you specifically want to cover?
There should be plenty of stuff in there still. On that list.
Mm-hmm.
Still need to see more about reactions to him boarding this tanker. If anything has happened there. Oh, here's this
we're gonna have to wait until the next stream.
Dipshit in chief here.
Tracking this breaking news story that Donald Trump told us about, the oil tanker that Donald Trump says the United States has seized off the coast of Venezuela. In the Oval Office, Donald Trump was asked for details about that. And he claimed that it was, quote, seized for a very good reason, end quote, but wouldn't reveal what that very good reason is or was. As for the oil on the tanker, Donald Trump said this, quote, well, we keep it, I guess, end quote.
We keep it, I guess.
I don't even know what my question is.
Where to begin?
What happens next?
It's either sloppy or incompetent or it's criminal. And I think it's gut check time again for America. And I think there's another important part of this that's happening is Trump is doing what he always does. He's stress testing the entire system. There's only, I think, 6 days left for Congress to be in session. So if they're going to have a War Powers Act vote on Venezuela, that has to happen in the next week. They're going to have a defense bill they have to pass. And he may be ramming Venezuela down their throat. Whether we're going to get questions for someone like Hegseth is also in the mix.
But what's the predicate for seizing the tanker?
I don't know. I mean, I never know what his predicate is. I mean, the thing I said to you a few weeks ago is he wants to attack Venezuela. He's made that clear, and he's building a narrative around it sloppily, inconsistently, badly in a lot of different ways. But the pieces continue to be put in place, and the pedal is to the metal. And I think we have to continue to underscore Congress hasn't authorized it. Most of the country is against it. Most of our allies are against it. But F-18s were miles off the coast of Venezuela, and he could start striking any minute. And the question is, will Congress do anything? Will they stop him? Will they slow him down? Admiral Halsey actually retires on Friday. Will we hear from him in the public now that he's not in uniform anymore? I think he will be a critical voice, but we need total transparency, and it's maybe the biggest test we've seen of the Senate and Congress in years.
Mary, let me show you what Senator Jackie Rosen said about Pete Hegseth's interest in all of this.
This is about respect for our country, respect for the rules of engagement, respect for our veterans, and especially for our active duty military. It's about respect and convention, and we need to be sure that we are doing what we need to do to be sure that America is still that trusted and respected country around the world. Secretary Hegseth doesn't have the character or demeanor. He just likes to, well, I'm just going to say it this way, he just likes to show pictures of blowing up. I got a bunch of video games, if that's what he wants to do that don't put any active duty men or women in harm's way. He wants to blow up and put pictures of it up. God bless him. But don't you dare put anybody in harm's way for your visual.
And I guess this is the most important part of the story. It's not about why he did or didn't seize the tanker. It's not even about what secret classified memo does or does not, in their minds, justify the second strike, killing two people who the administration themselves describes as, quote, distressed mariners, which meets the law of war definition of where the line is, where one doesn't strike. What about the men and women in the military who, for a million different reasons, have no voice in these debates? Is it legal? Is there any mechanism to have any oversight over what Donald Trump is doing in the region?
Well, I'm glad you focused on those men and women, because it's not Pete Hegseth himself, so far as we know, who's, actually the operator who's releasing these missiles that are killing these people and blowing these boats out of the water. It is the people underneath him, the people who are in our military, who are serving their duty. And this is not what they signed up for. I feel pretty confident that this is not what they expected that they would be doing when they entered the military at whatever rank they're in. And I think not only do these kind of operations, which cause the rest of the world to lose some respect for our military and feel distrustful of our military, not only could that have reverberations in other places where our military are operating and are relying on sort of the goodwill of the people who live there to, work together with them and not essentially attack them. It not only could have that kind of possibility of physical harm, but there's also the possibility of exposure to liability. Now, I know the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice apparently has some legal memo out there that purports to make this all lawful, but that is not necessarily a, complete abdication of any responsibility, particularly for things that are blatantly illegal. So, there's a lot that you can do when you are a government employee or a member of the military to rely on a legal opinion from the Department of Justice, and for good reason, right? People ought to be able to rely on that when they take official actions to insulate them from some culpability. But when what you see is so blatantly illegal, like the idea of killing people who are clearly in distress, who are hanging on to the side of wreckage in a boat, that undermines this notion that you can just rely on a legal opinion. And so this whole series of events is putting our military in jeopardy also when it comes to their own potential liability for these killings, these really murders, in my opinion. And
what murder?
It's also, it damages military civilian relations here at home. It impacts their families, military families who live throughout the United States and elsewhere, kids that go to school, right? The public here and abroad is absorbing everything that they're seeing, and that really impacts all of these families' ability to feel like they're parts of the community and not be ostracized. And so the impacts are really enormous and beyond. I mean, central here is we are killing people without any due process, and people who are not, we are not in an armed conflict with, but the reverberations go well beyond that.
Dan, you get the last word.
100% agree with Mary. As a former service member, 22 years, combat veteran,
I needed to be sure, I needed to be confident that what I was being asked to do, being told to do by lawful order, was in fact lawful. We need to instill that kind of confidence in our service members when they are asked to do incredibly dangerous things, putting their own lives in harm's way. And, you know, when they're not confident, morale sinks. Esprit de corps sinks. I mean, no pun intended, given the context. But just having, for example, let's say Congress does authorize the use of military force against Venezuela. That still doesn't make it legal overall, because it will still violate international law. And they have to be confident that what they're doing is not just yes because Congress says we can, or yes because the president says we can, but it's yes because international law says we can too. And it's the morally correct thing to do.
We begin with major news from the United States. President Donald Trump has confirmed that the US has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela.
As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things.
Why are you bragging about
you'll
that?
You'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking
It's
about
actually
that
the
later
biggest
with some other
tanker. It's
people.
much bigger than the ship that Iran
The move
seized.
could heighten tensions with Venezuelan President
Okay.
Nicolas Maduro, who accuses Trump of trying to overthrow him. The US has been building up its military presence in the Caribbean, amassing troops and naval vessels, including the biggest and most advanced warship in the world. The US says the seized tanker was being used to carry sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran. And we're joined now by John Feely, former US ambassador to Panama and Marine helicopter pilot in Washington, D.C. Great to talk to you at this very moment. Donald Trump says the US has seized a tanker off the coast of Venezuela. What do we know so far about the vessel and its cargo?
So far, Anthony, we know very little. Let me say I'm very pleased to hear that the president said we seized a tanker with the United States Coast Guard, as opposed to simply putting up a picture of a flaming tanker. The one thing I think, we don't know the name. There are several reports that are out there, but we haven't had it independently confirmed. We're also not sure exactly where this occurred. But the likelihood, Anthony, is that this was a tanker that is on a list of sanctioned ships that the United States does maintain, and we'll find out where the destination was for it. But again, I think the important thing here is that this appears not to have been done by the Navy, but by the United States Coast Guard, and is enforcing a U.S. sanction. That puts it most likely into a legal action, unlike what we've seen with the attacking of the small craft that are alleged to be carrying narcotics.
John, Maduro has long accused the US of pursuing regime change. How do you now interpret the US's actions here? What do you read into it?
Anthony, for a long time, I have felt that the counter-narcotics pretext that the Trump administration has used has been pretty paper thin. The flotilla that's out there right now is not designed to interdict narcotics coming out of Venezuela. And we know that Venezuela only plays a small part in the illegal maritime narcotics trade. Most of the cocaine that comes out of South America comes up through the Eastern Pacific. So that pretext has always been pretty thin. I think it's pretty fair to say that Maduro's probably right. Donald Trump, and certainly his Secretary of State and his Secretary of Defense and some other people, would like to see Nicolas Maduro removed from Venezuela. And let me say, just as an American citizen and a former diplomat, that would not be the worst thing in the world. None of us who are critical of the Trump tactics are Maduro fans, but there's a way to go to.
Why would you say that, John? Why would, well, you say that, and why would Trump want regime change in Venezuela? What would he win? What would the US win by doing this?
Oh, well, look, Nicolas Maduro and his regime, number one, are illegitimate. They lost an election. They serially abused the human rights of their people inside Venezuela. And they've taken Venezuela over the last 20 years, starting with Chavez and now Maduro at the helm of the government, from what was one of the most prosperous countries in the region to one of the poorest and a net instability exporter, both in terms of the outward migration and the clear complicity with narcotics trafficking. So there's no question they are a malignant government. The issue that I have, that many others have, is if there is to be a militarily enforced regime change, that decision belongs to the Congress of the United States and not to a small group of presidential advisors.
I guess we look now to see who else is going to have a say on the matter. Maduro has been historically counted Russia and China among his allies, financially speaking. What chance is there that his two largest creditors might raise their voices in this scenario now?
Oh, I think, as we say here in the United States, slim to none and slim just left town. Look, Anthony, you're not going to count on Russia or China to stick their nose very deeply into this. You may get a few diplomatic protestations about hegemony or, undue influence in a region, but there's no way that Vladimir Putin, who's got a lot bigger fish to fry closer to home in Ukraine, or Xi Jinping are really going to come to the aid of Nicolas Maduro, a serial debtor, and somebody I don't think either of them take very seriously.
John, you've been great. One more before we go, though. Let's talk about the Nobel Prize, if we could, the ceremony in Oslo. How significant was the speech delivered by Machado's daughter in her mother's name? And has this award had any impact, do you think, on Maduro's rule at all?
I don't think it's had any concrete impact on Maduro's rule. What I think it did do today, though, was legitimately inspire the Democrats of Venezuela. The people who have suffered deeply at the hands of the Maduro regime saw a young woman, the daughter of Maria Corina Machado, give a truly inspiring speech. I think it was something that was both deserved, and I hope that Maria Corina Machado is able to use this as a way to continue to militate for international support for a nonviolent overthrow of the government and a transition back to a democratic regime.
It's been a great pleasure to get your thoughts at this very moment. John Feely, former US ambassador to Panama, thank you so much for joining us.
Real pleasure, Anthony.
Now, as we heard, the Venezuela...
We've been telling you all day about President Trump announcing the seizure of an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Tensions continuing to mount with the government of President Nicolas Maduro. FBI Director Kash Patel posting this online within the past couple of hours, giving a little more context relating to this seizure. He says, today the FBI and our partners executed a seizure warrant for a crude oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. It was used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela to Iran. The tanker, he says, has been used in recent years in an illicit shipping network supporting foreign terrorist organizations. Patel saying he's proud of our great partners who executed the mission. He lists some of the partners there. He says this administration's efforts to crush FTOs, that's foreign terrorist organizations, and cut off their resources will continue day and night. Attached to that post was this video of the seizure itself taking place. The U.S. government posting these images within the past couple of hours. We are tracking this story closely. This was an incredibly unusual move by the Trump administration to seize an oil tanker. It's marking a stark increase of pressure on the Maduro government. But one sidebar we're also hearing about has to do with oil prices. Oil prices settled higher on Wednesday after officials said that the U.S. seized that tanker off the coast of Venezuela. It's adding to concerns about immediate supplies. Standing by here is Sharik Khan. He's with Reuters. He wrote about this for the Newswire. So, Sharik, thanks for coming on. I got to ask you, what type of challenges does the seizure of a large vessel like this bring to the global supply chain?
Yes, thanks for having me here, Austin. What we saw today was almost an immediate reaction to the seizure, as soon as the first headlines hit, we saw oil prices go up more than 20 cents in a minute. What this represents for the oil market in the immediate term is a concern that supplies from Venezuela could tighten if there are more such actions from the Trump administration against Venezuelan oil supply. Last month, our reporting shows that Venezuela had exported around 900,000 barrels per day of oil. That's not nothing. That's almost, if you take 100 million barrels per day as the global oil supply, rough estimate, that's almost 1% of global supply. So the immediate concern for the oil market here is that this could tighten availability of oil in the market. And that's why we saw traders kind of put this, what we call a risk premium in the price of oil, kind of hedging against the possibility of future disruptions.
So who uses Venezuelan oil?
I guess my phone
primarily?
wasn't charging when it was plugged in.
Most of the Venezuelan oil heads primarily to Asia. Last month, we saw that most of the oil went to China in particular.
So
That's
there's
annoying.
been some sporadic reporting about perhaps the idea of Venezuela and Iran trading oil. And correct me if I'm wrong here. Those are two nations that have their own oil, correct? Why would those nations need to trade oil with one another?
It's essentially dictated by market conditions. Venezuela, the type of oil produced by each country differs, and the way that refineries around the world are set up, they often require different types of crude oil grades. So these issues, who buys how much oil, this is entirely dictated by market conditions and which country requires what kind of oil at any given time.
You know, when we talk about an oil tanker of this size, I've been reading reports saying, and I think it was the president himself that said this was the biggest oil tanker ever seized. Do you have any insight on that, or could you share any perspective with us about how big this tanker is in the general scope of how big a typical tanker is?
This is the tanker that was seized. According to early reports, we reported that the British Maritime Risk Management Group Vanguard has said this is the tanker Skipper. Skipper is a VLCC, which is a very large crude carrier. This is absolutely this is the largest type of oil carrying tanker that is currently in service, and it has the capacity of carrying as much as 2 million barrels of crude oil.
So our friend of the show, Sal Mercogliano, he's a maritime expert. He says, yes, it does look like Skipper. It's a vessel that may have been grabbed, yes, and again, looks like multiple sources are saying it does indeed look like this was Skipper. Let's talk about Skipper. Is this a vessel that's been on your radar before?
Yes, Skipper has a very interesting history. As we've reported, it's just immediately before the seizure, Skipper had left Venezuela's main oil port of Jose between December 4 and 5. It had loaded around 1 million barrels of oil of Venezuela's Mere heavy crude grade. And this is based on satellite info from tanker trackers and internal shipping data that we saw. In terms of its history, this tanker was actually sanctioned in the past by the United States. And that was in 2022, I believe, when it was flying under a different name, Adisa. And even then, it was sanctioned for carrying mostly Iranian oil, which was under sanctions at the time. So this is what we call in the market a dark fleet vessel. These are the type of vessels which have made a business out of essentially moving sanctioned barrels around the world, and it's mostly Russian oil, Iranian oil, or Venezuelan oil. And this tanker seems to specialize in mostly Iranian and Venezuelan oil in the past few years.
So if oil prices are settling higher today after this seizure, how long does that actually take to impact the average consumer's wallet?
There would be a significant delay between the rise in oil prices and that sort of trickling down to the consumers. Keep in mind that what we are seeing right now is the reaction to oil futures, and we are in a seasonally what we call a weak demand price. When you're thinking of prices at the pumps, there's a lot more that goes into it than just the price of crude oil. There are also state taxes. There's also, you have to keep in mind that in December, not a lot of people are driving around. So you already are seeing, just today, the Energy Information Administration actually reported a large jump in US stocks of gasoline. So that should be a potential downward pressure on prices at the pumps. So this may or may not even trickle down to consumers in the immediate term. If anything, we would expect at least a 2 to 3 week delay in this headline sort of trickling down to consumers if the price increase sustains for that long.
So, Sharik, what are you watching for next with this story? This headline, by the way, caught a lot of us off guard. Actually, the seizure of a large tanker like this. What are you watching for in the immediate weeks ahead?
I think the biggest question right now, based on my conversations with market experts, traders, analysts, the biggest question on everyone's mind right now is if this is going to be an isolated incident, or we may or might we see any more similar actions? Because if there are similar actions, then you're going to see that risk premium that I mentioned earlier, that's going to become bigger and bigger, and it will definitely, in that case, it could lead to a sustained increase in oil prices, according to traders. So as of now, the biggest question the market is interested in is is whether there will be any follow-up to this action, if there will be more similar seizures.
Well, I would imagine
and then
there
just
would
in
be.
general, the biggest
You don't
question
just
on
seize a
everyone's
tanker
mind
with
is
the
where
military
the
and not
administration goes with Venezuela, what the next steps are going to be from the Trump administration.
Sharik Khan is with Reuters. Thanks, Sharik.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And he makes a decent point there. We have been following as the White House has beefed up its resources and its military power off the coast of Venezuela. It's something that we continue to track on the daily. A live look at the White House, 7:41 in the nation's capital. Let's hit a break. Our coverage continuing in a moment.
Ooh.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the Ukrainians have struck a third Shadow Fleet tanker out in the Black Sea. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So we've been covering this since the attacks at the end of November, when the Ukrainians, using these small unmanned surface vessels, struck two tankers, the Kairos and the Viret, out in the Black Sea. Both of them were Gambian flagged, although Gambia had withdrawn the registry from those two vessels. Now we have this third attack against a vessel out in the Black Sea. We're going to look at this along with a whole batch of other ship that's happening out there right now with vessels. The world's oceans are definitely kind of heating up out there. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So here is the full video. It's 1 minute and 8 seconds long. This is from a story posted by Mike Schuller over in G-Captain. Ukraine has carried out a third sea drone attack on a Russian Shadow Fleet tanker in the Black Sea, marking an escalation in Kyiv's campaign to disrupt Moscow's maritime oil trade. Reports indicate the Comoros-flagged Dashin was struck while sailing in Ukraine's exclusive economic zone en route to the Russian port terminal of Novorossiysk. Video footage circulated online shows the tanker was unladen at the time of the attack. The strike on the Dashin follows similar attacks on the Shadow Fleet tankers Kairos and Viret on November 28th and 29th, representing a coordinated effort by Ukraine to target vessels suspected of carrying Russian oil in violation of Western sanctions. The attacks have sent shockwaves through the maritime industry and insurance market in particular, with war insurance costs for ships sailing to the Black Sea spiking dramatically. The Black Sea remains a critical artery for the shipment of grain, oil, and oil products with its waters shared by Bulgaria, Georgia, Romania, Turkey, Russia, and Ukraine. The Shadow Fleet, a collection of aging tankers, often with opaque ownership structures, has become central to Russian efforts to circumvent Western sanctions on its oil exports. Okay, let's break this down and take a look at this. First, let's take again another look here at the video, but with some details here. So let's take a look. So right here, you can see ship's name, Dashin. You'll see a better image here of it. But right now, what you're seeing is the ship is empty. It is high up on its marks. This is a oil tanker that had just come in from India through the Suez Canal, through the Turkish Straits, and heading up in the Black Sea. These drones you'll see right here are being guided, and they're aiming right there for underneath the engine, the stern area there, to cause the damage. Now, this is a drone that is following, and you'll see the strike here. We believe that was the strike you just saw underneath the starboard quarter there of the vessel. Now, a lot of smoke, a lot of flame here, but notice this is a second strike going in. The ship is fully underway here. You can see the big wake being kicked out here by the vessel, so the ship is not drifting, not at anchor, underway. Now they're going to hit on the port side of the vessel. You'll see the drone coming in there. You can see the Starlink hookup right here coming in. Now, this is, I believe, after that hit. You'll see kind of the darkened hull here. One of the things that sea drones tend to do, because they're going into the side of the vessel, they're not underwater, they're above water, so the charge is above water, and the charge tends to go where the least resistance is, and that's out into the air. So the water and the steel hull kind of pushes that explosion outward. You'll notice that they don't seem to penetrate the hull here. But this is another one of those Sea Baby drones that are coming in. Here you see the FLIR up. This is that forward-looking infrared. A couple of things to note there. I'm going to come back here for just a second here. This large white area, this is the stack. This is that scrubber system right here. So you're getting the heat. You can see the engine room heated up right here. So here they come in again. Again, I think this is another attack. You can see the blackened area of the stern. So they have already been hit. And this is now probably the third drone coming in, or potentially the second drone that hits on the port side. But here you see them coming in. You'll see the strike coming in, and then the detonation. This is after several detonations that we've seen. So we've seen a couple of hits here. So multiple sea drones used in these attacks right now. So definitely a more coordinated attack, but we're going to break this down a little bit for you. Now, before we do that, a couple of things on a few of the previous attacks. So this story by Reuters out on December 6th, Bulgaria is rescuing the sanctioned tanker that was hit by Ukrainian drones. They are referring to the Kairos, which has drifted and now anchored off of Bulgaria. It's only about a mile off the coast. The vessel is sitting there heavily damaged. The problem is identifying the owner and the insurance company. Without owners or insurance clearly identified, no one is going to pick up this salvage. There were 10 crew members still on board of the original, approximately 23. Some had been taken off, including the captain and the chief officer, so I'm not sure who is left on board this vessel. At the same exact time, we got two other stories that are going on. We're going to come back to this initial attack, but this story coming out from Maritime Executive, Ukraine seizes cargo ship accused of transporting grain from Crimea. So the security services of Ukraine report that it seized another cargo ship that accuses of having transported grain from Crimea since the beginning of the Russian occupation. Ukraine has in the past seized several ships on similar allegations with a court order. Seeks to sell the ships, while it has also moved to prosecute the masters of the vessel, resulting in fines. The latest seizure took place in recent days in the port complex of Greater Odessa. The SBU is not providing too many details, saying only that the vessel is currently flagged in an African country, while Ukraine asserts it is Russian control. Ship had a crew of 16 people from the Middle East. They allege that the ship has repeatedly undergone changes in its name and flag. It was currently in Odessa to export a batch of steel pipes. So Ukraine is not fooling around. They are going after vessels that have been used in the exportation of grain from Crimea. Then you have this story coming out of Venezuela right now, like we don't have enough going on. U.S. seizes oil tanker off Venezuela in Coast Guard-led operation, U.S. officials say. President Trump's administration has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. The officials who were speaking on the condition of anonymity, said the operation was led by the U.S. Coast Guard. They did not name the tanker and did not specify where the interdiction took place. Let me be clear. It has to be led by the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard has law enforcement jurisdiction. The Navy does not. Unless you're at war or have a mandate, you have to let the Coast Guard do this. So it was a Coast Guard law enforcement detachment, probably from a U.S. Navy ship, that went ahead and did this. All right, let's go ahead back to the vessel that was just struck. This is the Dashin that was in the Black Sea. So here's our information from Marine Traffic. I noted that in the article by G Captain, they said that the ship was, I believe, Cameroon flagged. It's not. It's Gambian flag is what it's showing right now. So Dashin crude oil tanker built in 2005, so over 15 years old. That's a good sign of a Shadow Fleet vessel. Carrying capacity 164,000 tons. Her length overall 274 meters. Here's the Dashin's past track coming out of India via the Suez through the Turkish Straits into the Black Sea. Here's her position as of 14 hours and 53 minutes ago, almost smack dab in the center of the Black Sea, indicating the Ukrainians are reaching out quite a bit to come get at that vessel. If we look at the ownership of the vessel, it's Reef Marine out of the Seychelles, and the technical manager is Cande Shipment out of China. When we pull up the compliance feature, we get a couple of alerts here right off the bat. The vessel is sanctioned by both the UK and the EU. It has carried some risk-detected cargo out of Russia. Its trade has also been risk-detected in that process. Its insurance, or the P&I Club, is showing the Britannia Steamship Insurance Association, but only as of 17 December 2024. So we're not exactly sure whether or not the ship has current insurance. Now, these attacks on shipping by Ukraine are having an impact. War risk insurance has spiked up to 250% since the start of November. So we're definitely seeing that impact take place. We're about 0.2, 0.3%, and now we're seeing almost 0.75% out there, with moving up to close to 1%, as war risk insurance is that added money you have to pay to cover that. If you want some of the best coverage for what's happening in the Black Sea, I really recommend heading over to Windward. Windward has this piece from December 10th. Ukraine's drone war on Dark Fleet triggers diplomatic tensions, heightens Black Sea risk. Good friend of the show, Michelle Weiss-Bachmann, is over at Windward. She has been tracking this extensively, and matter of fact is highlighting some of the big issues. For example, why is Turkey, for example, allowing ships to transit through the Turkish Straits if those ships have suspected registries, have suspected insurance issues, suspected classification issues? They are creating really prime targets for the Ukrainians to strike at. At the same time, what is happening with the ships that have been struck? We already talked about Kairos being up off the coast of Bulgaria right now, but the Virat, the other ship, has a question. Now we have this attack on Dashin. What happens to this vessel? And you have to raise the question about what are those other ships in the Black Sea? We've got a lot of traffic right now in the Black Sea coming out of the Turkish Straits right here. All the ships in red are tankers, and you can see all of them heading up here toward the Russian coast here. Some head over here to Georgia, but this area right here around the Kerch Strait and the ports have been subjected to multiple attacks during this time. And again, I've mentioned this in the previous video, and I will say it again. This marks an escalation in the maritime war out in the Black Sea. Yes, we've seen Russia and Ukraine strike at vessels from both sides. However, when you saw those strikes, most of them were either in port or the vessels were loaded and just left port. And in the case of Ukraine striking Russia, they were typically military vessels or ships chartered by the military to carry cargo. In the case of the Russians attacking Ukrainians, some of these were grain ships, some of them were ships in port. They were just outside of Ukrainian or right around Romanian waters. This is different, as these attacks are taking place in international waters against ships of suspected registries, suspected insurance and classification. All of this is raising the level of cost to do business in the area. It's meant to economically hurt Russia. The fear here is that Russia reciprocates and begins attacking those grain vessels coming out of Ukraine, because again, when you look at the map here, there are these large anchorages right here. This is Romania right here. This is off the Danube. These green vessels here are almost all bulk carriers, and they head up here into the Odessa port and the ports in and around Ukraine. There are no ships showing there right now because the AIS, their automatic information system, is turned off when they head into the region. We're going to keep you up to date on all this, including the Venezuelan seizure by the U.S. Coast Guard. That's a really interesting one. We haven't got any more information on that. When we do, we'll follow up with that. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, so.
What time are we at?
We got time.
20? Okay.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland, the Majority Report. We mentioned yesterday that there is a crazy ongoing war on the right. And it's sort of like there's like almost 3 different major poles that are fighting, I think. I mean, it could be more than this. But you'll recall that Charlie Kirk, before his death, was threatening to invite Tucker Carlson to CPAC. Or not to, was it to CPAC or TPUSA's?
TPUSA's big shindig.
Whatever that was. And maybe even Candace Owens. And Kevin Roberts of Heritage was mad that people were pushing back on that. And so he came out and said, I am okay with Tucker Carlson and with Nick Fuentes.
Great.
And then
That's cool.
J.D. Vance was asked about Fuentes, and he was hesitant to attack Fuentes because he's nervous about Fuentes. And then Candace Owens starts to investigate the Charlie Kirk murder because apparently the actual killer of Charlie Kirk, either the FBI has screwed something up in a big way, or the killer is not the left-wing agitator they wanted him to be. And so they're not releasing any information 3 months later, which is weird. I mean, it's really weird. Mm-hmm. And this leaves this vacuum open for Candace Owens, who is, I don't know if she's a grifter or if she's crazy.
Because of synergy.
You know, who knows? I'm not going to cast aspersions on anybody. That's just not the way I operate. People know that about me. And
everybody says that.
Everybody says that about me. But apparently Tim Pool is convinced that Candace Owens has been agitating things too much, and she's going to cost the Republicans the midterm elections. And that she is responsible for people shooting at his compound, which is really fascinating because Tim Pool, I think specifically in the past, has said nothing he said that was cited by shooters and killers in the past counts.
True.
So it's impossible for that to be motivating, which is interesting. I just find it interesting. Anyways, Tim Pool, as we said yesterday, went off on Candace Owens and used a lot of vile language.
A vile C word is...
among others.
Among others, yeah.
Look, she is a pretty fucking vile cunt. I won't, is that what we're complaining about here? That Tim Pool called Candace Owens a cunt?
Did he say that?
Is that really what we're talking about
here? He said
here?
That word? He used the C word?
Yeah, he's...
Whoa!
Unless I'm
can't
mistaken,
be saying that in this country.
What he said was Tim Pool called Candace
That's uncalled
Owens
for in this
vile
country.
C-word. A vile C word. And I'm just like... but she is! Like, I had some fucking TERFs complaining because I was calling them cunts. Did I tell you about this? I don't know if I told you about this. A fucking... just TERFs being cunts. And then they post a picture of a trans person in a bathroom with a hairbrush. Right? And I'm like... So what's happened here is somebody's gone into a bathroom, got pissy, harassed this person, and took their photo in a bathroom, and you're wanting me to take your fucking side, the weirdos posting pictures taken of people in bathrooms because the person is trans. You are cunts. Your entire worldview, your entire existence exists to be a cunt. So don't cry when you get called a cunt. You are acting like a cunt. It's that simple. Stop crying. Stop being a cunt.
And Candace Owens responded to Tim Pool.
Scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which she's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm done with these people.
She has security just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this.
Now, you know, I mean, I don't know if Candace Owens ever specifically said, you know, described Tim Pool's security. I don't know how he has so much security. He doesn't have a videotape of. How do you not have a video camera on that stuff?
Yeah,
he did say that he live streams his chicken coop, and if anybody has documented that, you can hear the shots.
Okay, but why wouldn't you?
Dealey Plaza.
He's got. I mean, I've been to his compound. It's a gated compound. I don't know why you wouldn't have video cameras up there, but whatever. But he seems to have just expressed like what all of Candace Owens. I mean, what's he going to do? Put a map out there for like her?
It's weird, yeah.
I mean, that seems weird to me.
And he emphasizes, he goes on.
But you know, Tim, it really does seem like Tim is having an emotional.
Oh yeah.
Breakdown. Matt.
Yeah, he is.
You know what I mean?
I do. Yeah.
You are having an emotional breakdown.
Right.
Now.
Yeah, it does feel like that. But keep going.
You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my property, and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got strangers coming up to my house.
Hey, Tim. Maybe you shouldn't foster stochastic terrorism, which leads to a rise in violent environments, allowing this kind of shit to happen. You know, this is what happens when you normalize fascism, you fucking idiot. Did you think that you were immune to fascist violence? Did you think you were immune to violence in a fascist country? Did you think you were immune, did you, because you live in a gated community in a big house on a hill? Where? Maybe you should go, harass some teenagers for skating and telling you to fuck off again, you fucking boomer cunt. Fuck off. Zero sympathy for this fucking dickhead. He literally is one of the primary people who has fostered this violent environment. One of them's already dead. Yeah, this is what happens. You know, fascism begets violence. Maybe you should have heeded the warnings that everybody was telling you for years. I guess now that shots are being fired, you're a bit scared, huh?
In Maryland, breaking in, I got people showing up and beating up the residents who trying to live there. How the f am I even supposed to sell this property?
So there's a lot to unpack there. First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is not a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys, okay? What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen.
Okay.
Like, it's so stupid, like... But it's because she's talking calmly, people are gonna be like, she's right. No, you're a cunt.
Everything he is doing there is somebody who is not a man, he is not tough, and he would never dare to speak to a man like that, right? People that find that very easy. Secondly, Tim Pool doesn't even have the intellect.
That's actually true. I don't think Tim Pool would speak like that to a guy. I think Tim Pool is like disrespects women that much that he wouldn't. Where for me, You're acting like a cunt, you're going to get called a cunt. You know, that's just how it works. It's the Australian way.
Like to understand that we put him in the thumbnail.
Hold on for a second. Before we get to Candace Owens saying that Tim is stupid, I think it's... I have to say, obviously I don't agree with Candace Owens on just about anything. And... but I do have to say that I thought Tim was, aside from him being misogynist in that, in that rant of his, because we didn't play the part where he called her a C word. But I've noticed this trend with Tim too.
I guess I'm a misogynist.
Tim does not act that way towards men. Tim did not call me what he called Emma after she left. He accused her of pedophilia. When I went to see Tim, he was, and there was plenty of times where he was like tough, he never got as angry and as emotional and unbalanced as he did there. But
crazy.
Tim was
agreeable for much of it.
Well, I was going to say supplicant.
That's
like
another
he
good
was
word,
like
yeah.
supplicating a little bit. I mean, there was a lot of he was timid around me.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm a physically imposing person.
You were wearing a leather jacket.
I was not wearing a leather jacket. No, I was not.
You didn't strike a match off your beard?
I mean, Tim did say to me when I got up from his table, like, they're mad at me. And I was like, who, your staff? And he goes, no, my audience, because they think I agreed with you so much.
The chat was
that
tapping
I
out.
did find that to be interesting, because he really did. He really backed down from everything that, except for the fact that he thought that, rape wasn't real. What was it that he said about abortion?
There's obligations if you are raped before you can get an abortion.
Oh, right.
Obligations.
You know
Yeah,
what? Maybe
that was
we'll
pretty
go. I'm
abhorrent.
going to go over maybe the
Obligations.
You don't remember that?
No, I do not. Wow. Wow, oh, wow. Obligations.
Yeah, that was pretty gross.
Rape victim, you have obligations. Boy. Maybe Tim calling her a cunt was misogyny.
put out a couple of clips of that because I never really got to it because I had to go for the election and my mother passed away that weekend. But I think she's onto something here. I don't know if it's just estrogen or testosterone. I don't know. But I definitely think that Tim is being a little bit... It's weird because in that same rant, he complained about getting so many texts from right-wing talkers who were afraid to go after Candace Owens and applauding him. And he got really mad. But there was only one name that he said, and it was Megyn Kelly. I mean, it's like he's afraid to call out men who did that. I said it's like that. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow or today he will criticize
JD Vance or someone.
The right wingers who reached out to him who were male, and he will call them, put a name to the coward label. But he only seems to do it with women. And I mean, how many right wing women are there in that world, anyways? But let's. Candace Owens is about to make the argument that Tim is stupid. I want to see if this one resonates too.
Secondly,
it's not that hard.
Tim Pool doesn't even have the intellect to understand that we put him in the thumbnail because he accused me in a full episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, which we showed and contextualized, of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination. So he thinks he's being accused. No, you accused me of that in like a actually, I think it was 2-hour episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, in which Milo defended me and explained that I am not to blame for the lame excuses.
Milo Yiannopoulos also called like 7 different people gay in that podcast. Not the best source there, Clandis.
That the feds have given us regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that if we do need to have some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become, that the time for that is now, okay? So this little, and I really like, he's a small person for this, a very small person who's
Okay.
also theatrical. Timothy.
I'm going to disagree with Candace here. I'm going to, she's saying that Tim is a small person. He's of dim intellect. He's theatrical. I think she's saying that he's sort of like putting on a show and he's not really, none of this is really true. He's being insincere. And I'm going to disagree with Candace Owens that I think the Republican Party needed to reflect spiritually a long time ago. That's the part I would disagree with in what she's been saying here. Let's continue this.
Smollett, who pretends every year like.
Sorry, I need to get this dig about Tim doing a lot of Jussie Smollett content coming from somebody who probably also did a lot of that content.
A very small person who is also theatrical, Timothy Smollett, who pretends every year like people are trying to kill him. He's a chronic fence sitter, okay?
That's true.
Pretending like he is braving.
I had someone genuinely say to me, show me evidence that Tim Pool calls for civil war. and I'm just like, so let me get this straight. You're asking me for evidence of something that everybody knows is a thing. And then when I reject it, you're going to claim that I'm running away or some shit. And he just basically folded. These fucking people. They're so mad that Tim quit. It's very funny.
The wilderness for being what? The 110,000th person who's making a video about Candace Owens in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
She
He
spoke about
thinks he's
herself in the third
pioneering
person.
that.
Cringe.
Are you out of your mind? It's only the safest thing you can do. What's next? Is he going to make a video and call Kanye West anti-Semitic? Like that's what he's pioneering right now. Oh my gosh, so original.
Weird choice.
Like, is he going to call Donald Trump evil in 2016? This is the storm that he's braving, is jumping on the side of what everyone else is doing. He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there. He should apologize. He won't. I don't care what happens to his platform. He's now essentially trying out because he's under financial pressure. He's trying out for Zionists to pay him, and they will, okay? They will cut him a check, and I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy. But to do that to someone who has never done anything to you other than disagree with you about the Charlie Kirk narrative.
Shoot that guy.
I have not focused my content on you, and anytime your name has come up, it has been because you have
this is just getting into drama. I mean, I think she makes a lot of good points about Tim, but it is hard to see people fight like this.
When they're like throwing what's so funny is like I do agree with Tim Pool in a limited sense that I think the way Candace Owens has turned the death of a friend into a true crime story where she keeps like promising evidence in the future is crazy. But none of these right wing guys can land a punch on her because Tim literally says like you're disorganizing the Republicans for the midterms. As if that's the relevant like
Well, that's the other thing, exactly. The problem is that it is literally like the Spider-Man meme. They are pointing at each other and they are just looking back at themselves. The idea that Candace Owens is responsible for the Republicans' polling being in the toilet is so either stupid or disingenuous that it's almost impossible to imagine. It's almost impossible to imagine. But Tim will spin this yarn, which is no different than the yarn that Candace Owens is spinning. It's just on a different topic. And Tim, who is always complaining about the drama, only engages in drama. I mean, if you go back and look at most of his, it's always been these sort of weird TikToks as to which person threw the first punch. Was it the fascist burning, a cross, or was it the anti-fascists? I mean, he is literally sort of being forced to eat what he has been serving.
Search Civil War in his video titles.
It's insane.
100,000 videos.
It's insane. He is being forced to eat what he has been serving for so long, and he doesn't like the taste of it.
I'd like this introduce a new drop, late drop of the year, but
Late drop.
What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen.
There you go. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day.
That's a really good one. Okay. Let's see. What's something we can... What is Trump's national security strategy? Japan must not miss this opportunity. Okay.
We begin the day with the world's first attempt at keeping the children away from social media for their own good. On Wednesday, anyone in Australia under the age of 16 was blocked access to Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, and the rest. The world's first social media ban for young people. And will it save the kids and teens who have not yet been sucked in by social media's algorithmic addiction? Researchers say that parents need to wake up to the unique risks that are posed to children, such as cyberbullying. But there is also the danger of kids losing important sleep, staying online, and staying awake too long, so long that it stunts their mental and physical development. Or is Australia's decision, is it an overreaction? A society that instead of coming to terms with new technology has moved instead to simply ban it. Will that really work? We have this report.
Locked in his bedroom, this 14-year-old boy spends hours every day absorbed by online games. Among his favorites is a strategy game often described by experts as mobile chess. But on top of the games he plays, he uses a long list of social media platforms.
Got Roblox, Fortnite, Steam.
Roblox.
I've got Clash Royale. On my phone, the rest are on PC and laptop. I use Snapchat, I use Instagram barely, I use X for Fortnite and Roblox. TikTok. That's what Fortnite is as well.
From now on, he won't have access to many of these platforms. Australia's ban on social media for teenagers is the toughest in the world. YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, among others, have deactivated accounts for users under 16, and they have stopped teens from opening new accounts. Otherwise, they face fines of up to 50 million Australian dollars. The Australian government says the new law is necessary to protect children from addiction and cyberbullying. And it follows reports of a growing number of young people showing up at hospitals.
So we started seeing an increased number of young people in the hospital, in the emergency department, who were harmed. So they were isolated at home. They had become very much reclusive. Some of them had assaulted their parents when limits were posed, children who were refusing to go to school.
This clinic focuses on social media addiction and has treated over 350 patients since its opening in 2022. Their youngest patient was 5 years old. For now, it looks like Australian teenagers are locked out of social media. But as with many things online, it's possible to circumvent laws and regulations, so it's unclear how effective the ban will be.
Well, for more, I'm joined now by Carol Vidal. She's a child and adolescent psychiatrist. She's also an associate professor at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in Baltimore. Doctor, it's good to have you with us. Let me start by just getting your thoughts on this social media ban in Australia. Is it, in your opinion, just what the doctor ordered?
Well, thank you for having me first and for allowing me to talk about this topic. I think it's not a bad idea, and the reason why is because I feel like social media and technology is being put out in the world, into the world, without previously studying the risks that for vulnerable populations like children. So in a way, the government taking the initiative to protect children and prevent any harmful effects of social media when the companies are not doing it is not a bad idea.
So you're saying basically that our children at the moment, all of whom are on social media, that they are guinea pigs, if you will, for these social media companies.
I mean, obviously the social media companies are for-profit companies, so their goal is to make money. And the way they do it is by having people engage the longest possible with the platforms, because that's how they make money, because of the revenue of the ads. So in that way, they have not been shy about using tools in the social media platforms to make people be engaged with them as long as possible. So their goal is to have us engage the longest possible time that they can. So in that way, they were not doing a service, like a humanitarian service, by putting out the social media platforms out there. And I don't think they've been careful enough to study prior to putting out these platforms out in the world, the effects that they could have on children.
What do we know,
At the
Doctor?
same time,
let me just ask you, what do we know? I mean, there are lots of open questions about social media, but what do we know at this point about how social media affects children, particularly young people under the age of 16?
Yeah, I think that's the other side of it. So while we don't have enough research a priori before we put out the platforms out there, I think that we know also not enough about the effects on mental health, and I'm going to explain why. So there's these sociologists that have been studying trends of mental health problems over time, and since 2012 they've seen an increase in depression and self-injurious behaviors, especially in girls, who are the ones that spend more time on social media. So they're thinking that the changes in technology and the access to social media might be the cause for these changes at the population level. At the same time, the studies that were done initially were cross-sectional studies, which means that you study a population at one point in time, and then you look in the relationship between social media use and mental health. And the people that were using more social media or more time engaged on social media were also having more depression and more anxiety. But the problem with that is that it could be that there were many causes for people to start engaging on social media, so we didn't know what the cause and the effect was. And now there's more longitudinal studies that look at your engagement on social media at the beginning and whether you end up being more depressed or not. And those are also showing that...
It's funny, it's funny, because, like, I wonder how much the depression from social media impacts the generation that grew up, like my generation, that grew up between technologies. I wonder if the effect is as severe as people who grew up only with social media. I wonder.
There's a relationship,
and I only say that because, like, I know life social media like a motherfucker, and I'm fine. It's anecdotal, it's not proof of anything, but I'm just curious how many others around my age group that grew up between tech, how impactful it's been. That would be interesting to find out.
The people who engage more on social media at a certain age, years later, they also have more depression. These studies are still correlational, which means that it could be that the people that are engaging more on social media, maybe their parents are being more permissive, or they're not monitoring them enough, or they're not engaging well with other friends. So it's really like pinpointing just one cause for mental health challenges is a problem. So it's complex, I would say.
Doctor, what about the role of parents here? I mean, maybe could you tell us? I mean, if we read books, I'm thinking of books like The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt, for example, where he talks about these hovering parents who are then neglecting their children when the children have a lot of screen time. Are parents here, should they be blamed somewhat for abdicating their parental responsibilities to technology and to screens?
Sure, why not?
I think there has been just a change overall over time in technology that we're having trouble adjusting to. I would be wary of blaming parents because it's really hard to disengage kids when they're engaging on social media. It's a lot of effort and it's hard for parents to do it sometimes. But I sort of agree with Jonathan Haidt in that sense that he talks about this change in the way kids were parented before. They were more like free range and going outside and spending more time outdoors. More time outdoors, and I think that has radically changed. And over time, kids are spending more time indoors, and the parents feel like they're protected from danger because they're spending all this time inside the house. But that doesn't mean that they're not engaging in risky behaviors because you can access drugs online. You can watch pornography that's not age appropriate. You can see how people have mental health problems or self-injurious behaviors. So there's a lot going on online too that parents might actually not even know at all.
What about the good things, though? I want to ask you this before we run out of time. Many teens say that social media is their only space to find community. I'm thinking about queer children, for example. People who are minorities.
There's far more harm.
Could a ban like this, could it unintentionally harm vulnerable young people?
I think that was one issue that was raised, especially during the pandemic, because some of the LGBTQ kids were just confined with the family, and maybe the family were not accepting of their sexual orientation or their sexual identity. But I think ideally you would have those kids engage in person more than on social media. So that is potentially a benefit. I think a definite benefit is keeping in touch with long distance relationships or engaging in groups of people that think like you, finding information of things that you might not find somewhere else.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's some advantages. I doubt that for kids though. I feel like maybe the benefits versus the risks have a different balance than with adults.
Dr. Vidal, unfortunately, we're out of time, but we appreciate your time and your valuable insights on this. I'm sure we'll be talking about this again. Thank you.
Right, for more on this, I'm joined by journalist Katie Silver in Sydney. Katie, good to see you. Let's start with a cynical question. The ban is in force. Are you being deafened by the sounds of phones being dropped to the floor and kids suddenly running back onto the streets to play?
No. In summary, no. But it is Wednesday. And it's a school day, so maybe we haven't felt the impacts just yet. It might be more. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning here. Maybe come 3 p.m. we'll see a lot of crying faces and people getting out their cricket bats. I think that's something we're going to have to wait and see. As you heard there, that address from the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, suggesting that that's the way young people should use their upcoming Christmas holidays, that they should go out, play sport, learn an instrument, he suggested as well. Whether or not that happens, as we say, that's something we're still watching.
Katie, it does...
Man, it would be great to learn an instrument. Man, imagine if kids could access YouTube to access music lessons without having to pay for them. Oh, that's right, they fucking can't. You dumb fuck.
Seem like this is a story the world wants to believe in. Believe that a ban is enforceable too. Is it enforceable?
That is the multi tens of millions of billions of dollars question, really. I mean, as you heard there, we're hearing, for example, the fines are going to be in the order of about 50 million Australian dollars. That's about 30 million euros for social media companies that don't enforce it. So there is certainly a financial imperative. Whether or not it plays out, we have heard, for example, criticism from the opposition leader here, basically saying that maybe the party in power isn't up to scratch when it comes to implementation of this. The big issue worldwide has been governance of social media platforms. And as you say, huge amounts of interest. We're seeing countries from Malaysia, New Zealand, Denmark, Spain, all saying that they're looking at this, whether or not they might be able to mimic it in their countries. The implementation is going to be the challenge. The important and very interesting thing to note on this is there's no penalties for young people who may avert them. And there are, for example, we are hearing from influencers saying that they're going to use VPNs or that they're going to use other social media platforms or even their parents' accounts in order to get online. No fines for them, but fines for the social media companies themselves. And that does seem to be a novel way of pursuing it. It really places the burden and the financial burden in the towards big tech.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear about the fines being touted by the government, but my guess is that parents are going to be the police here. Do we have any indication whether Australian parents are willing to put their foot down and enforce the ban at home?
in general, we're hearing that there's widespread support from Australian parents, and every Australian parent I've spoken with is very for this ban. So in that sense, there's a lot of support for it. Whether or not those, for example...
Of course they are. They're fucking boomers who don't want to do their job as parents. No shit they're fucking in favour of it. It's also Australia, the biggest bootlicking, apathetic country on earth. Of course they're in support of it. Popular support doesn't make it good.
Parents of influencers are as bullish on it. We'll have to wait and see on that front. As I say, there's no penalty for kids or for their parents. So there isn't an issue for them if their kids do go on it, other than the fact that, you know, many criticisms of social media, particularly when it comes to mental health and online addiction that was mentioned in that piece earlier. So that is one of the kind of, I guess, motivations for parents. But whether or not they do that, I guess that's a case-by-case basis.
And Katie, just finally, I grew up in Australia. I know what Australian kids are like. I wonder, do you think Australian kids are going to comply or perhaps find a way around this?
Yeah, it's a good point. I could hear from your accent. I also obviously grew up here in Australia.
I can hear from your accent.
As you say, there is a culture here in Australia of perhaps trying to get around the rules. And we have heard, for example, 3/4. There was a survey that said 3/4 of young people are already planning to find ways to avert this. But many young people also are supportive in and of themselves. And in fact, you know, slightly older 18 to 20-year-olds are saying, I wish this had happened during my time. So whether or not they do find ways around it, we are hearing already that potentially copycat platforms are going to be added to this list and banned in coming days. So it really depends on the speed of the lawmakers, the speed of young people in trying to get around it, and I guess the level of buy-in that we see from big tech.
Brilliant, Katie. Journalist Katie Silver in Sydney, thanks so much.
I'm joined now by Matthias Kettemann. He's a leading expert on digital media regulation at the Leibniz Institute for Media Research here in Germany. It's good to have you with us this evening. I'd like to go through some of the pros and cons of this Australian social media ban with you and really just get your opinion. I mean, supporters say that the law protects young people from cyberbullying and addiction. Do you agree?
No. It does neither of those things. Usually, prohibitions are feeble attempts to cut the Gordian knot of a complex social problem that governments don't want to address.
This is an identical solution to banning guns that won't actually address the problem. It's the same fucking thing. It's government laziness, and this is what I was saying in our video about the Australian election. Actually, I don't think I said that. I think I developed this after we made that. Is that the mandatory voting makes the parties here extremely fucking lazy. And this is a lazy government policy by lazy parties who don't need to work to get your vote. That's what's happening right now.
Differently. Usually they look for prohibitions when they're not really ready to look at all of the other policy measures which they can introduce, which are more effective and more rights consistent.
What would have been the one policy move, in your opinion, that would have been better than this social media ban?
Well, basically, any policy would have been better than such a blanket ban. Just as an example, sites should be prohibited from using certain persuasive technologies, such as targeted advertising, such as certain kinds of influencer marketing and dark patterns, things that are already prohibited under the European Digital Services Act. Australia could have looked at a ban on engagement-based recommendation systems for minors. It could have looked at prohibitions of financial incentives for using kids as influencers. There are lots of tools, including increasing digital literacy education in schools. Prohibiting accounts for under 16s seems to me and to lots of human rights scholars to be...
Exactly what I say is a good solution for the fucking gun violence issue as well. Oh, and also... wow, education is, wow, a solution for sexual assault as well. Holy shit. Holy shit. No way.
a measure that doesn't take into account the communicative rights of children, which they also have.
I want to talk about their rights in just a moment. I want to ask you, are you saying then that social media is healthier for young people and children here in Europe than it is in the rest of the world?
Well, the protection that European Union law offers is much higher than that in any other region. Not only regarding minors, but regarding internet users more generally. We have laws like the Digital Services Act that forces platforms to not arbitrarily delete content, makes them more transparent, forces them to tell us who advertises with them, forces them to fight against disinformation. So yes, the European Union's approach towards online regulation is a model that should be, and is partially globally followed.
I want to ask you now about the rights of young people. Critics argue that this ban violates young people's freedom of expression and their access to information. I assume you agree.
Yes, it does. Again, prohibitions usually are not the best way to go about it. Why not, for example, force platforms and other providers of online service to set minors' accounts to private by default, modify recommender systems to reduce harmful exposure to content for accounts that are associated.
Here's an even better idea. All minors, private accounts, permanently. Crazy. Oh my god, wow. You mean pedophiles can't freely access pictures of kids now? Holy shit. Is that protecting kids? Nah, better ban them. Pedophiles don't exist in the real world.
Associated with children. Platforms can do all of that, and states can oblige companies to do that. They just, in that Australian case, didn't look for those more, let's say, challenging, but in the end, more effective and more right-saving measures.
It's been said that social media is like big tobacco was in the 20th century. I mean, do you think that in a few years we will regulate social media as strictly as we currently regulate the cigarette and the alcohol industries?
No, because cigarette and alcohol do not have many, let's say, positive uses. I mean, with alcohol, you can argue that it makes evenings more fun, but especially with tobacco, especially with tobacco, there are no pro-social uses of tobacco. Unlike social media has. Using social media allows you to interact with the world. It has opened up the world as a communicative space. So social media has provided a lot of good to the world as well, and it would be the worst thing possible to infringe upon our rights regarding its use. So social media is here to stay. We just have to make it a bit better.
Mr. Ketterman, we appreciate your time and your valuable insights into this. We will be watching to see what happens in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We begin with major news from the...
Alright, you want to Pod Save America?
Pod Save the World.
You might have to find it because it's not coming up.
Just type in Pod Save the World.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know what video you exactly want because it's not.
It's the newest video.
Parties, Tommy.
No.
And then the end of the video is the interview.
The Miller fam.
Well, he's a sexual matador, so maybe
apply. It is a momentous week in Australia where the Labor Party is officially instituting a ban on children under 16 from having social media accounts. With me today
See what this
is Annika
doofus
Wells.
has
She
to
is
say.
Australia's Minister for Communications. She is spearheading this rollout, and through the magic of time traveling and time zones, I think we're actually talking on Wednesday, the day it goes into effect, although it's Tuesday here in Los Angeles. This is going to break my brain. Minister Wells, thank you for joining the show.
Greetings from the future. How are you?
I'm good. I'm great. I mean, honestly, this is a really interesting experiment, a law you're putting into place. So let's just start with the basics. Can you just talk about how this ban works and how you will enforce it?
Yeah, it's fucking dumb.
So the ban came about because we had 120,000 Australian parents run a campaign called 36 Months, Let Kids Be Kids. They asked, because the official policy of these platforms,
How much?
6 months, Let Kids Be Australian parents, came about because we had 120,000 Australian parents.
Hi, dumbass. The Australian population is 27 million. Fuck your 120,000 parents. Fuck off.
Run a campaign called 36 Months, Let Kids Be Kids. They asked, because the official policy of these platforms, as you know, is that they start users from 13, even though we all know in real life that is not at all policed, and there's people much younger than they're on there. But given the premise is people will be on there from 13, let's give 36 months back to teens. Let's delay the start of their social media account usage till 16 and give them 36 more months to build real-world connection and to build resilience and awareness and digital literacy about what awaits them online. So the Australian law comes into effect today, which is Wednesday here, the 10th of December, which means all social media accounts belonging to under 16s must be deactivated by that social media platform. And the onus here is on the platforms, not on the parents or on the teens. The onus is on the platforms to find these accounts, deactivate these accounts, stop people from getting around these accounts, and also have some kind of complaint reporting process. So if someone accidentally gets caught up in it, there's a way out for them.
Tell me a little more about how you guys arrived at 16 as the cutoff. I could imagine, an argument for 18 or, 21 is the drinking age in the U.S., right? There's a lot of different places we could go. And then also, can you give us a sense of how the criteria for which platforms you decided were subject to the law?
Yes, so it's 36 months is the campaign. So we arrived at under 16 because 13 to 16 is 36 months. Yes, you're right. Lots of other countries and jurisdictions are looking at slightly different ages. All of the data and evidence that we now have in as public policy makers to analyse this suggest there is probably greater utility, but the particular development that you go through between 13 and 16, that emotional stage in your life, you would have known Jonathan Haidt in his book, The Anxious Generation, that propelled the parent.
You know who this is?
The communications minister.
No. This guy.
No.
This is who they keep referencing.
No
right?
idea.
This guy, do you remember the group of pseudo-intellectuals who called themselves the intellectual dark web?
Yeah, they're still around.
He's one of them. This is their source. This is who they're using as evidence. Isn't that great? I fucking love that.
It's the hundreds of thousands of parents to ask us for 36 more months, so that's how we got to 16. With respect to the social media platforms, basically all social media platforms could be considered an age-restricted social media platform if they fall under three particular criteria, which is, are they primarily a place for social interaction? Can you interact and link with other users? And can you upload content? So, for example, YouTube would make the argument that they are like Netflix and that they are a video streaming platform. However, we feel the difference is that YouTube uploads 500 hours of content every 60 seconds, and Netflix obviously
better starve those kids of that 150 hours a fucking minute.
Does not. Netflix is subject to the National Classification Scheme here in Australia that is regulated by independent arbiters about the quality and content and appropriateness of that content. Obviously, YouTube is the wild, wild west, 500 hours of content every 60 seconds. So we have an e-safety commissioner. She's the independent regulator. E-safety here in Australia is 10 years old. It was a world-leading, essentially a shop front for digital safety. They are the regulators in this space. So they have been working with the platforms for them to identify themselves as a social media platform, I guess assess them as a social media platform where arguments have been made that they should be accepted, and now come D-Day, today, regulate them and make sure they comply.
And you're getting at the complexity of this, right? Because there's a lot of wildly popular platforms like.
Okay. Here is Jonathan Haidt's statement on James Lindsay, Peter Prigozhin, and Helen Pluckrose and their grievance study bullshit that they did, where they wrote fake academic papers and submitted them to journals. He said Prigozhin and the co-authors are whistleblowers who undertook a career-risking project to stand up for academic integrity by exposing what is arguably an academic subculture that tolerates intellectual fraud. This is the person that the Australian law and everybody who continues to talk about it continues to reference. I've ignored it so far, but this is ridiculous.
Roblox, which are games, but they're also social networks and places where kids hang out. And then there's chat platforms, and there have been some really awful cases of adults chatting with and grooming minors on Roblox and then meeting them into like Discord and offline communities. I mean, figuring out how to draw that line must have been really tough.
Yes, and I do get a lot of parents asking
Draw
me
the
to
line.
add
It's
Roblox.
the most strict in the fucking world. What line? There is no line.
In to the list. Roblox isn't in at the moment for that first primary criteria, which is...
So, Roblox, the game which literally has a pedophile problem, was not included. But YouTube, an educational resource which you could definitely teach people how to find and recognize good information, that's too hard. Can't have that. Can't have YouTube.
Kids would still be on Roblox if it didn't have a place to interact socially, didn't have a place to connect with other users, didn't have a place to upload your own thoughts and comments, because it is primarily a gaming platform. So on that basis, it experiences an exemption as a gaming platform. But we do have our eyes on Roblox. We have, in recent weeks and months, targeted Roblox, and they have now put in place additional safety measures to stop exactly what you're talking about, predators who are of an adult age targeting under 18s on that platform. This isn't, obviously, a cure. This ban
Queens
is
over
a
18s.
treatment plan. We aren't banning the internet, and something I like to say is we can't control the ocean, but we can police the sharks. And this is a really important step in policing the sharks, given the harm that we have documented that Australian kids suffer online.
Yeah, and I mean, Roblox in particular waited way too long to put in some of this age gating. And boy, there was an interview with the CEO on the Hard Fork podcast, the New York Times podcast, where he crashed out really hard and really embarrassed himself. That's worth listening to if you want to understand the mentality of these CEOs. So there's an organization in Australia estimated that 96% of Australian teenagers under 16 have social media accounts. Say I'm one of them. What if I'm a 17-year-old today? Does my account just disappear? Can I get it back when I'm 18? And are you worried about a marauding band of teens and tweens visiting your house sometime in the next 48 hours and kind of taking matters into their own hands?
I went to Humpybong State School, and I say that just because I presume
How could they do it when they can't organize
global
now?
and American audience appreciates Australian names. Humpybong State School yesterday to talk to the teens that are being impacted today, and yes, certainly there was in some cases a hostile reception, but I don't mind being the bad cop. This is so important, and if it gives parents another tool in their arsenal in this fight that they're having in their households every single day, I'm pleased to do it. It's 9:30 in Australia on D-Day, on Band Day at the moment. We've already heard that 200,000 TikTok accounts have deactivated overnight. That's 200,000 lives that we've already impacted. And as we speak, the breakfast TVs, as you expect, are roaming around.
I'm glad she didn't say
teens.
that's 200,000 lives that we saved. She said impacted. Because if she said saved, that would be so fucking cringe.
see whether their account has been deactivated or whether they're trying to get away around it. We've always said this is going to look a little bit untidy. Big reform always does, particularly cultural change that comes with big reform. We didn't expect 100% perfection today, nor do I expect in the days or even weeks to come. Part of the way that we're monitoring the effectiveness of this law is over the next 6 months, social media restricted platforms have to report in their user numbers each and every month to eSafety to demonstrate the downward trend.
So jokes aside, I mean, one thing
So
critics
what
of
happens
this
if there
law
is no
say
downward
is
trend?
that social media can be a really important way for kids
And nothing
who feel
changes,
lonely or
and you've just
marginalized
fucked over
to
people
find
and
their own community. In
taken
particular, you know, you see
hundreds of thousands of people's content that they've uploaded that is now gone. Images of pets, family, shit like this, gone. Because of your fucking policies.
Because fuck them, that's why.
Yeah, because fuck you and your family. This is about your protection. Love it. Love it. You know, you must love the state. The state is here to protect you. This is Australia.
LGBT advocacy groups raise concerns about what it might be like to be a gay or lesbian kid in a rural area and lose this sense of community. What's your response to those arguments?
We exempted messaging platforms, so Facebook Messenger, Messenger Kids, for example, WhatsApp.
Hey, dumbass, you need a profile.
WhatsApp group chats are still available to people who use online social media for connection. And you're right, there are different groups, particularly vulnerable people who use this for connection. We have in Australia youth mental health organisations like Reach Out or like Headspace or like Butterfly Foundation. Butterfly Foundation looks at disordered eating, people who are impacted by disordered eating. We have in the budget running up to this reform bolstered those organisations. And they, in the weeks leading up to, months, I guess, leading up to this reform, I've been working with those organisations alongside my counterparts to make sure that they are ready to support teens from today. All of their websites, landing pages have places you can go. And we've been asking people in the run up to the reform. It's a funny thing, like, I don't know about you, but back in my day, we had one landline, it was in the lounge room, you know, you had one phone number, and when you called your friend, you kind of took your chances on who was going.
Why do people in power always revert to being a fucking boomer? Oh, back in my day, there was a phone with a long-ass cable that I could literally travel across the house with it. It's not your day, dumbass. Welcome to the future. But nah, let's put some fucking conservative backwater policy in instead of looking forward. Great fucking choice.
The answer at the other end of the line. Kids these days don't even have each other's mobile numbers. They just interact on social media. So part of this has been that national...
And guess what you just did? You fucking idiot.
Debate around how we use our time online and how this is going to look in each family's household, and simple things like
hate this so much.
Your child getting the mobile numbers or the landlines or a way of connecting with their friends that isn't on these platforms.
What a dumb ass thing to say, for real.
Yeah, we had one landline we memorized.
Do they have the chance to archive a life? I mean, maybe.
No, I highly doubt it. They could maybe download it. There might have been an option to download it, but no. Once it's gone, it's gone. Especially Facebook and Instagram and shit like that. Once your Instagram account's gone, everything you ever posted is also gone. They don't archive it. They don't just remove it from public. They delete it and all the contents. So let's just say you have like voice messages from a family member that died and you lose your Instagram account. Go fuck yourself.
At each other's numbers. When I started using dial-up AOL, my mom would pick up the phone. I'd scream at her. She'd screw up my chat room or whatever the hell was going on. I feel very old now.
Shut up! Shut up!
And we had the one landline. We had
You
the one
fucking
computer,
boomer.
maybe in the living room. The one phone, the one television, and you know, you fought with your siblings over what you put on television on the one screen. One landline, you took your chances. One computer, you had to dial in, you know, limited time. If you had a mobile, you probably only had $30 credit a month to send text messages. So there was a scarcity to everything that you did. Whereas these days, tweens have in their pocket that phone, mobile, computer, and they have an unlimited supply, and they
Better
are
kill
on
'em.
platforms where the design feature has been to get them addicted. So this is a law that steps into.
Wouldn't want to regulate the fucking algorithms, would you?
Oh.
Yeah.
Can't possibly hinder the capital.
So the law requires the platforms to take what are called reasonable steps to enforce the age ban. If they don't, they're subject to fines of around $33 million US. Is that per violation? Is that total? And then how do you assess like what is a reasonable step?
That's for a systemic breach. So that is if a platform was found to have been systemically breaching the law. And there has been a run into the law where we have asked them for a compliance plan. We have asked them to self-assess. Like I said, tomorrow we're writing to the platforms to say, what were your user numbers on the 9th of December? What are your user numbers today on the 11th of December? We will do that monthly for 6 months.
They should all respond with get a court order. Fuck you. Get a court order. We're not telling you shit.
In order to track downward trend, if they are not, and I would say it's been a huge turnaround from the initial reaction and recalcitrance, I guess, Tommy, to as of yesterday.
It's Tony.
The big 10 platforms who are
It's
impacted
not,
by this
but-
law had all indicated to us that they would comply.
Wouldn't it be
They might
funny if she kept
disagree,
getting his
and
name
that is their
wrong?
right
It
in a
would be.
democracy to completely
Like me
disagree
playing
with our
Resident
law.
Evil.
But as of yesterday morning, I mean, when I was
I
first
still
making
don't
this
remember what the character's
communications,
name
what I was
is.
dealing with was the hope, I guess, that from these platforms from big tech that we just wouldn't pursue the law in the second term of our government. And then when I made very clear that we would be continuing with the law, the threat that they would leave our shores, the threat that big tech would leave Australian shores as a result
I hope
of
they
this.
do.
So to go from that 6 months ago to the day before the delay kicking in,
They won't.
all 10 platforms indicating to us that they would comply has been a huge turnaround from where we were. Huge progress in this space, and hopefully it gives hope to other jurisdictions who are attempting things like this out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising too, right? Because look, $33 million is a lot of money to any normal person, but Mark Zuckerberg could, flush it down the toilet and not notice the difference the next day and do it every other day until he dies, right? So, I mean, I guess I am a little surprised that there's been so much compliance and willingness to work with you, given that there are probably pretty high financial stakes involved for them from the ban that might outweigh the aggregate fine.
Absolutely, and that has been put to us as well. And though that fine is commensurate with other fines in that sort of portfolio space in Australia, you're right. We absolutely worried about the risk that platforms would decide to just pay the fine and continue to flout the law. The response to that has been that ultimately these are big corporate citizens, big global citizens. They want to be seen as good citizens. They feel that a number of them have made huge improvements in safety features over the years, and that isn't acknowledged in this kind of blunt force ban. However, I honestly think that whilst Australia is the first to do it, I think in a couple of years' time, 5 years' time, this will be right across the world. This will sweep right across the world, and all of the arguments and all of the ways that this has been criticised in the past 12 months isn't dissimilar to putting seatbelts in cars. It wasn't that long ago that auto manufacturers.
If someone doesn't want to wear a seatbelt, they should not get fined for it.
Also, that's fining individuals, not car companies. Like, car companies are required to put seatbelts in their cars.
Yeah, it's almost like they regulated the company. Crazy, right?
So it's not like that at all. What are you talking about, lady?
She knows absolutely nothing. It's genuinely funny. Like, she's genuinely
Yeah, it does
like,
fucking suck. Like, we were talking about especially, like, kids who are, like, ostracized,
Mhm.
And, like, how, like things like Discord, like they just hang out in Discord with their friends.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Yeah. Now you have to get everyone's number. Okay?
Great. Man, that'll stop bullying.
Like, the social media, or the cell phone ban in New York is way better.
Cell phone ban?
Yeah, like you, basically when you go into school, you have to lock your phone in a locker.
Yeah, okay. That's not bad. I don't mind that. Just keep the phones out of the school classroom.
Yeah.
That's a way better idea.
Has said that making seatbelts
Plus, additionally, like, there's studies that have been done that when you're reading and shit on screens, you literally absorb less. So, like, removing screens from the classroom is probably a good thing.
compulsory would bankrupt their business model, wasn't possible. These days, car manufacturers compete to be the most safe car manufacturer. You would put your family in the safest car you can. There's no reason that big tech couldn't be like that too, and that families choose to allow their children on the safest platforms, and that platforms compete to be the safest platforms with the best records. That's a future that seems a long way away, but that's a future that starts with laws like
it's not
putting in place
happening,
today.
idiot.
Yeah,
You
well,
didn't
so let's talk about
regulate
that
the
future. Let's say
fucking
you and I
companies.
hop on another Zoom a year from now, tomorrow, but today somehow. How will you judge whether this has been a success? Like, what are you looking for?
Well, firstly, we think it already has been a success because it has kicked up an enormous national debate here in Australia about all of our practices online, our digital hygiene, how much we all look through a screen rather than over the screen at each other at the dinner table. This has been a fight that has wearied many households for many years, and I think this law is another weapon in the arsenal for parents in that fight. But it also makes parents, I've heard lots of parents saying, I'm doing a digital detox as well in solidarity with my team. And that's a good thing. So the fact that we've already had that discussion around something that has sort of crept up on us in our modern lives, we see as success. Secondly, we went to the United Nations during High Level Week. We had an event there about our world-leading law. The president of the EU came, a number of different world leaders came, and since then you would have seen that almost 10 countries now have signalled that they will go the way of Australia. We went to the UN to build allies in this space. I don't think this is something you can do on your own. Like, we've gone first and we're proud to do it, but we need allies in this space. We need jurisdictions to move together and support each other, and that's what we did at the UN. And I think we see it as a measure of success, the fact that since UN High Level Week,
but that would be just
so many countries have come out and said that they would do this
like, please
too.
help
the
us.
final measure would be not just the downward trend in user numbers that platforms are required to keep us abreast of in the coming 6 months, but we're doing a 2-year study with users that will track the mental health benefits, behavioural patterns, migratory patterns that will allow us to make better laws and work on new initiatives in this space to support this.
Well, Minister Wells, I wish you the best of luck here. It's something I think about
I don't.
and worry about a lot with my kids, even though they're a long ways off. We want it to work well, and I'm grateful to you for making the time, and good luck with the rest of the rollout.
Thanks, Tommy. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks again, Annika Wells, for joining the show, and good talking to you.
I fucking hate this country. Is it making sense now? Why I despise this fucking country? Looking at each other across the dinner table, I don't know, maybe just
yeah, and that's the thing, is it's like taking out resources where kids can fucking be safe.
Yeah.
Like, I think like the negatives outweigh the perks, and it all comes from like this, like, basically they like championed one kid who died from an eating disorder, and like ignore every other kid.
Yes. And like the parents, and it's all because the parents asked for it. It's got nothing to do with like Australia being like, yeah, let's do this out of altruism. No, it's purely because they were harassed by a group of parents who wanted the government to do something because they're shit parents. Anyway, we are Dunsky. There's probably not enough to even bother rating, so
Yeah.
we are done for today, and we will see you all on Saturday.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Cyril.
Maybe you'll go into John's stream on Friday.
Who's ready to get gay?
Super, super, super gay. Alright. Goodbye, everybody.